Hi, we're Visible. We're the wireless company with nothing to hide. Seriously. Hidden fees? We don't have them. Annual contracts? Not our thing. Great wireless on just one line? Now that's more like it. Get unlimited 5G data powered by Verizon for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included. That's right, 25 a month means 25 a month, every month. Sorry, hidden fees. We're just not that into you. Sometimes the choice is just Visible. Switch today at visible.com.
Let's go now, it's time to get busy. Let's go now, it's time to get busy. Come on. Let's go now, it's time to get busy. Let's go now, it's time to get busy. Everybody, are you with me? Come on. Let's go now, it's time to get busy. Get busy. Let's go now, it's time to get busy. Everybody, are you with me? Come on. Let's go now, it's time to get busy. Get busy, everybody now.
Elden Ring's story is one that is so diverse in its themes and individual stories that it is certainly harder to group a lot of its topics together. However, in this lore video compilation, we will be discussing what I call the darker themes of Elden Ring. The Nox, Ranni, the Knight of the Black Knives, Godwyn, Those Who Live in Death, the persecution of the Alban Orcs, as well as the Omen, their curse, and the sinister Dung Eater. These are some of my favourite topics in the entire game, as it's in the downtrodden and the rebels that the true nature of the Golden Order is revealed. The Nox in particular are a fascinating shadow and mirror to Marika's Numen civilization, and her ties to them and the Black Knife Assassins is always a tantalising subject. In particular, my section on the Gloam-Eyed Queen is probably my proudest video to date, as the subject of the Godskin apostasy is still one of the most interesting to me personally, given the importance it has in shaping the Golden Order and Queen Marika's actions. So in this compilation lore video, I will be pulling together all of my work on Elden Ring from the past 2 years into cohesive mega videos, ideal for a long watch while you sleep or work, and perhaps in my ramblings you will find the answers you seek. In part 1 of this compilation series, we laid the groundwork by looking at the timeline, the early history of the Lands Between, as well as the cosmic and primordial powers of the Lands Between. This will be part 2 of 3, and given the sheer size of this video, I think you can appreciate why we have split these compilations into 3. You don't need to have watched the first one, as each of the original videos were written to stand alone. However, I will link the first one down below regardless. But before we get started guys, if you like Elden Ring and Souls lore, then consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. But before we dive into the hours and hours of lore, I'm pleased to let you know that Smowtown has partnered with GamerSups, my favourite gamer energy drink on the market. Recently I've needed to embark on a health kick, which has meant out with the energy drinks and in with GamerSups. I was seriously drinking way too much Monster, and since I've ditched it for GamerSups, I genuinely feel like I might make it a couple more years. And this is all down to the 0 calories, 0 sugar formula. I've been mainly alternating between the Blue Raz and the Dragon Fruit Punch, and both taste really good, especially Blue Raz. But there are many flavours to choose from mango to far more sus flavours. I'm also done with the coffee, and given I used to drink several cups a day, I've needed something to replace it. And again, GamerSups has provided with their Gamer Tea, 4 quality blends for the sophisticated gamer who enjoys sipping on a lovely brew whilst carving your way through the Greek pantheon. Of course, for the discerning collector of taste, there are the famous waifu cups. But honestly, you need to be quick, as these are becoming collector's items that sell out quick. To celebrate the launch of this partnership, my code will give you completely free shipping, an ideal opportunity to fill up your cart with free samples, allowing you to try the great taste of GamerSups completely free, delivered to your door. This will last 24 hours, and after that my code will still give you 10% off the entire range. So use my code SMOWTOWN or follow the link below to get completely free shipping and fill up on those free samples. Thanks to GamerSups for sponsoring this video, and now back to Elden Ring. The light-filled lands of grace sit proudly and gloriously upon the surface of the lands between, bathed in the eternal light of the Erd-tree. Yet in the depths below these lands exists a society as sophisticated as anything on the surface above. In the ruins of an ancient civilization lie the lands of the Nox and their cities eternal, a race banished here for an act of treason long ago. Yet rather than let such exile defeat them or reduce them to cave dwellers, the Nox have developed a high culture to rival even Lindell itself. From the caverns, the Nox have proven themselves to be one of the most innovative peoples in the world of Elden Ring, developing incredible and sometimes horrifying feats of science and genetic engineering. Indeed, as we take a greater look at this society, one comes to realise that there are few people as influential as the Nox. Operating from their subterranean prison, they have had an irreversible effect on the lands between during their constant feud with the Greater Will and its vassals. If we look even closer, we can feel the hand of the Nox in different communities among the lands between, showing their fortitude and tenacity. In this video, we will dive deeper than ever before, looking at the science, the culture, and the history of one of the greatest peoples in the lands between. So join me as we venture into the night and look at the Nox and their eternal cities. So at the onset of this discussion, I would like to address what I see to be a common misconception that I see on Reddit and various lore videos. I do not believe the Nox are the same as the Nightfolk, and I have studied their models extensively to make sure I'm right on this. As you can see, the Nightfolk are very distinct with silver eyes, silver hair, and light grey silvery skin. They are clearly linked to the Silver Mimics, a relationship that we will examine later. Point being is the Nightfolk are distinctly their own race, from those that we know to be the Nox. As you can see, the Nox have even darker ash-coloured skin and yellow eyes, almost like the Sith from Star Wars, and I believe them to be a group of corrupted Numen. So while of course a lot of this is my own speculation, I do believe there is plenty of evidence to confirm this. Let's firstly start with the Black Knife armour of the Black Knife Assassins, which reads as follows. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Knight of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen who had close ties to Marika herself. So straight off the back, we have the fact the assassins are Numen, and are most likely kin of Marika, who is also Numen, so this makes sense. However, we also learned that the Black Knife Assassins are referred to as Nox, from a dialogue as Roger, who says this about the Black Knives.
This is a black knife print. I can scarcely believe you managed to get your hands on this. You recall our conversation about the Knight of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women arrayed in armour of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
So Roger says that these women were from the Eternal City, and therefore it is almost certain that the Nox are a Numen civilization. These assassins are very reminiscent of the female-only sword mistresses that we find in the Eternal City. Their armour describes them outright as Numen, but Roger names them as scions of the Eternal City, i.e. children or people of the Eternal Cities, which means they are Nox also. Nox and Numen being used interchangeably to describe this group of women.
My biggest concern when I was thinking of getting Botox Cosmetic was
losing my expression. I wanted to stay Javi and stay me.
the doctor did great at explaining that the treatment plan for me was what I needed.
So I got treated on my forehead.
My crow's feet and my frown lines. I am so happy with the results.
My results are subtle,
I'm still myself.
just with fewer lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Learn more at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can start your summer with a splash! Nailed it.
Qualify for a new 2024 Tundra SR5 for $449 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places.
If that isn't enough to convince you that the Nox are fallen Numen, then I feel there is some environmental storytelling that can help link the Numen society to the Nox and the Eternal City. And specifically we're going to look at the habits of the ants. The ants are interesting because of their eating habits. The ants, of course, the ones we find in the underground sections of the game. I believe that their eating habits can actually confirm that the third destroyed Eternal City, found in the deep-root depths, was once inhabited by Numen, thus confirming the Nox and Numen are one in the same people. Let's start by looking at the ants' habitat in the Ainsel River, so the river surrounding Noxtella specifically. Near the Ainsel River Depths site of grace, there appears to be some kind of dumping ground. A dumping ground for corpses, as evidenced by the coffins and sarcophagi that we see lying around. These corpses appear to land in the river after being dumped here through a hole in the roof, and then are carried downstream to a gathering place of ants, a lair of ants, who all feast upon the corpses of the dead, and we can see this at numerous points in the Ainsel River. Then further in we find a queen or pregnant ant that, if we kill, gives us a rune. Now this leaves me to speculate that the ants devour the runes from the corpses of the dead, and these runes are eventually used in their process of gestation, which is why when we kill these ants and burst their pregnancy sacs, they give us the runes that they have gathered in order to gestate a new ant. So let us apply these to the ants that we find in the deep-root depths, next to the potentially destroyed Eternal City. There are a lot of pregnant ants in this den, and when we kill them, they release Numen runes specifically. Given the destroyed city next door, it suggests that the ants have been feeding on the corpses of people here, and the rune suggests that these are Numen. And given that this is a fallen Nox city, it once again cements what I have always believed, that the Nox and Numen are one and the same. So this brings us to the question, who are the Numen and what do we know of them? Well, we do get a piece of evidence from the character creation screen when we choose this preset. Its description reads the following: supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. So these people are long-lived people from another world, and have the same type of fair hair as Marika herself, as we can see from the preset that is suggested to us when we choose the Numen preset. The information is also backed up by two in-game items that relate to these people, Marika's hammer and the Numen rune. Both of the aforementioned items more or less say the same thing, that they are people from outside the lands between, and are of the same stock as Queen Marika. So what picture can we construct with this information? I would therefore speculate that before they were called the Nox, they were originally Numen, who, as we can see from these descriptions, were not from the lands between, and obviously came here, established a new civilization, and Marika herself would be among this new society of Numen settlers. From this society, Marika would eventually be selected to be the vessel for the Greater Will, and we know that this society would then live for a time under Marika and the Greater Will. And we know this because it would be the Greater Will that would banish them underground, implying they have not always lived underground. We learn this from the armor set of any Nox character, and I will look at the Nox Monk armor set, which reads the following: long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. So by implication, they once were surface dwellers, and their transition from Numen to Nox is an interesting concept to ponder. Given what we see of the Eternal Cities in our timeline, they must have developed their own culture, architecture, and beliefs that would distinguish them from their former identity, and it would be their commitment to their beliefs that would mark their transition fully into the Nox, and would lead to their first act of treason against the Greater Will. The very name Nox hints at their core belief system. As of course most of you will be aware, Nox is Latin for night or darkness. Given that Nox society is focused on bringing about the Age of Stars, one assumes that their name followed the development of such beliefs. Let us examine the most core piece of lore regarding Nox society. This is the info of course that's found within the armor sets of the Monks, Night Maiden and Swordstress. and it reads as follows. Long ago the Nox invoked the ire of the greater will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of stars, and their Lord of Night. This piece of lore tells us a number of things and is one of the richest bits of lore in the game. Firstly, as I've already discussed, it proves that their civilization was once an overground one. It also secondly shows us the nature of their exile, that they have to live under a false sky eternally as a punishment. And finally, it also shows us their commitment to the Age of Stars and bringing about a Lord of Night to usurp the current Order of Grace. Yet before we tackle their societal structure, culture and goals, let us first tackle the act that would result in their banishment. I would posit that this action was the slaughter of a two-finger. For the item description of the Finger Slayer Blade, the treasure of Nokron, reads as follows. The hidden treasure of the eternal city of Nokron, a blade said to have been born of a corpse. This blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the eternal city and symbolises its downfall. Cannot be wielded by those without fate, but it is said to be able to harm the greater will and its vassals. This very item symbolises the downfall of the eternal city, and thus implying the event linked with this item is the reason for their banishment. Rani needs this blade during the course of her quest, in order to slay her own two fingers. However, it is heavily implied that Nox society has already achieved this feat, as the description of this knife reads blood-drenched, therefore presumably drenched in the blood of a different two fingers before Rani even gets her hands on it. Another interesting facet of this item description is the act is named here as high treason, again reminding us of the fact that these people once lived under the auspices of the greater will on the surface, given that treason is something you can only commit against an authority to which you owe fealty. Yet how are they able to develop such an extraordinary and powerful vassal slaying weapon themselves? As we will discuss later on in this video at numerous points, it becomes very clear to me that the Nox are true innovators, and their science, beliefs and developments in some way act as a precursor to a lot of the surface factions. Indeed, I see Marika's hammer itself as a symbol that the Numen were already craftsmen, and this is something that combines with Nox alchemy to explain their general inventiveness. With that in mind, let us now consider the Finger Slayer blade itself. So we can see the blade was born of a corpse, both in its unholy appearance in our item descriptions and by the description itself. Now there is another weapon in game that shares such grave materials, and that is of course the sacred relic sword that is wielded by the Elden Beast in the final fight of the game. The Elden Beast of course forms this sword from Marika Radigan's body, and the description of the sword reads as follows. Sword wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. Thoughts on what the weapon portends are many and varied. Some consider it the mark of great sin, or a sign of great devastation. Some think of it as the end of an age, while others the beginning.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
So there are a lot of incredible implications here that we can try and link back to the Finger Slayer blade, as clearly the Finger Slayer blade is a perversion of the same practice that made the relic sword. The sacred relic sword is clearly meant to be symbolic, as well as to actually perform a certain purpose when it is wielded by the Elden Beast. To some, the sword is clearly negative, a mark of a great sin, the destruction of a god, but it is also meant to bring about the end of an age or the beginning of a new one. Indeed, does the Elden Beast not wield this sword right at the edge of a new dawn, of a new age, as a new age will directly follow or clash with it no matter what choice we choose. We can see that these facts also apply to the Fingerslayer blade, as it too is a tool meant to bring about great devastation, the death of the two fingers. In addition, it also was meant to bring about the end of one age and the beginning of another, for both the Nox and Ranni clearly wish to use this tool to start a new age, the Age of Stars. So we have established that they perform similar functions, but why is this important and what does it mean? Well, it means to me, and I would speculate on this of course, the Nox have inverted or perverted this existing practice of smithing a corpse, something used by the Elden Beast at the conclusion of a game. To me it is clear that the level of craftsmanship shown by the Elden Beast is of course on another level. One need only look at the level of elegance in the Sacred Relic sword and compare it to the crude and disgusting Fingerslayer blade to understand that the former is the work of the gods. And yet, it also speaks to the ingenuity and the craftsmanship of the Nox that they were able to reverse engineer this practice. The description of the relic sword seems to suggest that people are aware of this practice as they do speculate on what it means. My speculation therefore is that the Nox stole and inverted this process from the Greater Will itself, built the Fingerslayer blade from a corpse and occult practices, in order to force their new age. Clearly, there's a lot of symbolism involved in these weapons, and the Fingerslayer blade's description seems to imply a certain link to fate. So there are obviously cosmic powers involved with these swords that we aren't meant to fully understand, but suffice it to say, it seems to have the power to change the current age, and the Nox turned this fate against the two fingers in their Fingerslayer blade. But which two fingers did they slay? Does it really matter? The blood upon the blade is proof enough that it was used against an intended target. Perhaps it was one of the broken fingers that exist in the Divine Towers. Perhaps all of them. Or perhaps it was the fingers of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Given that she was also an Empyrean, perhaps she would sever her fingers much as Ranni does, before she acts against the Greater Will, and once free from her two fingers, she was able to lead the Godskin apostasy against Marika and her kin. This is of course speculation, but regardless of the reasons behind it, this act, this betrayal, this slaughter of her fingers, was the reason why Nox society would be banished from the surface and confined to the lands below, as we see them in the game. So let us now tackle one of the big questions and the most obvious questions, which is, why are these cities called the Eternal Cities, and what is the deal with the false sky above their heads? Well, again I think we should return to the core piece of lore, the armor sets of the Nox, which reads as follows. Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege. So I think it's very clear that the Greater Will is the very force behind the Nox's current living conditions. The word now follows on from the description of their treasonous acts, suggesting a causal link between the two. To me it is a sort of ironic and cruel punishment, and to me it explains the very name, Eternal Cities. Noxtella and Nokron both exist underground, and we can see indeed they do have a fake starry sky above them. In my mind this is a creation of the Greater Will to taunt them about their age of stars that they are never destined to see. In addition, to ensure this punishment was as harsh as possible, they are made to wait in eternal anticipation. It is my opinion then that the Greater Will is the one that has made their cities eternal, so that they can look up at their false sky forever. Given the Numen are already a long-lived race, it makes sense that the Greater Will just simply makes their lives eternal, so they will always eternally wish and look up at their fake age of stars. It is a curse, an eternal punishment, and it really shows the cruelty of the Greater Will in this respect. We know of 3 eternal cities of the Nox, and this is Nokron, Noxtella, and an unnamed destroyed city that we find in the Deeproot depths. And supplementary to this, and very interestingly, E.G. describes Nokron and Nokstella as twinned cities.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Nokstella. Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron.
This is interesting because twinned things are consistently repeated in Elden Ring, and again showing that even the eternal cities fall within the twinned rules of the lands between, most likely twins having something to do with balance and opposites of one another, and perhaps it leads us to believe that the third wheel, the third city, was always destined to fall, but more on that later. We now have to also consider if the eternal cities were built underground by the Nox, or whether some force that banished them underground also teleported existing cities underground. Many of you will know from watching my videos that I usually always go with the more mundane explanation, and in this case I do follow it as well, as I do think it actually has greater implications for the Nox. The cities are intelligently built around the unusual topography that one would find in an underground cave system. This includes inverted spires and buildings that allow the Nox to use the cramped space more intelligently and efficiently by building on the roofs of the caverns. It's especially clear that they built these after being banished underground, given that some of the constructions we find in the cities are clearly done after their relocation, such as the dam at the entrance of each city and the bridge of Nokstella. This again leads us to conclude that the Nox were banished here with nothing, and yet built these incredible cities that fit so well in the cramped and unusual space of a cavern. The Nox also chose to build their new cities in the bones of an even more ancient civilization, and logistically this makes sense, as there will be foundations, flat and cleared land space for them to build upon. The Nox seem to have adapted well in general to their new habitat. Buildings were necessary, and somehow training the local giant ants as mounts. But let's return to the much older civilization. This civilization is the one that built the Ul and Uld palaces that we find within the game, as well as the renamed Mogwin Palace, which seems to have been a mausoleum for this community at some point, as the palace map description reads, "In the lightless depths lies the grave of an ancient civilization." We can indeed see that the ruins of these palaces are vastly different in time when compared to the Noxian architecture. The old civilization ruins are clearly modelled on the more classical architecture of Greeks and Romans, as we can see from the composite Romanesque columns and the Parthenon-inspired Mogwin Palace. Also, as pointed out by content creator Quailag on Twitter, some elements of the ancient Sumerians have also been used as a point of inspiration, and I will link that Twitter thread below if you want to read more about her explanation and references used. The more classical stonework and allusion to ancient, real-world civilizations firmly evokes the age of this fallen civilization. It is ancient. In stark contrast, one can see the Noxian architecture as far more modern looking, with sharp Gothic edges, pointed arches, and windows. And it's at this stage in the video that I do owe a retraction on an older video. In my earlier Moog lore video, I conflated the two civilizations that we found in these depths, and stated that Mogwin's palace was a Noxian ruin, and of course this simply isn't true, as the two types of architecture are quite starkly different, and so I apologise and offer my retraction on that statement.
I recommend Pronamel Repair. It penetrates deep into the tooth to actively repair acid-weakened enamel.
Returning to the subject matter at hand, is there any relevance to the Eternal Cities being situated amongst these ruins? Well, perhaps there is, for the beings that are most clearly linked with this ancient civilization are the Clay Men, the annoying zombie-like enemies that we encounter in great numbers below the surface. The Clay Men are the originators of the bubble spells, and the item description of these spells can tell us something about these peculiar creatures. For example, the Great Oracular Bubble spell reads the following: Sorcery of the Clay Men who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. The Clay Men search for lost oracles within their bubbles. So these Clay Men served the ancient dynasty. They are not in fact the ancient dynasty themselves. And I interpret this as the fact that they were created by the race that once formed this dynasty. The Clayman Harpoon even describes their occupation of the ancient ruins an infestation, suggesting they are almost bestial and feral without their masters to guide them. For if they were the fallen empire themselves, surely they would not act as much as zombies as they do in-game. Furthermore, the Clayman Ashes reads as follows: "The warped remained of priests who search for revelation in service of the ancient dynasty." All of this together leads me to conclude that these are artificial lifeforms, that in absence of their master have essentially turned into mindless automatons, and their probably melted features are the fact that they have degraded over time and they probably had a more firm clay look to them before. And now, with no direction or no civilization to serve, they just seek out the old civilization's ruins without any real purpose in mind, acting as an infestation and essentially zombies. Their presence, however, is significant to me because they are a form of artificial lifeform, clearly created from some form of alchemy and magic. The Nox are masters of alchemy and the manipulation of artificial life. Therefore, I find the Claymen's proximity to the Nox extremely intriguing. Is it possible that the Nox derive some of their science and technology or inspiration from the dregs of this ancient society? I believe that it's certainly possible, as we see lots of examples of Noxian attempts to manipulate life, and soon we will return to that subject of science and life manipulation at the hands of the Nox. However, before that, I would like us to examine the structure and nuances of Noxian society itself. So despite being exiled from the surface to live underground, the Nox have managed to develop a robust, rich and advanced community that is a testament to the strength and intelligence of these people. We can say from the way in which their towns are built that these were real communities, with churches, houses and open spaces. As we will see in the next section of the video, we have already discussed the fact that they are innovative, inventive people, and they would use this inventiveness to better their life underground and in some way outstrip the technologies of the lands above. Such innovations include the use of ghost flame for street lamps, and extremely advanced elevators that are far more advanced than anything we see on the surface, including that in Leyendale. Around these solid foundations was a society religious in construction, a dark reflection of the Golden Order, venerating the Black Moon of Noxtella, as I think we can see in the black circular reliefs on their buildings. We can also see other references to it in the black marble backs of their chairs, which has the same black marbling as the Black Moon fragments we see in the memory stones, suggesting to me that of course these marble back chairs are meant to represent their Black Moon. I believe the Black Moon to have been central to the early Nox society, and we will touch on it again, but the Moon of Noxtella talisman describes the moon as a guide for stars, and no doubt the Nox would hope that their Black Moon would guide stars to them at the age of stars, and therefore it clearly will have been an important part of early Nox society. The clergy of this Night religion is headed up by the Night Maidens, a fitting opposite number to the Finger Maidens of the Greater Will. We learn of these women from their attire, for example their twin crown, which reads as follows: "Twin crowns worn by the Night Maidens of the Eternal Cities, indicates the highest clerical rank, and hides the eyes with silk." So an interesting piece of lore that first of all confirms the fact that these maidens are the top of the pile when it comes to Nox society, clearly held in a position of great religious authority. The reverence in which they are held is further indicated by the silk that hides their eyes, as in real-world religious practices, shielding high religious figures from the sights of the common people is of course a pretty common practice. Another interesting aspect is the crown which we have to consider, the twin crown, the twin points that protrude from their headpieces. We have already discussed, and in general it should be fairly obvious, that the idea of twins is an ontological constant in the world of Elden Ring, and so it is therefore not a huge surprise that we see it here represented on a piece of religious iconography. Unfortunately, we don't get a huge amount of information on what the twin concept means here on this crown, though it could likely be representing the twin cities of Nokron on Noxtella, or the counterpoint between the Order of Grace and the Age of Stars, or their counterpoint between the Erd Tree and the Moon. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments below. This hierarchy is then supported by a warrior female caste known as the Sorceresses, and their armour description reads as follows. Armour worn by sorceresses of the Eternal City. These women are the personal guards of the Night Maidens and wear silk capes. So the Night Maidens are important enough to warrant personal guards, and these personal guards are extraordinary and nimble warriors. In my opinion, the way in which these nimble warriors move is reminiscent of the equally nimble Black Knife Assassins, who were most likely drawn from their ranks, but we'll touch on that more directly later. Finally, we have the only male caste that we are aware of, and that is of course the Noxian monks. Given what we know about the Nox Maidens being at the top of the pile, and the sorceresses being their personal guards, we can assume that monks fall further down the hierarchy, of course still playing some religious clerical role, but with less authority than the Night Maidens. This in turn leads me to an interesting consideration about Noxian society and its dynamics. It ultimately leads me to believe that it is a matriarchy, i.e. a society, where women fill the most important and prestigious positions of power. Of course, the most obvious piece of evidence for this is the Night Maidens themselves, a female-only position which encompasses the most important religious and political power in Nox society. Their personal guards too are an order of female-only warriors, again reinforcing the idea that the main positions of power are filled by women. Indeed, you will notice that the statues within Noxtella and Nokron are all of female figures, showing their importance to Nox society. And if you look even closer, the specific Nox-style chests that we find within the Eternal City, these are unique chests that we find only here, have women on them as well. Indeed, one must also consider that the other characters of importance that are linked to the Eternal City are all women as well. These being Marika, once a member of Numen Society, the Proto-Nox Society, was once one of theirs as well. Queen Marika, now the god of the current order. We also have the Glomide Queen, again we'll touch on her later, but there is some connection to the Eternal City to a degree at least, and again, she is also female. And finally we have Rani, who in some ways is the heir of the Noxian Aims, and again, she too is female. The relationship to the moon in general does seem to be female dominated. The two beings we see connected to the moon directly, Runala and Rani, are again female, suggesting that there is some connection between the female and the moon, a theme that has also been explored to a surface degree in prior Slow games, but this connection is made all the more probable here. So with a basic understanding of the makeup of this society, let us now examine some of the more extensive and impressive scientific innovations of the Nox. In a lot of ways, Noxian beliefs regarding astrology, fate and the stars are very much a precursor to the practices we see adopted by the preceptors of the Carian royal family. For example, it was the Nox that first developed the fate manipulation technique, known to us as puppetry, and this would later be revived by the Carian royals, who we clearly see using puppets to compensate for their lack of numbers during their conflict with the Raya Lucarian Cuckoo Knights. We have already commented on the fact that Nox were clearly skilled scientists, craftsmen and alchemists, and this practice is one of the clearest examples of this.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
We learn that this is a Noxian practice from the item description Starlight Shards, which reads, a prized item that was once used in the Eternal City as an ingredient in intoxicating drafts. This intoxicating draft is of course the draft that Seluvis would later brew to enslave people as his puppets. We can extrapolate that the fate latent within the stars is being manipulated to achieve this by reading the Amber Starlight Shard item, which reads, if the stars command our fate, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draft. So by simple deduction, regular starlight shards must command the fate of ordinary beings, and through some unknown alchemy, the drinker's fate becomes tied to those who prepared the draft, making them puppets on a string, the string being made of their fate. Despite being puppets, it does appear that each puppet retains some individuality, something of themselves inside that, according to Celavis, feels different person to person.
The soul of every puppet has its own ambience. You'll soon come to know once you possess a few. And once each's predilections are known to you, the better you will be able to love them.
Yet while Celavis preys on unsuspecting or easily manipulated individuals for his source of puppets, in Nox culture they didn't really have an issue when it came to sourcing fresh puppets. As a description of the Night Maiden and Sword Mistress puppets reads the following. These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wield flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition. So here we can see that Nox society is so fervent in their beliefs that they will willingly sacrifice their own flesh and independence for the greater good of their goals. But why would they even develop this practice? What does it achieve? Well, if you think about it in the way that puppets function, it essentially creates a pair of reusable soldiers that can be remotely operated. Puppets work by having a body sequestered somewhere, and then being able to summon a blue phantom of them at any given time. A phantom that when defeated can simply be resummoned over and over and over again. Noxian skill at alchemically altering fate within the stars is also highlighted by another creation of theirs, the Celestial Dew, a concoction that seems to be able to turn back fate, effectively curing any sort of antagonistic relationship, and you can imagine how useful that would be if one didn't want to carry on a certain conflict. Yet their innovations when it comes to alchemy and other experimental processes do not end with puppetry and the Celestial Dew. Indeed, it seems as though the Nox developed all sorts of procedures, no doubt as an attempt to gain power over the Greater Will and finally bring about their Age of Stars. Another example of this is the Dragonkin soldiers. The three that we encounter in-game are situated in and about the Eternal Cities, and are therefore related to them. This is in fact confirmed by the Frozen Lightning Spear incantation, which reads, Incantation that channels the power of the Dragonkin soldiers. The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Instead, ice lightning was their weapon. So this confirms that not only they were a product of the Eternal Cities, but that their skills and abilities are also a product of their natural environment within the underground systems. Instead of being able to draw upon the power of lightning within the open sky, as the ancient dragons did, they instead need to form an artificial version made from ice. We also learn more about the creation of these Frankenstein-esque beings from the Dragon Scale Blade, which reads as follows. A weapon made by sharpening a gravel stone scale, thought to be the source of ancient dragon immortality into an unclouded blade. Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, paled imitations of their skyborn kin. Again, the innovative, if grotesque, science of the Nox never ceases to amaze me. Much like past Souls games, we see here a group of people, like Aldia or the Dragonscale cultists of Dark Souls, have tried to recreate the powers of the dragons in an artificial sense. Much like in Dark Souls, the immortality of the dragons seems to be linked to stone scales, and to get a better understanding of this relationship, I would like to read you the description of the Lightning Strike incantation, which reads as follows. Ancestors of the modern dragons, the ancient dragons had scales of gravel stone, and wielded lightning as their weapon. It is said that they once attacked Leyndell, the royal capital. So therefore, this creates for us two classes of dragons in the world of Elden Ring. First, there's the immortal ancient dragons, with stone scales, gravel stone scales, such as the ones we see at Fire Missoula, that exist beyond time and can wield lightning, with Lich Dragon Fortisax, one among their number. Then there are modern dragons, which are of the type that we face numerous times across the lands between, such as Ajula and Nagil, which of course look less stone-like, more bestial, and lack the ability to wield lightning. So specifically, the Nox are looking to wield the power of the ancient dragons, by essentially creating their own hybrid dragon warriors. But why? Well, obviously the dragons are powerful, once even serving as the Greater Well's chosen vessels, ruling over the lands between, and it's most likely that those early Numen settlers who predated the Nox will have witnessed the dragon's reign before one of their own, Marika, would take up the mantle of God, but that's a little bit of artistic speculation for you there. Yet it is more than this, and I believe we can get the answer, really, why the Nox are after the power of the dragons, from the description of the ancient dragon smithing stone, which reads as follows. Smithing stone made by polishing a golden gravel stone, a scale of the ancient dragon lord, and hidden treasure of Fire Missoula. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. So in the power of gravel scales, which are able to lightly twist time, is literally the power to destroy a god, Marika, and therefore given the aim of the Nox, this would be a useful tool for them to have. Despite their failure, the Dragonkin remain powerful weapons as we can see when we fight them. Ultimately though, they are freakish failures, slightly pathetic and unusual looking. Powerful for sure, but crippled abominations they remain, unable to obtain true immortality, and are failed replicas of the ancient dragons of old. Yet these Dragonkin are not the only life forms that we find among the Nox of the Eternal Cities. We must of course discuss the phenomenon known as the Silver Tears. Most will be well aware that the Silver Tears seem to inhabit the Eternal Cities and fight alongside the Nox. And in my opinion, if we look at a combination of in-game lore, environmental details, and cut content, we can clearly see that the implication is that these are again creations of the Nox. So let's talk about them.
What does your video sound like? Go to artlist.io and get the best music and sound effects for your videos. This is not the real world. This is your creation. The stories you tell, the images you take, and the music you choose. Soundtrack your videos with Artlist. Be creative. With unlimited music and sound effects and a license that covers everything. Join the next generation of creators. Go to Artlist now and start creating without limits.
I've already mentioned the malleable claymen of the ancient fallen empire the Nox find themselves inhabiting. Is it not possible that they took inspiration from these creatures and began to cultivate their own forms of life? We've already seen one example of the Nox trying to create life, the Dragonkin soldiers, and over the course of the rest of this video you will see that this is just one of many attempts. That being said, I do not believe the Silver Tears are 100% artificial like the Albinaurics, a subject to which we will return to momentarily. So let us start at the most logical starting point for the Silver Tears, and that is looking at their larval cores. Their item description reads as follows. Core of a creature of mimicry known as a Silver Tear, as much a substance as it is a living organism. Material required by the amber egg cradled by Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, to birth people anew. So lots of interesting information there. Let us start with the look of the core itself, which of course is meant to be reminiscent of a human organ, showing in some way that they are a living being, and we will come back to the function of this organ in a moment. Yet they are not only living organisms, but a substance as well. A substance that the Nox use in the smithing of their weapons. Yet how did this living substance come to be? Well, I believe that the answer can come from the character creation screen. For the Silver Tears, when they transform into human form, take on the appearance of the so-called Nightfolk. The Nightfolk are one of the preset character models that we can choose for our Tarnished, and the description of this preset reads the following. Few in number, they were said to bleed silver long ago. So given that the Tarnished can be a Nightfolk, I believe that they are of course separate beings from the Silver Tears we face in the Eternal City. A Silver Tear cannot be a Tarnished by itself. But the fact that they bled silver, and the default human appearance that Silver Tears choose are Nightfolk, it leads me to conclude that the blood of the Nightfolk, the silver blood that they bled long ago, was somehow used in the process for creating this life form. The Cut a See Me questline is a very interesting resource for this, as she says the following line.
Great Lord Host, may I ask something of you? A chalice is close by, the cradle of my kind.
Now, as I always say, take cut content with a pinch of salt, and I won't already retread content that has already been covered much better than I could ever do. So if you are interested in learning more about this cut content, I will link Nolrin's video on the Asimi, as they do a great job at recreating this entire questline. Regardless, this line that we've just listened to is interesting, because it does indeed show that the race was created. Asimi describes the cradle and source of her kind as a chalice, once again making us think of the alchemical processes and inventions of the Nox. It is just speculation on what we know about the Night Folk and this Asimi cut dialogue, but I believe the Nox certainly at least had a hand in altering these beings, through the use of silver blood of the Night Folk, similar to the process of their puppets' drafts, and that these sacred chalices are essentially the original test tubes in which this formula was created. Whether you believe they are natural or genetically altered, what is clear is that the Nox have managed to harness not only a sophisticated and dangerous life form, but a versatile subject from which they can create their unusual weapons. For example, the description of the Nox flowing sword states, "A grim weapon wielded by swordsmen of the Eternal City. This shotel has a blade as fine as a needle. Forged from the liquid metal of a silver tear, it was thoroughly tempered until hardened." So the materials that form their weapons are so unique, having been formed by this signature living substance. Simultaneously hard, but also flexible, we as the Tarnished are able to see how unique and versatile these weapons are if we are unfortunate enough to find ourselves on the other end of a Nox weapon. Not only are they as hard as steel, but they can also move like water, transforming into whip-like substances in the case of the sorceress, and the Nox monk are able to transform their hammers into two buckler-like shields. Right at the onset of this video, and at numerous points since, I've made it clear that I think the Nox are exceptional craftsmen and alchemists. And even now they are using a living substance to form a very versatile and unique weapon that is solid and supple simultaneously. Yet this is small potatoes compared to what these beings are actually capable of. We know that the sentient balls that guard the Eternal Cities are in fact a form of silver tear, given that they drop larval cores when killed. Their forms are malleable, and they can mimic any life form or any shape. They can twist their shapes into offensive and defensive weapons, or they can completely transform their being into new forms, becoming humanoids or even trolls. Really, they can take any form that suits their particular purpose at that time. And for me, the silver tear is really two component parts. There is the malleable and silver fluid on the outside of them, which allows them to shift and change their form. And then there's the organ, the larval core, at the centre of this substance, which is responsible for moulding the living fluid into the form most suited to its purposes. The reason I believe this to be the case is the way in which Renala uses the larval cores. She uses them as an agent or medium for change to rebirth beings. This organ has the power of change and transmutation. For example, Bok is actually able to change his form from a demi-human into a human form if we give him a larval core to use with Renala. He actually changes his full-on species. There are even silver tears that exist out in the lands between, pretending to be other beings before transforming into something more dangerous and attacking you when you break their disguise. It's almost as if these mimics are taking on the role of an infiltrator. Their utility is therefore very clear. They could be warriors, weapons, monsters or spies. No matter the manner of their creation, whether they are naturally born of the Nightfolk blood or a descendant of them, or whether the Nox had some hand in genetically altering the blood to form these beings, as I believe, it is clear that these beings work with and serve the Nox of the Eternal Cities. Yet there are even greater implications for the role that these tiers can play within Nox society. Whilst they are useful warriors and spies, remember the true objectives of the Nox. They wish to place a Lord of Night upon a throne. And with that in mind, let us read the description of the husk of a silver tear, which reads, "The silver tear makes a mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord." Is it possible that the Nox hoped one silver tier would one day be able to mimic over and over and over again until it took the form of a lord? Their Lord of Night. I believe that this is the most likely explanation for their creation and their purpose. This seems more likely when we consider the Asimi cut content again, where she seems to try and become the Lord Eternal opposite to your Elden Lord, through a process of becoming a clone of the Tarnished Host. I do believe that the Nox hope that this might be an avenue to obtain their Lord of Night and bring about the Age of Stars, that these tiers might one day take the form of a Lord of Night. Now, before we move on to the next chapter, one cannot help notice one final question that these beings leave us with. Is there a connection between the Silver Tiers and the Albinaurics? Having ruminated on the matter, I do believe that the creation of the Albinaurics is linked somehow to the Silver Tiers, and at the very least, they are both created by the Nox. Potential connection arises between them for a number of reasons. Number 1, both are the only beings I know of to bleed white blood. 2, a larval core can randomly be found amongst the corpses of the Albinaurics in their village, and 3, of course, being that they are both creations of the Eternal Cities. So this subject is, of course, to a degree speculation, but one I believe is extremely logical. So let's explore how the Nox created the Albinaurics, and how they are potentially linked to their previous creations, these Silver Tiers.
New Pronamel Repair mouthwash actively repairs acid-weakened enamel beyond brushing alone.
So let us again start by once again returning to the greatest lore item in the game that I'm sure fans of the channel will be delighted about, the Albinauric Blood Clot. And this incredible item reads the following. Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. So the Albinaurics are out and out artificial beings fashioned by human hands, and having examined the Nox, no society fits the bill better for the Albinauric creators than they do. Indeed, these suspicions can be directly confirmed by cut content, showing at the very least the intended origins of the Albinaurics before it was cut. What I'm referring to is a line that is cut by the NPC known as Tops, and again thanks to the lore hunter who provided me with a text dump of the game where I was able to find this line. In the dialogue, Tops would have stated, "Oh, one more thing. Beware the Albinaurics, a cursed souls born of a forbidden rite of the Eternal City. The curse withered the legs of the old, and silenced the tongues of the frogs, and now they hold deep grudges for anyone left untouched." Even without this really direct bit of cut content, it is obvious to me that the Nox are responsible for the Albinaurics creation. So if you do choose to ignore this cut content, and you are of course free to do so as it is cut, I still believe the conclusion is the same, although this dialogue makes it all the more clear. So let us look and theorise about the Albinaurics' actual creation, and the best source of this can be taken from the Albinauric shield, which reads as follows. The ornamentation represents the primordial drop of dew from which they are said to have been created. Immediately this brings us back to the alchemical prowess of the Nox, suggesting once again the Nox have created a new race from some kind of compound. Indeed, the term dew makes me think of the celestial dew, another concoction of the Eternal City. Further clues to an alchemical process being the genesis of their existence is hinted at in the description of the Ripple Blade, which reads the following. Unique weapon wielded by young Albinaurics. This sword is modelled after the ripples that are thought to be the origin of their species. The ripple of course is meant to evoke thoughts of a liquid or chemical process taking place that would then birth this entire race. All of this adds up to what I believe to be quite clear. The Albinaurics are born from a synthetic liquid which is related to the Silver Tier concocted by the Nox. To me there are enough links between the Silver Tiers and the Albinaurics, the implication to me being that the fluid of the former was used in the creation of the latter. Even the Albinauric blood clot does seem to be silver blood, much like the Silver Tier. Firstly, of course, we have the fact they are both of the Eternal City, both have a pale pallor, and both have white blood, and also the intriguing lore that we find in the item description of the armour that the Archer Albinaurics wear. The description of this blue-silver set reads as follows. Blue-silver is a metal born from the same mother as the archers themselves. So this blue silver is born from the same mother as these Albinauric archers, the silver and the Albinaurics being one. Now, we really could get carried away and get dragged down to a full lore discussion about the Albinaurics, but suffice it to say, whatever or whoever this mother is, it has a connection to silver, an element that creates the Albinaurics and also makes this silver material. A coincidence? I think not. While this connection is of course my speculation and you can choose to ignore it, at the very least it should be clear that the Nox created the Albinaurics. No other people are as reviled, hunted or persecuted as the Albinaurics are, and we get evidence of this deep-seated racial hatred towards them, illustrated by the Albinauric pot, the description of which reads, "The Knights of the Cuckoos do declare, behold thy defiled blood, unlike any humour that flows in our grand realm." Examples of their persecution includes being hunted by Cuckoo Knights, being casually massacred by Gideon and his men, the experimentation of them by Rykard, and the massacre at the Sage's Cave. The persecution of the Albinaurics in the Land Between takes on a more symbolic note now. Here is a being created artificially, a mockery of what is seen as quote-unquote normal under the order of the Erdtree. Indeed, the fact they are fully artificial seems to rile up a deep-seated hatred, or at least a coldness towards the Albinaurics, as if they are a lesser form of life, or not even life at all. Unnatural blood is apparently the cause for such hatred, and we can see with the Golden Order's treatment of crucible-touched beings that this idea of purity is definitely one that is constant throughout the Golden Order's ideals. And simply put, this might be the very reason that the Nox created the Albinaurics, because they are contrary to the current Order's way of thinking. And by flooding the Lands Between with this artificial life form, they throw a spanner in the works. Or could a more sinister explanation be that they were a precursor or a failed attempt at creating a greater weapon against the greater will, a precursor to another paled skin race that would rise up and shake the foundations of the Order of the Erdtree to its very core? Perhaps, but we'll look at that more later in the video. For now, let us speak on another product of the Nox that I'm sure you're all waiting to talk about, and this is the chair crypts. So at the onset of this chapter, I want to make it clear that there is no direct lore in the game which really acknowledges the purpose of these structures. The only thing we clearly understand is they are of massive importance to the Nox, so please bear in mind the scarcity of in-game lore on these objects, and let's go and speculate together. So let's look at what we can actually see from these thrones. There is one in Nokron and one in Noxtella that is actually occupied, and they're occupied by giant skeletons. There are also a couple of empty ones, one in Noxtella at the church at the top, and significantly there is one in Celia, town of sorcery, which is guarded by a Nox monk and a sorceress. But let us return to Celia in the next chapter and keep focused on the thrones in particular for now. Interestingly, each of the big thrones that house the big skeletons on them also have a chest underneath them which contains a ghost glovewort, which according to the item description for this flower is used to comfort heroic spirits, a tribute to those who died heroic deaths. We know that these thrones are called chair crypts thanks to a site of grace at Celia, and this is fitting given that the dual purpose of these structures is having a chair up top and having a crypt below. So how do we explain these thrones and the giant corpses upon them? What follows will of course be my own speculation, but I believe it all comes back to the society-wide aim of the Nox and the description that we found within their armour pieces. Remember, it reads that the Nox are essentially banished here and have nothing more to hope for than the Age of Stars and their Lord of Night. We have seen the Nox has already attempted several experiments to bring this about. Could it be that these giants were attempts at creating an artificial Lord of Night, an artificial god? The fact they are sat upon a throne makes me think that this was supposed to be a being of great importance. With the limited information that we have, this is what I ultimately believe to be the case. The thrones are symbolic of lordship, of course, and the glovewort is left underneath to tribute the failed experiment who'll have died a hero trying to free their people. I think the importance of these giant beings is also highlighted by the fact that they are female characters, and we have already touched on the fact that the potential Lord of Knights all do seem to be female. Surrounding the throne in Noxtella in the kind of water area, we also find another quandary, and I just want to take the chance now, since we're speculating anyway, to address this, and this is the petrified people that we see in both Nokron and Noxtella. To me, these people have always been reminiscent of a cross between the messengers from Bloodborne with the petrified people of Pompeii in real life. However, there's another From Software reference that I think that is related to these people, and that is the event that we see in Yarhar Ghul, specifically the second time we visit the area after the moon has been beckoned. At this point in Bloodborne, we see that the School of Mensis are performing their ritual to summon the One Reborn, and in general the town has transformed quite dramatically from the first time you visit it in the opening act of Bloodborne. We see that there are people added to the environment, petrified people, all climbing up the walls, stuck in the walls, becoming part of the walls, as if they've been caught in the waves of some cosmic cataclysm, some kind of ritual, as a result of the School of Mensis meddling. This is very reminiscent of what we see in the Eternal Cities to me. The Nox are trying with all their power to beckon the Age of Stars, through rituals, through religion, and through experimentation, and in a way they do remind me of the School of Mensis. To me it seems as though these petrified remains are the result of one of many unknown Nox practices, some of the ones we've examined, and some that we probably don't know about. The fact they are almost growing out of the ground, walls and roofs, suggests that they aren't human life forms. Indeed, they are some kind of cosmic life that has started to be summoned while this unknown process began. This is of course 100% speculation. There is no in-game lore supporting this or any other reason why these petrified people exist. But to me they are not statues. They are all in different positions. Some look like they're praying, some look like they're crying. But to me it reminds me of Bloodborne and the beckoning rituals in Yarhar Ghul, and so my instinct is that these are the result of a failed ritual of the Nox.
The good bacteria in your gut needs support. Benefiber is the easy, gentle solution for every day.
So we've covered the thrones, and yet there is one anomaly among them. One that exists not below, but above, on the surface. Why is there a throne in Celia? What is Celia's connection to the Eternal Cities? Let us now explore the Noxian links outside of the Eternal Cities. Outside of Rea Lucaria, there is only really one other centre of learning for magic, and that is of course Celia, the town of sorcery in Caelid. Celia is of course the most well known for its association with Radahn and gravity magic. We are told by Radahn's remembrance that he learned such powers in Celia in order to be able to continue to ride his scrawny horse Leonard. We also learn from Rock Sling and other spells that he was in fact taught by an Alabaster Lord, beings that are suggested to not be of this world, but are masters of gravity magic. Indeed, he would use such techniques learned from this Alabaster Lord to halt the movement of the stars during the Star Scourge conflict, in which he would save the town from a coming catastrophe. While this may be a laudable achievement of the town of sorcery, contributing to its own survival, there is certainly a darker association hidden just beneath the surface. This darkness is aptly described by the item descriptions of these so-called night sorceries, and just by the name you may already see where this is going. It quickly becomes quite clear that Celia is the centre for developing these sinister night sorceries. And again we quickly learn the purpose of such surreptitious practices. For example, the Night Shard sorcery tells us, the Selen sorcerers were assassins, and it is said they often hunted their fellows. A more prominent and important example of these night sorcery is probably the Unseen Form, as it will relate to the black knives that we look at later, as the description of this spell reads, makes the camera semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. The Selen assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work, so these Selen assassins used the power of the night sorceries to obscure and hide their form before assassinating their targets. Their forms are only revealed when up close. Does this sound familiar to any other enemies that we see in the game? Indeed, the clues to the origin of this magic and Celia itself can be seen in the symbol the town has taken, the Throne of Celia, the Throne of the Nox. Indeed, the link between Celia and the Nox is confirmed by the Eternal Darkness spell, and more importantly, the Night Maiden's Mist, which reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. So we can clearly see that the town of Celia is tied to the Nox in some way. We have the Throne of the Nox here, the Throne of the Nox in their symbol, and these night sorceries seem to originate from the Eternal Cities. Another NPC, Gowry, suggests that the Celians are actually Nox descendants themselves. After you provide Millicent with the needle, as per his directions, he states the following.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
In a straightforward sense, this tells us that Celia is an offshoot colony of the Nox, and it makes sense given its proximity to the Eternal City itself, essentially sitting right atop Nokron. And so we do have to wonder, what is the aim of the Nox here? Why influence Celia and go as far to have a presence on the surface at all? Clearly this town is important to the Nox, as evidenced by their heavy presence here. We can find silver tier balls, we can find a monk and a sword mistress guarding the throne. Well, first and foremost, and in the most straightforward manner, it seems the Nox use this overworld colony as a research station for new types of magic, the night sorceries and gravitational magic. The Nox clearly had some sort of relationship with an Alabaster Lord who helped them develop gravitational magics. Even more fascinating is when we consider the presence of the Celian crystal tunnel nearby, where gravity stones are mined by the kilo, and a falling star beast has made his lair here, meaning that Celia is literally well placed to help the Nox develop further magics related to the cosmos. Another consideration is this town is important because the Nox have essentially used it to train a type of mage assassin, with types of magic that will be used later in the Night of the Black Knives. Then there's of course the throne, and something that is interesting may relate to us is a note passed to us by Gowry, titled Celia's Secret, which reads, "The town of Celia hides the source. Light 3 flames atop the candle towers to break the seal." So the town itself is hiding something known as the source, and given the fact the Nox and their throne are very much tucked away behind one of these seals that we need to break, I would suggest that the source is most likely this Noxian throne, and therefore their relationship with the Nox, the source of the town itself, is the secret that Celia keeps. If we follow my theory regarding these thrones, it seems as though the Nox are wanting to attempt to use Celia as another testing ground for building their artificial lords, and given that Celia have taken the throne as their own symbol, it seems the town is fully on board. Interestingly, this chair crypt holds the Staff of Lusat, a powerful Celian native, and this item is essentially guarded by the two Nox who keeps the item in their chest. This begs the question, were they intending that Lusat would take this throne and become the next giant skeleton in an attempt to raise a Lord of Night? It's possible. Lusat is clearly an influential and powerful sorcerer, with strong ties to the primeval current itself, and therefore strong ties to the stars. This is just speculation, of course, from finding Lusat's staff in this chest underneath the crypt. But of course, it is important to note that Lusat is an important member of Celian society, so at the very least it does make sense that they would guard a sacred relic of his. Lusat himself is a good example of the bridge that Celia has created between the Eternal City and the wider world at large, and it is to the subject of further external influence that we turn to next. I don't believe we can truly appreciate the influence that the Nox have had on the lands between without touching on the influence they clearly have had on the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Indeed, some of this influence comes from the relationship that the Academy has had with the Town of Sorcery, a Noxian colony. We learn this from the Glintstone Star spell, for its description reads, "A sorcery of the Elevenus Conspectus," which attracts sorcerers from Celia, Town of Sorcery. So I've spoken at length on the Conspectus before in my Primeval Current lore video, but put simply, the Conspectus are different schools of magic scholarship, that focus on different practice of sorceries. What is interesting is that this school was founded by Lusat, the primeval sorcerer, for the Olivinus Conspectus crown reads as follows. The lineage of the Olivinus Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continue his study of meteors. As we mentioned, Lusat is of course himself a native of Celia, and we learn this from Selin in the course of her quest when she is looking for Lusat. So despite the fact that Lusat would turn his studies towards the primeval current, it would seem as though he was initially a sorcerer focused on the more gravitational side of things when he first came to Rea Lucaria, and he would find a school in that name, and this makes sense given he comes from the town which focused on gravitational magics. Of course, a school focused on gravitational magic and founded by a Celia native would then attract scholars from Celia, thus subtly increasing Nox's influence within the Academy and the lands between as a whole. The connection between the two centres of learning is further cemented by the presence of Rea Lucarian sorcerers at Celia, who seem to be mastering the obscuring techniques of Celia, as well as the avionettes and marionettes, tools of the Academy used as soldiers and guards. So as you can already see, the influence of the Nox runs much deeper and more insidiously than we may first assume through this bridge between Celia and Rea Lucaria. Of course, one of the main connections between the Academy and the Nox is with the obsession with the stars and the cosmos, one that is also quite clearly shared by the Carian royal family, and the link between the moon, the Nox and these royals is also extremely strong. Renala and Rani are heirs of this belief, and in our way are heirs of the Nox themselves. We know from the Stargazer heirloom that the fate latent within the stars is what led a young astrologer, Renala, to her destiny, the full moon, and it was this moon that would then form the basis of Renala's rule and founding of her Carian royal family. The Academy is mainly focused on the study of glintstone, and yet Renala's encounter with the moon would in turn lead to her bringing its influence to the Academy itself, balancing the study of glintstone and the stars with that of the moon. In turn, this reliance upon the moon was something that would be passed down to Rani, as we learn from the description of the drawstring Freezing Greece, which reads, "The women of the Carian royal family took to the moon to guide their fates. Rani's is a moon dark and blanketed with rime." I find this interesting because it seems to me that Rani's moon, the dark moon, is more an aspect or version of the moon which is concerned with the occult and overthrowing the golden order of the Erdtree, much like the black moon of the Nox. And this returns us to the black moon of Noxtella, and as I said right at the onset of this video, I believe this moon to be an important aspect of Nox society until it was destroyed. We learn of it from the talisman of the same name, which reads as follows. This talisman represents the lost black moon. The moon of Noxtella was the guide of countless stars. I believe the moons encountered by Rani and her mother are different moons, and the black moon is a different moon even then, thus their respective moons led them down different paths. All three of these moons are referred to by different titles. Renala's is the full moon, Rani's is the dark moon, and the one of the Nox is the black moon. And indeed, if we look at Renala's full moon, Rani's dark moon spells, and compare that to the black moon talisman, we can see that all three are depicted in very different ways. Renala's is bright and white, Rani's is dark and blue. And you don't need to take my word for it that these are different moons, as we see these different moons in the game. If we look at the moon in Lunaria, it is bright and full. It is the full moon of Renala. Then compare it to this keen observation by YouTuber and Twitch streamer Saint Riot, who noted that you can see briefly, only before you rest or leave the area, you can see Rani's dark moon present over Radahn's arena after you defeat him. This is a great observation, and I highly recommend you check out Saint Riot's channel and their Twitch streams, as he's a very entertaining PvPer and lore playthrough, and I will leave links to his channel in the description below. However, the most obvious presence of both two moons is when we visit the area called Moonlight Altar, where we see both Renala's full moon and Rani's dark moon plainly in the sky for us both to see at the same time. This, for me, reinforces the fact that these are not normal celestial bodies. They are a force, a being of some kind, and most likely outer gods themselves. As the moon of Noxtella talisman describes, the Black Moon was a guide for stars, and indeed, the moons do seem to be guides towards their chosen people. Unfortunately for the Nox, their guide, their Black Moon, is no longer around, and we can learn that it was essentially destroyed when we read the Memory Stone item description, which reads as follows. Said to be a fragment of the Black Moon that once hung above the Eternal City. And as I noted earlier, this is the same black marbling effect we see on the chairs in the Eternal City themselves, and whether they are actual fragments of the moon or just replicas is for us to decide. The talisman said the moon once hung above the Eternal City, again reinforcing the fact it is no longer there, and given the fact that fragments are used for other items now, we can assume that the moon is not just gone, but shattered and destroyed. Thus the Nox will have lost the guidance Rani now enjoys, and no doubt this is what leads them down the desperate paths that we see them take by experimenting on different life forms. So the Nox are no stranger to disasters that befall their own kind. So now let us look at the most obvious example of this, and this is the coming of a Steel. Evidently, the Nox have suffered. Not only have they been cursed for eternity under a mocking false sky, but even in their imprisonment they have not gone untouched, as evidenced by the coming of a Steel. We have numerous pieces of in-game lore evidence that directly tells us that this being assaulted the Eternals. For example, the wing of a Steel reads, crafted from a relic of the natural born of the Void, who is said to have assailed the Eternal City. So when trying to understand this event, I believe it is best to start with the most logical talking point, and that is the remembrance of a Steel, which reads as follows. A malformed star born in the lightless void far away, once destroyed an Eternal City and took away their sky, a falling star of ill omen. So straight away we can see that a Steel is credited with not only attacking the Nox, but actually laying low one of their cities. Clearly this is where we return to the destroyed city found in the Deep-Root Depths, and specifically we learn of how a Steel destroyed this city from the Meteorite of a Steel spell, which reads as follows. A manifestation of the power with which a Steel levelled the Eternal City. This of course being the Meteorite ability which he uses in his fight with us, where he brings a storm of meteorites from the void from whence he hails. Using this spell, he obviously destroyed the Eternal City. Additionally, as we learn from his remembrance, a Steel reportedly took away their sky. And indeed, the destroyed city is no longer shrouded in the false sky that covers the sister cities of Nokron and Noxtella. I think it is therefore patently obvious that this is the city that was subjected to the wrath of a Steel, the city destroyed and its sky taken, its inhabitants being left as nothing but corpse food for the ants that live in this area of the Deep-Root Depths. Yet why did a Steel come here, and why are there copies of him in various places throughout the lands between? So I discussed a Steel in quite a bit of detail in my Primeval Current lore video, which I would recommend you watch. In that we discussed the fact that stars, even malformed ones like a Steel, are born in the lightless void of space, and therefore initially it would seem that a Steel is far removed from the very much grounded Nox. But I'm once again going to speculate because I do believe there is a satisfying explanation for a Steel's coming and why he came here and targeted the Eternal Cities specifically. We have already discussed the Black Moon, that it was a guide for countless stars. No doubt the Nox were using this as a hope to bring stars to them that the Black Moon would guide to this world, and therefore bring about the Age of Stars. And yet, what if something happened that neither the Nox or the Black Moon expected? That a star was indeed guided here, but that star was malformed, rogue and anarchic, an ill omen to even the Nox and the Black Moon. A creature of malevolence and chaos, a Steel came, guided by the Black Moon, and destroyed the third city of the Eternals and shattered the Black Moon, before making itself a lair in a cave near Noxtella. This is why we find him resting here beyond Noxtella, and his duplicates are also present throughout the underground realm. A Steel is capable of duplication, as we see during his fight with us in the consecrated snowfield. With the destruction of the city covered, we have one major final topic to cover, the Eternal City's involvement in the Night of the Black Knives, a subject that we've already covered at the beginning of the video, but let's come full circle for the last couple of minutes of this video. As I've already mentioned, Rani walks a very similar path to the Nox before her, guided by her Dark Moon, and clearly she has come into contact with them by walking this path. One of the most in-your-face examples of this is the fact that one of Rani's counsellors, e.g., wears a mirror helm, which is a piece of technology crafted by the Nox themselves, and we learn this from the Nox mirror helm, which reads, "Helm fashioned from crystal-looking glass, one among the Eternal City's ritual implements. Worn by those committed to high treason, it wards off the intervention of the Greater Will and its vassal fingers." So once again the skill of Noxian craftsmanship comes to the fore, with Rani's own people imitating Nox craft to act against the Greater Will rather than developing new technologies themselves. These mirror helms seem to act as a sort of tinfoil hat to protect the internal schemes of those who oppose the Greater Will from being read by the Greater Will or its vassals. It would make sense that the Dark Moon would guide Rani down the path towards the Nox, given they have already paved this path for her. With the loss of the Black Moon, the Nox most certainly took a huge hit to their aspirations of bringing about the Age of Stars, and most likely the first contact between Rani and these people will have seemed like a new opportunity for the Nox, who will most likely, at the first instance, wanted to help her achieve the Age of Stars. Yet if this was to be achieved between the two parties, there was an issue. Rani had already been selected by the Greater Will to be an Empyrean, tethered to their will by her Empyrean flesh. This was something of course she must rectify to bring about her Age of Nights, and follow her Dark Moon to her conclusion. And this is her true motivation in organising the Night of the Black Knives, as we learn from the mouth of Rani herself.
But I would not acquiesce to the Two Fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
Rani plots the Night of the Black Knives and utilises what we know to be the Black Knife Assassins, and as we have discussed at length, these were women of the Eternal City, or Numen women. And in the Black Knife Assassins we see everything we know about Nox lore coming together. The cloaks that fool the eye as described by Rogier is clearly some type of magic that was researched in Celia that obscures their form. The all-female makeup of the assassins makes us think of the all-female warrior class, the Sword Maidens, and of course the fact that they are helping Rani is because they want to bring about the Age of Night, which they have so desperately tried different ways to obtain. Most likely it was Noxtella that she came into contact with and recruited her allies from, given she has a teleporter to their very city in Rena's Tower, and the fact that when we come into the picture in the future, past the Night of the Black Knives, she and her followers had still not yet discovered Nokron, leaving Noxtella to be the only logical city that Rani allied with at the time of the Night of the Black Knives. The rest of what we know about the Night of the Black Knives is, as they say, already history. The video is long enough without doing a full analysis of the assassination attempt itself, but suffice it to say that at this time Rani conspired with the people of Noxtella to bring down the gods of the Erdtree. Given the Nox have long awaited their Lord of Night, it would make sense to support Rani in this, their best hope for a new age. Yet this is what she will have sold them on. Yet Rani's true aim was to slay her own flesh so she could follow her own path to become the Lord of Night. In the Shadow Beast lore video, I suggested that Rani was still in command of the Black Knife Assassins, and that it was she who ordered the execution of her own counsellors, E.G. and Blythe, who both have the corpses of assassins surrounding them at the end of her quest as a way of tying up loose ends. However, people challenged me on this in this video, with comments arguing against it, and I have reconsidered, and I do acknowledge there is a different angle, especially when we look at Rani's motivations for this night. These comments argued that, in fact, the Black Knives are now acting against Rani, and they slay Rani's counsellors out of revenge rather than doing it at her command. And again, like I just said, I've considered this to be a real plausible explanation, having ruminated on the purposes behind Rani's Night of the Black Knives. Consider this: is it possible that the assassins believed that this was the start of a glorious and bloody revolution against the gods that would raise the Nox up and their Lord of Night, but instead Rani misled them and used them to slay her own flesh? Given we see the Black Knife Assassins are now scattered, imprisoned and in hiding, it does seem like they have taken the fall and Rani has abandoned them while she pursues her own designs. And also consider, if she is allied to the Eternal Cities, why do they not simply give her the Fingerslayer blade? Why do we have to rob it from them with Blythe? And ultimately, the Black Knife Assassin's attempt on E.G. and Blythe's life does seem to happen after the Nokron Fingerslayer blade is stolen, as if it is an act of revenge or attempt to stop Ranni having stolen the blade from them. Regardless of the now existing relationship between the Eternal Cities and Ranni, she did successfully use her allies to achieve her aim, which was shed her own Empyrean skin, and by doing so, they did inadvertently play a role in bringing about the Age of Stars, should we choose to help Ranni achieve its final ends. And in a way, this is the Eternal City's greatest legacy. They lay the foundations and build the tools that someone else will use to bring about the Age of Stars, namely the Fingerslayer blade, and of course the role they have in freeing Ranni from her Empyrean flesh. And this is where I originally wanted to conclude the video, but as I've developed this video, something's been gnawing at the back of my mind, a question, and it's something I'm going to put to yourselves now. Did the Nox have anything to do with the Godskin apostasy? So before doing this video, I'd always treated the Godskin movement and the Night of the Black Knives as two very separate events, and yet the more I've researched for this video, the more that things have gnawed away at me. Firstly, there's the nature of E.G.'s death. Much like Blythe, there are Black Knife assassins surrounding him, and we've already talked about that. And it again suggests that they are the hand behind his murder, for whatever reason and for whatever master. But there is another detail, of course. E.G. is burning in the black flame, and this is very clearly different from the red flame of destined death that the assassins use, and clearly From Software could have put him burning in this red flame if they wanted to, but they chose the black flame. The black flame is clearly indicative of the Godskins, heavily implying the two groups were working in concert to kill E.G. here. In the course of researching this video and writing the script, I have come to the conclusion that there is enough implications about the Godskins that involve or suggest the Nox are involved, and we have to talk about it. Even in my Godskin lore video that I did months ago, I suggested the fact that the Godskins must be a form of artificial or created life, even saying they are something akin to the Albinaurics, and now upon the research and looking back at that video, how right I clearly was. Given everything we have discussed regarding artificial life, I think these links to the Godskins becomes even stronger. Let's look at a lore item, the Godskin Swaddling Cloth, which reads the following. The Glomide Queen cradles newborn apostles swaddled in this cloth. Soon they will grow to become the death of the gods. This is the item that has always led me to believe that the Godskins are not a natural form of life, given that they don't seem to be people who become apostles, rather they are born apostles, and nurtured by their Glomide Queen. The phrase, soon they will grow, to become the death of the gods, to me implies a sort of accelerated growth, again, a sign of artificiality. The Godskins have a very unnatural, inhuman look to them, pale white skin reminiscent of the Albinaurics, with yellow corrupted eyes similar to the Nox. Their bodies can contort and move in unnatural ways, and the nobles even incorporate inhuman elements into their bodies. Is it possible that they are the final product in a long line of genetic experimentation, with Silver Tears, and especially the Albinaurics, being earlier and less successful incarnations of this type of work? Given the aims of the Nox are clearly to usurp Marika and her Golden Order, the Godskins would be an incredible, successful weapon, given the danger they pose to Marika and her kin and the lengths they had to go to defeat them. While I do want to emphasise that this is my speculation, but given all we have learned about the Nox and their works with artificiality, the Albinaurics, and the inhuman manner in which the Godskins are born and the way in which their bodies behave, I do believe that the Godskins are one other form of artificial life developed by the Nox, their most successful product to date. This of course raises questions about the Glomide Queen, suggesting she was one of the Nox, or perhaps related to them, perhaps related through her mother. On my first playthrough of Elden Ring, nothing captured my attention more than the Godskin Apostles. Terrifying bringers of death adorned in grim robes of flesh, whose very purpose is audacious yet captivating, to bring death to the gods. The weight of the Godskin threat is punctuated by the power of their leader, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, an Empyrean tied to the power of destined death and a direct challenge to Marika and her god kin. The Gloam-Eyed Queen would channel the power of destined death, taking the form of the Black Flame, and beneath her she would raise up a creed of terrifying apostles who would wield this flame in her name, wearing the tanned skin of their enemies, enacting a terrifying god hunt. Yet ultimately Marika would have victory, given to her by her shadow-bound beast, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen's legacy would be hammered into the timeline. Yet for an event of such cataclysmic proportions, we know very little about the details. Who was the Gloam-Eyed Queen? What actually are the Godskin Apostles? And when did it happen? These are questions I will seek greater clarity on in this lore video, and so I ask you to join me this week as we explore the lore of the mysterious Gloam-Eyed Queen and her Godskin Apostles. At this stage, I would also like to offer my thanks to Eugenia Liza, an incredible artist and content creator, who was commissioned to do 3D renders of theoretical locations and characters from the Godskin movement, and so please check out their content, which I will link below. I think a good starting point for this subject is talking about the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her nature, specifically the fact that she is an Empyrean, and let's discuss what it means to be Empyrean. I'd like to start with the item description of the Black Flame ritual, which reads, "The Gloam-Eyed Queen led the Apostles. It is said that she was an Empyrean, chosen by the Fingers." For me, this is one of the most important pieces of lore when we're talking about the Gloam-Eyed Queen. And so we know the Gloam-Eyed Queen was an Empyrean, a state of being that is best described by Rani, who says the following about Empyrean status.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
So lots of information there, pertinent to the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Firstly, there is something there that some people might miss, and that is Rani's omission of the Gloam-Eyed Queen entirely. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title, meaning that this generation of Empyreans has clearly come about a significant time period after the Gloam-Eyed Queen was active, and that's a point we will revisit in the next chapter when we look about placing this in the timeline. Returning to Empyrean status, Rani talks of how she and the twins were selected to be an Empyrean by their own two fingers. And so the Occam's razor assumption to be made is that at some point the Gloam-Eyed Queen was also selected by two fingers to be an Empyrean. When looking at the role of the two fingers, specifically ours at Round Table Hold, we can very much see that they are instruments of the greater will, meant to guide us towards a single goal, to ascend the Elden Throne and usher in a new age.
Fine work, brave Tarnished. The greater will is pleased. You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erd Tree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
And indeed, Rani says that she was chosen by two fingers and she was meant to usher in a new age. And so we can assume that anything chosen by the two fingers is done so at the behest of the greater will, as part of its plan to institute a new type of order. An Empyrean's role in the coming of a new order is to be a candidate for godhood, taking Marika's place at the head of a new order. So the Gloam-Eyed Queen was chosen to potentially be a god whose order would no doubt be defined by the Rune of Death as the centerpiece of her power. This is where a crucial part of an understanding of the lore is required, that being that the greater will considers those for godhood that generally represent something outside of the current order. For example, we learn from Gowry that Melania was born with the Scarlet Rot inside of her, and was an Empyrean for a potential new order, an order of rot.
Queen Marika and her king consort Radagon were blessed with twin demigods, and Melania was one of them. She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rot. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god, to forge a new order.
And so likewise we can assume that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was chosen by her two fingers to be a new god, to forge a new order of death. A video I often reference on this channel is Radataskor's video on how the Greater Will does not care about the Golden Order in particular, that it just wants an order of some kind. In this video, Radataskor talks on the relevance of Placidusax being named as Elden Lord, which of course suggests that at one stage there was a different Elden Lord, a different god, which ruled over a different order, defined by a differently configured Elden Ring. Perhaps the very Elden Ring illustrated in Fire Missoula, a far more wild and primal looking Elden Ring than the more refined and cut down version we see in the Age of the Golden Order. I discuss the ramifications of this idea in my Outer Gods lore video, which I will link below. But in short, Melania's remembrance makes it clear that she was born with her afflictions, and yet she was still selected as an Empyrean, a potential replacement for Marika. Gowry talks about the Order of Rot, and so it makes it clear that the Greater Will considered a new Order of Rot, led by Melania, as the replacement for Marika's order. And while the Scarlet Rot may seem horrific to us, to the Greater Will it is just another form of order. And indeed Gowry lays out the principles of this suggested Order of Rot.
Since Melania fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
When considering the notion of unusual orders that are seen as acceptable by the Greater Will, we could look at two very different characters, two Tarnished, the Dung Eater and Goldmask. Both of these characters have iconic bits of gear, Goldmask's mask and Dung Eater's sun medallion. Both of the item descriptions for each have very similar language, and in essence, both of them describe how their sun designs they both carry are visual representations of a guiding force and the vision of a ring, their mending runes, that await them at the end of their journey. This suggests that both of these extremely diverse characters were directed and guided towards such a goal. The Tarnished have been called back as part of the Greater Will's plans, so the Dung Eater and the Goldmask have a role to play here. And if we think about the guidance that shone upon them both, this outer force that directed them to take the actions that they did, we have to assume that it was the Greater Will. And this therefore shows that Dung Eater is as equal a proposition to Goldmask when it comes to repairing the Elden Ring. Ultimately, they both produce a mending rune that will help repair the Elden Ring and thus play a role in bringing about a new order. And so no matter what you think about Dung Eater, and while we may think it's a horrendous fate for the world to be cursed in his ending, it shows that the Greater Will doesn't really care, as long as order is restored and the ring is repaired. And if you'd like a more in-depth look at both Dung Eater and Goldmask and the role they play in the Greater Will's plans, I do have a lore video on each of those. So with all of that said, it isn't really a surprise to learn that there was an Empyrean, elected by the Greater Will in the Two Fingers, that was associated with destined death. The Gloam-Eyed Queen was considered and elected by the Two Fingers to be the potential god of a new age, to overthrow and replace Marika. It was part of the Greater Will's plan. Ultimately, the power behind the Gloam-Eyed Queen is a rune of the Elden Ring, the rune of death. And this is why the Black Flame incantations require faith, much like Crucible and Erdtree incantations do as well. But if the Glowmite Queen was meant to bring in a new epoch, we do have to ask the question of when this happened and what necessitated the need for a new Empyrean. And so with that said, let us now discuss where the Glowmite Queen and her godskins sit in the timeline. When it comes to a general placement of these events, we do have two pillars of lore that cap either end of its potential timeline. Firstly, we know it must have come after the War of the Giants and the sealing of the Flame of Ruin. This is because of the Black Monks, traitors to the Fire Monks, who began to wield the Black Flame, and we now see them operating alongside Godskins in various locations, suggesting that these traitors joined the Godskin movement. And of course the order that they defected from, the Fire Monks, only was established upon the sealing of the Flame of Ruin, giving us some level of confidence that the Godskin apostasy happened after the War of the Giants. On the other end of the timeline, we know that the Godskin event must have happened before the Night of the Black Knives, as this was the event that would lead Malekith to seal the Rune of Death within his flesh, thus robbing the Black Flame of its power, as is told to us by the Scouring Black Flame. And of course, their true power, the godslaying power of the Black Flame, must have been active during this event. So a pretty wide net, but it does give us some framework to work within. Our understanding of the timeline has evolved much over the past year, since the game's release, to the point where we are starting to get an understanding of the ancient civilizations that came before the Golden Order. One of the vanguards of lore discussion is Tarnished Archaeologist, who has presented incredibly valuable theories regarding the history of the lands between. And if you haven't watched any of their content, then please check it out, because in this chapter we're going to be presenting a timeline theory that was developed by Tarnished Archaeologist, and so credit to them. We know that Marika was once Empyrean herself, thanks to the description of Malekith's remembrance before she ascended to godhood. Marika now rules over the Age of the Erdtree, the age symbolised by the Golden Tree, and now, currently, is anchored by the Golden Order. Yet Marika has seemingly ruled over at least 2 ages, this current age of the Golden Order, and a prior age known as the Age of Plenty. In the past, I had never put a hard border between these 2 ages, seeing the Age of Plenty more as a sub-era, the early portion of the Age of the Erdtree. However, in Tarnished Archaeologist's video Creeds of the Erdtree, they more heavily separate the division between the Age of Plenty and what comes after. Tarnished Archaeologist combines the lore of what we know of the Age of the Crucible and the Age of Plenty into one era called the Ancient Erdtree Era, and he believes that this age was different from the one that came after, because in this time the Erdtree was an actual arboreal tree, a real tree. And by the way, the term Ancient Erdtree is actually a canon one, as the term is used in the description of Blessing of the Erdtree, Blessing's Boon, and Erdtree Heal. You'll notice these are all incantations regarding rejuvenation and vitality, very fitting for the Age of Plenty. And the in-game files seem to name this sigil, the sigil used on these spells, as the Ancient Erdtree. And given the Crucible incantations use the same sigil, I do think Tarnished Archaeologist is justified in grouping the Age of Plenty and Age of the Crucible together under this umbrella term Ancient Erdtree. The Age of Plenty is described in multiple sources, such as the Blessed Dew Talisman and the Icon Shield. This was an age in which bounty, a blessed dew, dripped from the boughs of the tree itself, an age where Godfrey was the Elden Lord, going by the description of the Amber Medallions, which emphasize such amber as an important treasure of his reign. Tarnished Archaeologist argues that the Erdtree has already been burnt before we even reach Leyndell. The main archaeological evidence that they look to is the blanket of ash that already covers Leyndell when we first arrive here, even reaching the heights of Marika's bedchamber. The most obvious source of this ash is undoubtedly the Erdtree, not only because Leyndell lies in the shadow of the Erd Tree, but because we can see this process being repeated when we ourselves burn the Erd Tree and bury all of Leyndell in a fresh blanket of ash. And therefore it does seem hard to argue that the ash in Leyndell is from the Erd Tree, meaning that the Erd Tree has been burnt before. Cycles, flow and stagnation, all concepts familiar to fans of the Souls series, and a concept Tarnished Archaeologist suggests is still relevant to Elden Ring in regards to the Erd Tree and its regeneration. To this end, let us look more closely at the wording of the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erd Tree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erd Tree became more an object of faith." To this, Tarnished Archaeologists asked the insightful question, how did the tree change from a functional tree with real bounty to nothing more than a symbol, an idol of worship? How do we reconcile the more arboreal depictions of the crucible with the golden tree that we see before us? How do we compare the more natural looking tree in some depictions with the Celtic knot version of the Erd Tree depicted on Erd Tree incantations and Knights of the Erd Tree? To Tarnished Archaeologist, the answer is this: there was an original Erd Tree, a real tree, in this age of plenty that actually had a bounty, but it was burned to the ground, and ultimately was replaced by a phantom tree that we see before us. And indeed there is further evidence that the Erd Tree was once a wooden real arboreal tree. For example, there is the Great Club, which is said to be made from a Erd Tree branch, yet it is wooden. It is not like the golden phantom that exists before us. There is also the helm of the Tree Sentinel, the defenders of the Erd Tree, and yet their helmet bears a horsehair crest in the shape of a tree that is very natural looking and looks nothing, absolutely nothing, like the phantom tree that now stands before us. There is also the staff of the Erd Tree avatars, the description of which says that it represents the Erd Tree in its former radiance. Again, the tree shown here is very natural looking, very different from the current golden Erd Tree. The examples go on, such as the reliefs of a natural tree found in the shields of the statues of tree sentinels at the Grand Lifts, and reliefs found on the bases of statues and at the entrance to the Queen's Bedchamber and the Grand Lift of Dectus. Long have people argued about the nature of the inner wooden tree and the outer golden phantom of the Erd Tree, trying to discern if these are two separate trees. In Tarnished Archaeologist's mind, these are both the Erd Tree, the wooden stump of the original bountiful Erd Tree and its phantom replacement, grafted onto it through the power of the Elden Ring. And indeed, we too replace the golden Erd Tree that we burn to the ground should we choose the Elden Lord endings. When we repair the Elden Ring and we use one of 3 mending runes, the destroyed phantom Erd Tree is replaced with a brand spanking new one, and its colour is reflective of the mending rune that we have put into the Elden Ring, showing that this phantom tree really is a reflection of the Elden Ring. And so Tarnished Archaeologists suggest that this has at least happened once, and maybe more, that the original wooden Erd Tree that grew as a result of the Crucible era was burned to the ground, and that is why the Age of Plenty came swiftly to a close, and why the Blessed Dew and the bounty that came from the Erd Tree came to an end, because it isn't a real tree anymore, and thus the bounty can only now be found at its offspring, the minor Erd Trees. This is a pretty incredible theory, and I highly recommend you check out Tarnished Archaeologist's video, Creeds of the Erd Tree, for a more in-depth look at what I've just talked about. But with these concepts in mind, the rise of a new Empyrean could make sense, a candidate intended for godhood to lead the world into a new era, and perhaps we can tie it in to the end of this Age of Plenty. Or even if you don't believe it was then, maybe now we can acknowledge there were other times within the Erd Tree era where the age could have and should have come to a close, with Marika being replaced by a new god. There are some pieces of evidence that could point to the godskin apostasy taking place at the end of the Age of Plenty in this ancient Erdtree era. Firstly, many believe that Melina is the Glomide Queen, and should you summon her in the fight with Morgott, her casting sigil is this sigil of the ancient Erdtree or Crucible era, suggesting she could be dated back to this time period. There is also the reference to the Crucible in the Godskin Noble's robe item description, and while it may be a thematic parallel, it could be hinting at the fact that the Crucible had some effect on the Noble's inhuman aspects, possibly suggesting they are products of this time as well. But most notably, the Black Blade incantation, Malekith's signature incantation, has the same ancient Erdtree sigil on its item icon. While all of this is circumstantial and speculation, it still makes sense from common sense. As we have already acknowledged, Ranni doesn't mention the Glomide Queen as one of the Empyreans in her generation. The fact she doesn't even mention the Glomide Queen suggests that the Glomide Queen was an Empyrean and was active a long time ago. Also, there are too many other events that happen later on in the timeline, such as the Night of the Black Knives, and it would therefore make sense that the Godskin apostasy, something that definitely preceded the Night of the Black Knives, would come early on in Queen Marika's reign. And given the Ash and Leyndell, we know there are other burnings of the Erdtree. But what events were these linked to? Could it possibly be the rise of a new Empyrean who wielded the power of destined death in the form of a flame? We will talk more about these ideas later on in the video, but to conclude, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence that shows A, the Erdtree was burned before, B, there have been multiple eras under Marika's rule, and C, it most likely meant that the Glomide Queen came early on in the timeline and was likely a challenge at the twilight of the Age of Plenty. But of course I leave it to you to decide where you think this event sat in the timeline, and I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. But with that said, let us now examine the Glomide Queen and her potential identity. Before we jump into this next chapter, I want to acknowledge a great video by content creator Last Protagonist, as their video on the Glomide Queen has been instrumental in my fundamental ideas on the subject, and so while I will reference them directly at certain points, I wanted to acknowledge their influence in a general sense. The identity of the Glomide Queen has always been somewhat of a mystery, and so with that said, let us unpack some of these possibilities. I'd like to start by examining the very nature of the Glomide Queen herself and what she perhaps represents. Glom is defined as the following according to Collins Dictionary: twilight, or the darker part of twilight, and it is ultimately synonymous with dusk, and so the removal of the one instance of a dusk-eyed queen in one of the patches doesn't really hold a huge significance. However, what does hold significance is the already existing connection between dusk and death. For example, in the ending that relates to Those Who Live in Death and Godwyn, is called the Age of the Duskborn. This of course makes sense, having a symbolic tie to the Glomide Queen, given that she was once connected and channeled the power of the Rune of Death, which is ultimately the artifact responsible for the creation of the Prince of Death and those who live in death. The connection between dusk or gloam and death, in a metaphorical sense, is pretty easy to understand. Dusk is the end of the day, and death is the end of one's life. They are both the twilight of something. Indeed, the term gloam-eyed could just be a reference to her purpose, to bring death to Marika and her godkin, heralding the twilight of the Age of the Gods. And in a way, if we consider the time in which we are suggesting her rise took place, the Age of Plenty, the Glomide Queen's domain is very much an inversion of this. The Age of Plenty, the Age of Crucible, is essentially an age of vitality and abundance, an age of life unrestrained. Whereas the Glomide Queen, the representative of the Black Flame and destined death, brought death, the complete mirror of the age of life and abundance. A great observation about this thematic inversion was made by content creator Quailag on Twitter, who said the following: Enea refers to the rune of destined death as the shadow of the Golden Order. The rune of death goes by two names, the other is destined death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation, which makes sense as it's inverted from Marika's crucifix. I think this is a really powerful observation by Quailag here, that the Gloam-Eyed Queen's rune very much represented an inversion to Marika, the literal shadow to her rule, and as Quailag points out, it does look like an inversion of Marika's rune. Indeed, it is possible that Marika's original rune is a rune of life, and therefore the rune of death would be the literal shadow to Marika's rune. The reasoning for this potential speculation comes from a tweet by content creator Sekiro Dube, who tweeted about an item description found in version 1 of the game. In this version of the game, the icon shield, a shield that depicts the Age of Plenty, mentions a rune of life. Whilst of course this is cut content and shouldn't necessarily be considered canon, it does for me make more sense to Quailag's idea of the rune of death literally being an inversion or shadow to Queen Marika's rule, potentially the rune of life. And the rune of life would make sense for Marika, given that the Erdtree is the nexus of life in the lands between, especially in the Age of Plenty. Whoever the Gloam-Eyed Queen was, it is clear that her power, the power of the black flame that is used by her and her apostles, was channeled by her signature weapon, the Godslayer Greatsword, the description of which reads the following: The black flames wielded by the apostles are channeled from this sword. This suggests that the flames themselves, even the ones wielded by the apostles and the nobles, are directly channeled from the rune of death by this sword. It is a medium between the two, really highlighting the importance of this weapon to the Godskin movement. Last Protagonist makes some very interesting observation in regards to the sword, highlighting its double helix structure that is not dissimilar from the Sacred Relic Sword, a weapon made from the body of a god. Perhaps this sword itself was made via a similar process, and we know the Nox have experience in making weapons from corpses like the Finger Slayer blade. Despite the nightmarish concept of making a person into a sword, we know that such swords do hold important power. For example, the Finger Slayer blade seems to be the only blade capable of harming a two fingers. Therefore, it is fairly logical to assume that given its double helix DNA-esque shape, that the Godslayer blade could also be one that was made from a corpse for a special purpose, the purpose of channeling the power of the Rune of Death. In his Gloam-Eyed Queen video, Last Protagonist does even suggest a theory that it could be possible that the sword is the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, that she was the one who is able to channel the Black Flame, and thus the sword is able to. And following her defeat, she was turned into a sword, suffering a similar fate to Marika and Radagon as a punishment upon her defeat. Another fascinating detail about the Godslayer Greatsword is that it exactly matches the shape of the Rune of Death. If you turn it point facing down, you can see with its downward facing hilt that it perhaps takes the shape of the Rune of Death, and this could be used as an argument to say that the sword was indeed once the Gloam-Eyed Queen, that it takes the shape of the Rune of Death because of her relation to this rune. However, I am more of a mind that this is a purpose-built sword for the Gloam-Eyed Queen, due to the fact that it is a highly detailed sword. Both the Sacred Relic Sword and the Finger Slayer blade are more primal in their aspect, whereas the entire design of the Godslayer Greatsword does seem to suggest that it was purpose-made, hence why its design is so highly detailed. The sword is being designed to evoke the idea of the Rune of Death itself, the pivotal artifact to the Gloam-Eyed Queen's power and the movement of the Godskins. And I think the idea that it represents the Rune of Death is better captured by this fan-made footage by Eugenia, that portrays the Gloam-Eyed Queen standing victorious over a fallen god bringing its point down on her foe, the Rune of Death hanging over the heads of the gods. Not only does it seem to have been forged in the very shape of the Rune of Death, but it also seems to display a swirling flame. It's not really a double helix. To me it looks like a flame going upwards, no doubt evoking the very black flame it is used to channel. And to me it also seems designed specifically to channel the flame, again human-made, due to the gap in its centre, from which the black flame will emerge. However, I do leave the matter of the sword up to you to decide, whether it is a sword made from a corpse, if it's the Glowmide Queen herself, or if it was designed with the specifics of the Glowmide Queen's requirements in mind. With that said, let us return to the matter of the Glowmide Queen's identity. Now, I have heard many people make the argument that they have to be related to Marika, and if we consider the other existing Empyreans that we know of, this does make some sort of sense. Melania and Mikla are direct offsprings of Marika, and depending on your viewpoint, Rani is the daughter of Marika's other personality, or at the very least, is Marika's stepdaughter. However, we have to remember that at one stage, Marika herself was chosen as an Empyrean, and so we aren't sure 100% on the situation surrounding her election to godhood, and so we can't be certain in nailing down the prerequisites of Empyrean status. Yet if I was to go out on a limb, I would say that Empyrean status can be a combination of both blood relation and or potential. With that said, I can't help but think the Glowmide Queen would thematically fit within the Eternal Cities, being related to the Numen, Marika's kin. Whether she is directly related to the Queen or not, of course we will look at that potential later. The connections between the Nox, the Numen, and Queen Marika herself are well known to the community at this stage, with the Black Knife Assassin armour telling us the assassins are Numen and kin to Marika, whilst Rogier also refers to them as scions of the Eternal City. And in general, for a history of the Nox, I would recommend both my video on the Eternal Cities and Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the Eternal Empire for two different accounts on the history of the Eternal Cities and the Nox. But whatever you believe about the Eternal Cities and the Nox, it is clear that this is a divergent Numen society that very much oppose the Greater Will, as the armour set for the Nox reads the following. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of stars, and their lord of night. So it is clear that these are a people who have acted directly against the Greater Will, leading to their banishment underground. However, as I have already argued, the Godskin apostasy isn't really an attack against the Greater Will, and is more against Marika herself, and it falls within the natural cycles overseen by the Greater Will. However, this is not to say that the Glowmide Queen could not have come from these people, either before or after their banishment, and if it did come after when they were known as the Nox, one cannot help but think they would still get a great joy with laying Marika low and bringing an end to her Age of Plenty. So when looking at the possible connections to the Eternal City, I'd like to look at one of my favourite lore items in the game, the Godskin Swaddling Cloth, and this item reads the following. Sacred cloth of the Godskin Apostles, made from supple skin sewn together. The Glowmide Queen cradles newborn apostles swaddled in this cloth. Soon they will grow to become the death of the gods. This has always been a striking image to me, of the Glowmide Queen cradling newborn apostles, a scene that Eugenia has incredibly brought to life for this video. From the moment they are born, they are cradled by the Glowmide Queen, and this makes it abundantly clear that the Godskins are not regular humans, nor are they recruited. Not only that, but it says that soon they will grow to become the death of the gods, and to me this has always suggested some kind of accelerated growth, and combined that they are apostles from their very birth, leads me to conclude that they are artificial life forms, raised up by the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself. There is of course a people who are very familiar with creating an artificial life form, the Eternal Cities. And we've discussed this many times on the channel before, but for the sake of this video, let us again look at the creations of the Nox when we're trying to discuss the connections to the Godskins. One of the most obvious examples of the Eternal City tampering with life is the Dragonkin soldiers, who we can learn of via the Frozen Lightning incantation, which reads, "The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky, nor true lightning," and via the Dragon Scale Blade, which reads, "Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." While crude, these tortured failures are evidence of the Eternal's proclivity for tampering with life, and if we consider the Noxian interest in alchemy, then the sky's the limit. When we talk of alchemy, we can of course refer to the Celestial Dew, a fate-altering tonic, and the Puppet Draft, again a tonic which manipulates fate to leverage control over living beings. This alchemical manipulation could have potentially ended up in the creation of the Silver Tears. In a cut quest which has been recreated by Nilrin, there was a Silver Tear by the name of Asimi who we could dialogue with. We would essentially take this Asimi into our body so she could begin to copy our form, whilst apparently granting us power. If we came to the Eternal Cities, Asimi would name this her home. Then, while at the Eternal Cities, she would mention that there is a chalice nearby, the cradle of her kind. The Silver Tears are liquid in nature, and of course a chalice contains liquid, and to me it suggests that the Silver Tears were born of alchemical manipulation by the Nox, and given their purpose, they can mimic the form of other creatures, we could speculate that these beings were created so they could mimic the form of a Lord of Night. And although this is cut content, the presence of the Silver Tears all over the Eternal Cities for me implies that this is still the implication, that the Silver Tears were created by the Eternal Cities. And this is why we actually see Silver Tears fighting alongside the Nox. The Albinaurics are also potentially tied as creations of the Nox via a cut dialogue from Tops, who would have directly named them as creations of the Eternal Cities. And given the Nox's predilection for manipulating life, again the Albinaurics could well have been a creation of theirs to try and create an artificial Lord of Night. Although again that is just speculation. But in general there's a lot of evidence pointing to the Nox and the Eternal Cities as the birthplace of many forms of artificial life. So with that in mind, let us look at the actual physiology of the Godskins themselves. They are pale-skinned like malleable clay, much like the Albinaurics and Silver Tears, and all of the Godskins look identical in appearance, like clones. Also, like the Silver Tears and the silver weapons of the Nox, the Godskin Apostles are malleable, able to stretch out and contort in unusual manners. Again, just reinforcing the fact that these are not natural beings. There's of course the lore of the swaddling cloth that we have already looked at, suggesting that the Gloam-Eyed Queen rears every single one from birth. And I hope that even if you don't agree with the Eternal City connection, that we can all agree that these are not natural beings. These are not just humans who have been recruited into a movement. There's also another potential connection between the Godskin Apostles and the Eternal Cities, and this is the death of Iji. And this is something I've talked about in other videos, but upon the completion of Ranni's questline, her vassals are assaulted by Black Knife assassins. Both Iji and Blythe have the corpses of Black Knife assassins surrounding them, and yet curiously, Iji is also burning in the black flame, not the red flame of destined death, but the black god-slaying flame of the Godskins. Now, some have argued that this may be a mistake and it was meant to be the red flame, yet I feel this would have been corrected in a patch if it was, like the Dusk-Eyed Queen being removed from the Godslayer Greatsword in a patch. So what does this actually mean? Well, if they are both connected to the Eternal Cities, then perhaps it is a hit squad, organised by the Eternal Cities. Reasonings for this assault is something I've gone over in more detail in my Night of the Black Knives video, but in short, I feel like Rani left the Black Knife assassins high and dry, and we even find Electo, the leader, imprisoned in Rani's Everjail up on Moonlight Altar. So Ichi's death is a curious one, but if the Godskins are creations of the Eternal Cities, then this hit, a combined force of Black Knife assassins and the Godskins, could well make sense. Aside from the creation of the Godskins potentially being linked to the Eternal City, there are some other possible loose allusions that could be used to connect the Glow-Eyed Queen herself to the Eternal City culture. One of these is the fact that I have long believed that the Eternal City race is a matriarchal one. Firstly, among the Nox there are the Night Maidens, who appear to occupy a preeminent position in society, with their set making it clear they are important enough to have swordstress bodyguards. There's also the fact that Queen Marika herself, who rose to become the god of the current era, came from this society, and her preeminence could suggest a matriarchal nature to the Numen people. But aside from that, there's also the idea that the moon, an important facet of Nox society, is more associated with the feminine. Rani and Renala, the two most important lunar figures in the game, are women as well, and it is a long-standing concept within Souls games that women are associated with the moon. Again, if we consider Gwendolyn from Dark Souls, who was raised as a woman because of his strong affinity to the moon. As we discussed in my Rani lore video, this concept could be tied in to the philosophy of yin and yang, where yin can mean the moon and represents the feminine, forming one half of a system of balance. So it isn't hard to conclude that Noxian society is most likely matriarchal because of the preeminence of the moon, and if the moon is more connected to the feminine, this is why it's matriarchal. So it isn't hard to believe that the Glow-Eyed Queen could have once been a queen of Numen or Noxian tradition, a once queen of the Eternal Cities. This is all speculation ultimately, but I do find it fairly compelling, especially when we consider the artificial nature of the Godskins themselves. And so to conclude, I do speculate that the Glow-Eyed Queen comes from the same stock as Marika, whether she be directly related to her or not, and whether that means she was a Nox, a Numen, or another distant relation or offshoot. There is one other interesting concept I would like to talk about before we begin naming a specific candidate, and that is the potential tie of serpents to the Glow-Eyed Queen. This was an idea first brought to my attention by a viewer who commented on one of my community posts. The Epic H88 stated that they believe the Glow-Eyed Queen was a serpent. This set my mind racing, and shout out to Epic H88 for getting me to pick up this connection. And also credit to Tarnished Archaeologist Serpent and the Erdtree video, which only further compounded my own ideas on this subject. So when talking about the serpent's place within the Elden Ring mythos, a good place to start is the Duelist set, which reads the following. The snake is viewed as a traitor to the Erdtree, and the audience delighted in seeing those bronze effigies beaten and battered. The snake was very much the focus of gladiatorial combat, and in essence the crowd wanted to see these snakes beaten down into the dirt. And not only did it feature on the limited armour of the duelists, these gladiators, but there is also the coil shield, a snake shield that was designed for gladiatorial combat. Again, a medium through which the people of the Erdtree society could see the serpent getting what it deserved. Now we do need to ask the question, why is the snake so hated even at this time? Because we know that gladiatorial combat is a practice dating back to the time of Godfrey, given his warrior aesthetic, his lion rampart being present in the entrances to the Colosseum, and the fact that this practice had died out by the time of Radagon, as told to us by the ritual sword talisman. So surely this is far before Rykard would become the Serpent of Blasphemy, and bring his blasphemous war against the Erdtree in the time of the Shattering and beyond. Indeed, if we look at the Serpent Hunter Spear, it gives us some interesting considerations, as it reads, thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past. It manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. Used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past, meaning that there was a serpent crisis in the past before Rykard became the Serpent of Blasphemy. And this event would be so dire and so impactful upon society that the people of the Erdtree realm would make it a nemesis in gladiatorial combat and would take delight in it being defeated in these mock battles. I'd always just assumed that the serpent was viewed as an enemy because Iglay must have always been in opposition to the Erdtree. And for those unaware, the reason I refer to Iglay as the Great Serpent is because of the Temple of Iglay at Volcano Manor, which is a temple dedicated to the serpent, and thus we must assume that the name of this serpent is Iglay. Now, returning to that original comment by the Epic H88, while I don't necessarily agree that the Glowmide Queen herself is a serpent, it has always been interesting to me that the Godskin nobles have serpentine tails, and perhaps this suggests a sort of alliance between the Glowmide Queen and the Great Serpent. To me, the description of the gladiatorial set gives me biblical vibes. The serpent, thematically, has always been seen as the enemy to the Erdtree, much as the serpent is always seen as metaphorical for evil in the Bible. In the Garden of Eden, it is the snake that tempted Eve to take the forbidden fruit of knowledge, and in this case was the literal mouthpiece for Satan himself. Thus, through the serpent, the original sin is committed, and God's perfect creation is tainted. Indeed, as highlighted by Tarnished Archaeologist's tremendous video, the image of the serpent in the tree in the Garden of Eden is too similar to the imagery on the drawing room key of Volcano Manor, which for those unaware shows a serpent coiled round a tree, in this case representative of the serpent's desire to consume and destroy the Erdtree. Could it be that, like in the Bible, it was a serpent that first whispered in the ear of the Glowmide Queen and set her on her path? Could it have then aligned itself with her in her cause, helping her imbue the power of the serpent within her Godskin children, which is why the Godskin nobles have a serpentine tail, and why the Godskin apostles are able to stretch and contort like a serpent? Does this also explain why a Godskin noble has now aligned itself with Rykard and the Serpent of Blasphemy? Is this an old alliance rekindled, so it can assist in creating a new serpentine warrior class, so that Rykard and his serpent children can succeed where the Godskins failed? Perhaps. This is all speculation, of course, but I have always wondered what this ancient enmity against the serpent is, and at the very least, we have the tales of the Godskin nobles to consider. These are ultimately serpentine tales, and we find a Godskin noble in the hotbed of a serpentine revolution. And perhaps the reason the serpent is so hated is because it assisted the Glowmide Queen and her apostles, and its union with Rykard is just the latest in its attempts to overthrow and hurt the Erdtree. And if you want a deeper look at the serpent and its potential history of opposing the Erdtree, I would thoroughly recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video, Serpent and the Erdtree. So what am I saying about the Glowmide Queen up to this point? Well, let me surmise. I believe that she was a queen of the same people as Queen Marika, potentially related to her, and I believe that she was chosen as an Empyrean. The Empyrean's rune was an inversion of Marika's, and she was the shadow of death to Marika's world of life. To channel her power, the Glowmide Queen had her signature sword forged, and would create an artificial life form specifically designed not only to wield this flame, but to bring death to the gods. In addition, it is possible that there was an alliance between the Glowmide Queen and the Great Serpent, cementing the serpents as an immortal enemy of the Erdtree. There is one other matter regarding the Gloam-Eyed Queen's allies that we should talk about, and that is the issue of her shadow. As Rani states, each Empyrean is granted a shadow, tailor-made to serve them. Rani had Blythe, and Marika had Malekith, and given the Gloam-Eyed Queen was eventually defeated by the shadow of her opponent, it certainly would have been useful to have one. We know from Vargram's Raging Wolf set that he seeks to become such a shadow, and given his possession of the God-slaying Great Sword, it is clear that he seeks to become the shadow of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. However, given he is seeking to become one, it suggests that he failed in his quest, meaning he wasn't her actual shadow. The most obvious explanation is that we simply don't know who her shadow was, that the shadow was killed in the conflict of the Godskins, or met some unknown fate that we don't know about. When it comes to the actual identity of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who do I believe it is? I have already presented some interesting theories, that she was a serpent, that she was the God-slaying Greatsword herself, or merely an unnamed member of Numen or Nox society. However, if I was to put money on it now, I'm going to be rather boring and say that I do believe that Melina is the most likely candidate for the Gloam-Eyed Queen, Occam's razor after all. And when we do see her at the end of the Frenzied Flame ending, with her Gloam Eye, it is very compelling, but let's go into another few connections as to why Melina might well be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Firstly, as we have stressed throughout this chapter, we do think it thematically fits that the Gloam-Eyed Queen would be tied to Numen, Nox and Eternal City society, and Melina would also seem to tick these boxes of being related to this Numen people. First of all, the Black Knife assassins, who themselves are described as Numen and kin to Marika, use a technique that is also shared by Melina. We see this bladecraft when we summon her in our fight with Morgott, and if Melina was trained in the same combat techniques as other Numen women, it would suggest that Melina is also of this culture. Melina also refers to her mother within the Erd Tree.
Me. I'm searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erd Tree, long ago.
And what is inside the Erd Tree? It's of course Marika, and again, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, an Empyrean, being the daughter of Marika, would fit in with everything else we know about other Empyreans who are also of royal blood. For me, one of the stronger arguments for Melina being the Gloam-Eyed Queen is how familiar she is with destined death, which would certainly make sense if she had been the Gloam-Eyed Queen at one point, a being who literally represented the Rune of Death. Indeed, we will return to this subject in the later chapters on the Godskins, but the fact that Melina is so familiar and understands such a nebulous concept as destined death, and knows that it is required to burn the Erd Tree, is very compelling evidence for me that she was once the wielder of destined death. And then, as mentioned, the real nail in the coffin for many people is the finale of the Frenzied Flame ending, when Melina appears with her Gloam Eye, an eye that was previously sealed, and she once again talks about destined death. And again, the colour of the eye is so particular. To me it does seem to be a wink to the camera, a wink to the audience, that Melina was actually the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and she kept this part of her identity secret from us. So let me present my speculative analysis of Melina's past identity as the Gloam-Eyed Queen. She first of all claims that she is burned and bodiless, and is ultimately a bit confused as to why she is still here.
Me. I'm searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erd Tree, long ago, for the reason that I yet live, burned and bodiless.
Indeed, we do see burn scars all over Melina's hands, suggesting that in her corporeal life, she was burned. And we know that the Rune of Death manifests its power as a flame, whether that be the black and white flame of the Godskins, or the red and black flame wielded by Malekith. Would it not be a fitting punishment for the Gloam-Eyed Queen to be burned in the flames of death by Malekith, And given that Malekith wields the power of destined death within his blade, it isn't a stretch to believe that the Gloam-Eyed Queen burned to death. In addition, Melina's eye is sealed, and it is only unsealed at the ending of the Frenzied Flame. Why? Well, consider the chain of events that happens up to that point. In other playthroughs, Melina dies before Destined Death, or the Rune of Death, is unsealed by the Tarnished. She sacrifices herself in the Flame of Ruin, and then we later defeat Malekith and unbind the Rune of Death. However, in the Frenzied Flame ending, Melina does survive right to the end, so she survives to the point where the Rune of Death has been once again unsealed and is unleashed in the world. And now, Melina's eye is open. I believe it is sealed and unsealed, much like the Rune of Death, that it is literally connected to the power of Destined Death. This is the manifestation of the Rune of Death within her body, and so when it was sealed, her eye was sealed. When it is unleashed, her eye is open. As an aside, as for the tattoo on Melina's sealed eye, I don't have any more specific insight that anyone else has not already said. I do believe that these are talons, and they are representative of death, an allusion to the crow or raven-like death birds, no doubt. But talking about Melina's eye, there is another tie that could suggest that again could make her out to be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Geraint is the alter ego or secret identity of Malekith, but this is after he has sealed Destined Death, the Rune of Death, within his actual body. In time it becomes part of him, and so he hungers for Deathroot. This is a yearning from the Rune of Death itself, who wants its forgotten fragments to be returned to it, as the Deathroot item description does make it clear that the Deathroot is the form that the Rune of Death takes, spreading throughout the lands between, following Godwyn's murder. And so Geraint gives us a tool to be able to track down these fragments, the Beast Eye. This stone talisman that takes the form of the eye has a violet iris that looks almost identical to the hue of Melina at the end of the Frenzied Flame ending. I have no doubt that this particular eye, with its purple hue, is meant to invoke the image of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and thus is somehow able to connect with the power of the Rune of Death. And given it looks so starkly like Melina's eye, this is another solid bit of evidence that Melina is the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Returning to the concept of her being burned and bodiless, there is one other character who is in a similar position, Ranni, who no longer has her body. Both Melina and Ranni are able to disappear in a puff of blue sparkles, an observation made by Ziostorm in his video on Melina. This suggests that they are in a similar state, and indeed we know that Ranni slew her own body, an event we know of thanks to her own speeches and the description of the curse mark of death. Ranni's bodiless state came about through the manipulation of the Rune of Death, and indeed her true body also looks burned. If I am right about Melina being burned in Malekith's flame after her defeat, then perhaps she too was only killed in body, as a punishment, or so Marika could later burn her erstwhile daughter to her will. Or perhaps Marika simply couldn't bring herself to have Melina killed fully, and thus took a half measure by having her rendered bodiless. This is all my speculation, of course, but this is how I see Melina. The once Gloam-Eyed Queen was defeated by Malekith and burned in his red flames of death, but denied true death, being killed in body only. Now Marika is in a dire situation, imprisoned within the Erdtree, unable to take actions herself. So she calls upon her last resort, resurrecting the spirit of Melina, the disembodied spirit of her old enemy and daughter. And Marika directs Melina to help the Tarnished, to help bring this age to a close. Perhaps it is Marika who even encourages Melina to once again unleash Destined Death, though Melina makes it clear that no matter her mother's plan, Melina has decided that once again the world needs death.
Me? I'm searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erdtree, long ago, for the reason that I yet live, burned and bodiless. There is something for which I must apologize. I've acted the Finger Maiden, yet can offer no guidance. I am no maiden. My purpose was long ago lost.
I think this is thematically very neat. Marika once denied Destin Death and the Gloam-Eyed Queen, yet now she is relying on them both to free her from her eternal imprisonment. We will return to Melina and her views on life and her actions near the end of the game in the final chapter of this video, as I do also think they fit neatly within the narrative that I'm presenting. With that said, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen somewhat covered, let us move on to her followers, the Godskin Apostles. We've already discussed the artificial potential origins of the Godskins, but the artificial nature of the Godskins is important for the thematic opposition to the Erdtree, and we know about this thematic opposition thanks to the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, which says the following. Albinaurics are lifeforms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. There is an important thematic point made here, that being an artificial lifeform is seen to be impure by those of the world of grace, because they are not connected to the Erdtree, which is essentially a nexus of life, potentially recycling life through it via Erdtree burials and Erdtree births. And I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the life cycles in Elden Ring if you are interested on that subject. Aside from this potential cycle of life, we have already discussed how the Crucible and the Age of Plenty was a time of unrelenting, vital life energies. Is it therefore not quite fitting that an Empyrean in distinct opposition to this system, an Empyrean of death, would wield artificial beings, a thematic parallel to the system of life which they oppose? Regardless, it is a fascinating image to imagine these infant beings being swaddled in godskin cloth by the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, and indeed this concept is the focus of Eugenia's work that they did for this video. These beings are raised for a single purpose, and we do see that when we fight them in game. They are ferocious opponents, and arguably one of the most powerful lifeforms that we will face in the lands between, and so it's hard not to see that this is an army raised for a single purpose, to destroy the world of men, to destroy the world of the gods. Yet they aren't just physically impressive combatants, it also seems as though the Queen herself imbues them with the power of the Black Flame, for the Black Flame protection incantation reads the following. The Apostles were all embraced by the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and the Black Flame was their armour within. To me this suggests that as part of the Queen's raising of these children was to imbue them with the power of her Black Flame, literally embracing them and putting its power within them. It would become part of their very being, their armour from within. This of course all makes more sense if they are artificial beings raised for a singular purpose, to wield the Black Flame and be its vessel. And we can literally see these beings wreathed in its flame in their second stages of their fight, indeed suggesting that the Black Flame is made to be part of them from a very early age. There is of course further evidence that could suggest that the Godskins are literally one with the Black Flame. Firstly, most of the Godskins we face in-game seem to appear out of thin air. Their arrival is heralded by the Godslayer's sigil, as if it is an incantation, and then they appear wreathed in black flame. This becomes even more apparent when we face the Godskin duo. When we fell one of them, the other is able to bring back their fallen comrade using some kind of incantation that again is marked by the Godslayer sigil. The implication is clear to me. The Godskins are more than flesh. They are intrinsically linked to the Black Flame. And again, it makes me think back to the description of Black Flame's protection, and how the Black Flame became part of the Godskins when they are embraced by their Gloam-Eyed Queen. All of this together, the fact that they are raised from birth by the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, that they are able to stretch and contort, that they are incredible fighters, and the fact they wield the black flame of death as if it is part of their own being all suggest that they are tailor-made for the Glow-Eyed Queen's purposes. With that said, these beings do seem to possess some culture, dare I say that, and views in regards to their own hierarchy and role within the world. Firstly, let us consider the fact that they are referred to as the Godskin Apostles. They are robed, almost religious-looking figures. Apostle is a religious word, a follower and advocate for a certain religious doctrine, such as the 12 Apostles of Jesus. The religious nature of this movement is reinforced by the fact there is a Godskin prayer book, and the fact that their powers, the Black Flame incantations, are faith-based. This is not a political movement, nor an army in the traditional sense. This is a religious crusade, with the Glow-Eyed Queen as their messiah figure, their central figure to their beliefs. This of course makes their skinning of the gods far more terrifying. It isn't just psychological warfare, it is a zealous religious practice, a religion that worships death and views the deaths of the gods as their holy purpose. The Noble Presence incantation describes their actions as a god hunt, and for me, this is their religious crusade. No doubt such a movement would have struck absolute terror into the hearts of the gods. This is a religious doctrine, and as such they couldn't be bartered with or reasoned with. These are beings raised to believe in one single doctrine, and it fascinates me to imagine how the Godskins would have been at the height. Would they have had temples? Would they have had shrines? All we see of the Godskins now are survivors, scattered to the winds, pursuing their own agendas. And so again, this idea of a religious movement is something I think that Eugenia has captured well in her renders. With that said, even within this movement there was a hierarchy, and of course I am referring to the Godskin Nobles, who we learn of via the Godskin Noble set, which reads, "Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. So these beings are the most ancient of their kind, and thus are nobles among their kind." And what is interesting is that there does seem to be a sort of classist superiority among these nobles, as the description of the Godskin Stitcher, their signature weapon, reads the following. "The nobles possess skill with the sword unmatched by any lowborn. Despite its size, successive attacks from this weapon are swifter than the eye can follow." The term lowborn to me suggests that they see regular apostles as lowborn, and combined with them being the most ancient of their kind, perhaps these nobles were born as the first wave, or via a different process. Indeed, they do have inhuman aspects to them, and indeed it does leave us to question whether a special process went into creating these nobles that involved the Crucible somehow, but again, that is all just speculation. However, admittedly, this sword could be referring to humans when it says lowborn, and that the apostles in general see themselves as something better, something purer. But regardless, these Godskin nobles clearly have a high opinion of themselves, and in fact the nobles' robust size could also be interpreted as a noble aesthetic choice, for in days past, in the real world, a large size was often seen as an indicator of wealth and position, as such a privileged lifestyle would manifest in a richer diet, and in general it could be seen as a sign of prosperity, success and nobility. Overall, the picture we get of this sect is that they aren't just mindless automatons, despite being raised for a single purpose. They are a singular people with a single purpose, but they do themselves have their own beliefs and are certainly not above pride. With that said, let us now look at their adornments, weapons, jewellery and associated symbolism. I want to start with one of the most important part of the Godskin aesthetic, and that is the symbol that is cast when Godskins appear, when they use the Black Flame incantations, and the sigil that forms the Godslayer's seal. It's obviously important that we look at this, as this is obviously the emblem of their movement. I have long pondered what this image is, given that the other schools of magic or incantations have a symbol important to their associated themes and beliefs. So I went back to basics and asked myself what is most important to the Godskin Apostles. And of course, the answer to that is the gloam-eyed queen. If you were to turn this symbol on its side, it could well look like a very stylized eye, like the Eye of Horus, or the protective eyes found on the Luzu boats of Malta, a practice which dates back to Greek and Phoenician times when warships and boats had protective eyes painted upon them. Likewise, I believe this sigil to be the Eye of the Gloam-eyed Queen, a very holy object for the Godskins, no doubt. One further interesting consideration when we are talking about this sigil is the description of the Godslayer seal, which of course has the sigil on it, and the item description reads, "Sacred seal of the Godskin Apostles, inlaid with obsidian, said to represent the manipulation of black flame. This catalyst enhances Godslayer incantations." Now the language here is a little confusing. Does it mean that the seal represents the manipulation of black flame in its function, i.e. by using this seal you can manipulate black flame? Or does it mean the obsidian inlaid represents the manipulation of black flame? Or does the sigil itself represent the manipulation of black flame? If it is the latter, you could argue that the sigil of the Godskins isn't an eye at all, but instead some abstract shape that represents the black flame being controlled and manipulated. However, even then, you could argue that the Gloam-eyed Queen is the one who is able to manipulate black flame and channel it, and thus her eye does represent control over the black flame. Either explanation satisfies me, to be honest, and so make of it what you will. With that said, I would also say that the massive purple gems found on both the Godskin Noble and Apostle sets are also representing the Gloam Eye as well, protective or empowering talismans that have a religious significance to the Godskins. With that covered, let us look more closely at the robes and weapons of the Godskins. Firstly, when looking at the circular pattern in the centre of the Godskin Noble robe, I would suggest that this is also meant to evoke the black flame, as I find this knotted symbol to be very reminiscent of those found on the God-slaying greatsword, which I also see as representing the swirling black flame. As for the other symbolism found on the Apostles' robes, I would suggest that these are also stylistic representations of death and the God-slaying black flames. These are religious robes after all for Apostles, and so it makes sense that it would be inscribed with the image most important to their movement. The Nobles' robes also have another interesting design choice, as the description for the chest piece for the Nobles set reads, "Worn by Godskin Nobles, known for their 7-face aprons." Myself and others have pondered upon this symbolism of how the number 7 is relevant to the movement, and there are no solid answers based on in-game lore, so take the following speculation with a pinch of salt. However, in the real world, the number 7 is an important one in terms of symbolism, a point well made by Reddit user Quirkus23, who commented on a Reddit post about the Godskin Noble set, which I will link below. In this comment, the user highlights that there are 7 days in the week, 7 days of creation in the Bible, and 7 luminaries. With these connections in mind, Quirkus suggests that 7 could be seen as transformative, a change-bringing number, much like the 7th day of the week heralds its end. I am unsure how I sit on the 7 faces, but this was the most compelling explanation I could find, so take it as you will. And let me know your thoughts below on the 7 faces found on the Godskin Noble set. So the descriptions of both the Apostle and Noble robe make it clear they are indeed made from skin, and their very name, the Godskin Apostles, would suggest that this is God's skin. In my original Godskin lore video, I did doubt the veracity of this, given it would take the hell of a lot of God's skin to make this amount of robes for all the Apostles and all the Nobles, with at least 7 gods dying for each Noble's robe. However, since then, I have been more willing to consider that these could well be made of Godskin. Firstly, the text dump of the game describes these as robes made from tanned godhide. Secondly, my view on how many gods there have been has dramatically changed since that first video a year ago. In my Night of the Black Knives video, we highlighted an article from Bandai Namco that they released in December 2021, and it launched alongside the game's story trailer. In this article, they expanded upon some of the lore explained in the story trailer, and regarding the Night of the Black Knives, they said this: "One grim night in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save." The article is really interesting, and I will link it below and recommend you give it a read. In particular, I find this passage to be of real interest, because it changed my perception on how many of Marika's kin there are, and expanded the scope of the gods for me. This quote illustrates a mass slaughter of many of Marika's kin, suggesting that there are far more gods, far more blood relations to the royal family than the main cast of characters in the game, a point reinforced by the soulless demigods found in the mausoleums, more demigods that have been killed whose name we don't know. Oh, and by the way, there are 7 of these nameless demigods, so do with that as you will in regards to the 7 faces found on the Godskin Noble set. Returning to the concept of gods, perhaps the gods could encompass a wide-reaching family tree, offshoots and everyone else that are distantly related to Marika, forming a godly royal family that's spread throughout different generations and different branches. So if the Black Knife assassins killed many gods, aside from Godwyn himself, who is to say that the Godskins did not hunt down countless demigods, who would be skinned and used as material for their iconic robes? However, I do want to caveat this discussion by acknowledging there is at least one instance where a Godskin appears to gather human skin, and this is at the village of Dominula, an observation that I made in my first video about a year ago. Dominula is a village in Altus Plateau, where it seems as though the members of said village are having a merry old time, celebrating a festival. We hear of said festival via the set that they wear, the festive set, which reads, "Hood worn by dancers at the festivities in Dominula, the village of the windmills." And at first glance, while this may appear to be a merry old time, a quick vibe check will tell us that something isn't quite right here. Firstly, there are no men, only women, and they all seem to have a slightly manic aspect to them. Something is a little off here. They're also very well armed for people that are celebrating a festival. And there is one over there, licking a butcher's blade while standing over the corpse of someone. The answer of course comes via a ghost NPC at the entrance to the village, and its dialogue implies that skinning is a constituent part of this festival. And given it is only women left, I presume that it is the men who play the unfortunate victims in this celebration. And lo and behold, right at the top of the village, overseeing this celebration, is a Godskin apostle, ready to take his tithe of skin. My take now is the same as it was in March last year, that this Godskin apostle has manipulated the people of this town to create a skinning festival that is essentially manufactured so it can be a source of fresh skin, whether that be for the Godskin's own religious doctrine, or whether they actually need skin, human skin, to make new robes or fix their current ones. Ultimately, one could see this festival as evidence that the skin is human skin that the Godskins actually use for their robes. Although, like I say, the Godskin apostles could just see the skinning of someone as a holy rite, and that is why they're implementing it at this village, rather than for a supply of skins. But take it or leave it, I will leave it up to you to decide what's happening at Dominula and why it's happening. Whether it is human skin or god skin that makes their robes, the effect is quite clear. This movement would have struck fear into the hearts of the gods, who no doubt would have imagined their own face adorning the apron of a godskin noble. Yet there is more to it than this. The skinning of your enemy and keeping them as a trophy, or using them as a material for the mundane, is the ultimate domination and humiliation of your opponent. For example, there's the account of the Roman Emperor Valerian, who, according to some accounts, was captured by a Persian king called Shapur, following the Battle of Edessa in 2060 AD. According to a later account given by a writer called Lactantius, Valerian would eventually be flayed alive, with his skin then being stuffed to keep as a trophy, the ultimate humiliation for a once powerful Roman emperor. Of course, we can't speak to the veracity of these ancient sources, but the message is clear. The skinning of one's enemy, like one would skin an animal, is the ultimate degrading act. You see your opponent as no more than a beast. You would usually use animals for your leather, for your shoes, for your trousers, but instead you're using this person's very identity as your leather for the mundane. This is of course quite significant when we consider the targets of the godskins, the gods. To me, their purpose of wearing godskin is to send a message. We do not respect your authority. We do not respect your divinity. You are nothing to us. We will tear down your empire and skin you like beasts, and we will wear you like clothing in mockery of your former status and a testament to our mastery over the gods. They are both trophies, part of their creed, but they ultimately serve as a warning and a lesson to the gods. As such, their weapons are essentially both weapons, but function as skinning and sewing implements. The godskin peeler, wielded by the apostles, by its look and description is clearly a skinning implement, meant to peel the skin clean off, and the godskin stitcher, the weapon of the nobles, is more like a sewing needle, meant to tailor and pull clothes together. In a way, you could see this division of labour as another division between the two classes. The apostles have to get their hands dirty, doing the actual skinning, whereas the nobles get a more refined tool, meant for stitching and sewing. With that said, let us look at the godskin god hunt itself, its ultimate conclusion, and its legacy. The term god hunt, coined by the Noble Presence incantation, is fitting when we consider the power that the Glow-Eyed Queen and her apostles wielded. Let us revisit the description of the scouring black flame, which reads, "The black flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the black flame was lost." At this stage, when the scouring flame was first utilised, it could literally slay the gods, and clearly possessed a metaphysical connection to the Rune of Death that it no longer does. This flame literally channeled the power of the Rune of Death. But the threat of this flame could have been even more dire, and could have threatened more than just the gods. In a very astute observation, in their Flames of the Gods video, they hypothesized that the black flame may have well been the one that was meant to burn the Erd Tree. V-Limit highlights a cut dialogue from Enea during the burning of the Erd Tree cutscene that happens in-game. However, at one point, there would have been a cut dialogue that mentioned the black flame, and I quote that cut dialogue now. "The Rune of Death is unbound. Black flames have devoured the Erd Tree, and the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate." Tarnished Archaeologist builds upon V-Limit's premise by highlighting what we do in-game to burn down the Erd Tree. We first of all unleash the power of the Flame of Ruin, but it is tempered by destined death. Only together can they burn the Erd Tree. And to quote Tarnished Archaeologist directly, "What is the black flame but a combination of fire and the power of destined death?" And if our combination of the Flame of Ruin and destined death burns the Erd Tree, then it makes sense that the black flame of the godskins would have been able to do the same. And with this understanding of the black flame in mind, it is easy to see why the fire monks of the mountaintops would abandon their charge to worship the black flame. Monks who had already been bewitched by the power of flame would no doubt have seen the black flame as something greater, a fire touched by the power of the Rune of Death, so they hastily dyed their robes and beards and lend their power to the Glow-Eyed Queen and the Godskin apostasy. It is impossible to say how successful this apostasy actually was, but given the sheer amount of tortured faces found in the robes of the Godskins, I would hazard that they killed at least a few, and struck fear into the heart of the gods. Marika would fear the threat of the Glow-Eyed Queen enough to the point that she would entrust Malekith to deal with this particular threat. It was at this stage, I believe, that Malekith imbued his sword with the power of Destined Death, which we learn of via his armor set and the Black Blade incantation, the latter of which has the symbol of Tarnished Archaeologists' ancient Erdtree era, again suggesting that the events of the Godskin apostasy and Malekith's response to it took place in this era. Now we know from the description of the Scouring Black Flame that the true power of the Black Flame would eventually be lost with the sealing of Destined Death, and we know from Malekith's remembrance that he would eventually be the vessel for it. In the past, I had thought that Malekith imbuing his sword was the so-called confinement of the Rune of Death, that the very action of imbuing his sword with Destined Death was the act of sealing it, and that sealing it within his flesh after fragments were stolen on the night of the Black Knives was just a further precaution. However, thanks to the timelines presented by Tarnished Archaeologist, I do now acknowledge that Malekith imbuing his sword with Destined Death is not the same thing as him sealing it, becoming a vessel for it. And in fact, the murder of Godwyn and the slaughter of many of Marika's kin is a far more catastrophic event involving death that could have been the motive for sealing Destined Death. As Geraint, Malekith really does have a sole purpose, confining the Rune of Death, hence why he not only hides it within his own flesh, but also hides his true identity and form. However, at the time of the Godskin apostasy and his battle with the Glow-Eyed Queen, he was a different being. He was Malekith. He was death made manifest. He didn't hide or confine death. He wielded it openly. And this is what really defines Malekith, not confinement like Geraint, but the open wielding of death, becoming death itself. And this is why when he unseals it during his fight with us, he reverts to his Malekith form once more. So just to tidy up the timeline a bit, at the time of the Godskin apostasy, he was death incarnate, Malekith. But following the slaughter during the Night of the Black Knives, he became Geraint, and this is when Destined Death was truly sealed, and the power of the Black Flame was sapped. This only makes Malekith's achievements against the Glow-Eyed Queen more impressive, because he fought them at the full height of their power. He didn't confine the Rune of Death before he had defeated them, and he fought fire, with his death-imbued blade against the Black Flame of the Godskins. The item descriptions of both the Godskin Apostle Robe and the Godslayer Greatsword imply that it was Malekith who personally defeated the Godskin movement, Queen and all. This implies that he decimated their ranks and personally defeated the Glow-Eyed Queen, ending this rival's claim on behalf of his god. His total domination over the Godskins and mastery over death really is well emphasized by the description of Geraint's Beastclaw incantation, which reads, "Long ago, Geraint was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods." Looking back on it, this incantation and its item description is a hint to the player, before they've met Malekith, that Geraint is Malekith. With Malekith's victory, no longer did the Glow-Eyed Queen hold the threat of death over the demigods. It was Malekith who became known as such, Marika's henchman, who wielded this power, a not-so-veiled threat for any of those who would try to defy her rule in such a manner again. And given the power of the Godskins that we have discussed, this is no mean achievement. Indeed, his ferocity is backed up by his armor set item description, which reads, "Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with Destined Death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him." Malekith's reputation is clearly the result of this victory and his wielding of the Rune of Death. The Godskin Apostle set tells us that the Black Flame's power was drained. And as we have said, this comes much later, after Malekith would become Geraint and seal Death's Death, and at that point the scattered remains of the Godskin movement were truly robbed of their last vestiges of power. And yet they haven't given up, as we see they are active in the lands between. And with that said, it is now time to talk about the legacy of the Godskin movement and their gloam-eyed queen. So what is the legacy of the Godskins? Well, their low numbers attest to their destruction at the hands of Malekith. And as we have already said, when Malekith would seal Death's Death within his flesh, the power of the Black Flame would be sapped. And while it is still a dangerous flame attack that we can see when we fight them, it is no more than that. It has lost its connection to Death's Death. As such, the prospects for the Godskin movement seems dire, and yet they remain formidable, purpose-built killing machines that they are. The placement of the Godskin NPCs throughout the world is a masterful example of environmental storytelling in my opinion, as each of their locations appears to have a story purpose, hinting that the Godskins have not quite given up and still relentlessly pursue their initial aims. There's a Godskin at the base of Caelid Divine Tower, defending their most holy of relics with a black monk, the Godslayer Greatsword itself. Perhaps at the defeat of the Gloam-eyed Queen, this Godskin Apostle saw it as his duty to take this sacred relic and protect it at all costs. There's of course the Godskin Apostle found at Dominula, who we have already discussed, a figure who has manipulated an entire community to provide his creed with fresh skin. Then there's the Godskin Noble at Liurnia Divine Tower, acting as a barrier between us and Ranni's curse mark of death. Perhaps this Godskin is here to claim this fragment of the Rune of Death, so they can once again try and imbue their flames with its god-slaying properties. Likewise, we can find the menacing Godskin duo in Farum Azula, shockingly close to the Rune of Death and Malekith. Their purpose here is quite clear. They are here for the Rune of Death. Perhaps they can sense it. And had they reached Malekith and killed him before us, who knows what may have transpired. Then of course we have the Godskin Noble found in Volcano Manor, and whether or not you agree with the potential deep ties to the Godskins and Serpents, the presence of the Noble here also makes sense in a general sense, as clearly they are allies of convenience. Both Rykard and the Godskins want the same thing, the destruction of the Erdtree. Thus, both benefit. Rykard gets a powerful ally who potentially has knowledge of forming artificial life. In return, the Godskin could help Rykard potentially complete what it wanted to do, whilst also having access to plenty of fresh skin. There are plenty of prisoners within Volcano Manor's prison town, and the description of the Albinauric Mask found nearby, as well as Dereka's Woe, also found nearby, could imply that the Godskin gets to practice his skinning ways, and the legacy of the Godskins goes beyond the surviving Godskins themselves, as we interestingly find the Godskin prayer book within Stormvale Castle. Godric is desperate to destroy his demigod rivals and return to the land of his blood. It should therefore come as no shock that he would look to the rituals of those who once made god-killing their creed. Yet perhaps the Godskin's greatest legacy is the one found littering the streets of Leyndell, the ash that blankets the capital. We discussed Tarnished Archaeologist's theory regarding the first burning of the Erdtree, a traumatic event that brought a bountiful age to a close. The arboreal physical Erdtree is reduced to a withered stump through the act of burning that we can later recreate on our path to become Elden Lord. Yet who was responsible for this first burning? A burning which condemned the Erdtree to exist only as a phantom in the eyes of the faithful. As Tarnished Archaeologists suggests in their Serpent and Erdtree video, the vitriolic hate for the Serpent and why it became the focus of gladiatorial games is a mystery, and a fascinating one at that. But perhaps it is well earned. Perhaps it is the alliance of Serpent and Gloam that is responsible for the Erdtree's greatest calamity, and perhaps the Black Flames, a combination of fire and destined death, once stripped the Erdtree of its former glory. And should Melina be the Gloam-Eyed Queen, she is a pale shadow of her former self, her true destructive power sealed behind her eye, as the rune of death itself is sealed beneath Malekith's skin. Her final purpose is fitting, however, yet the context is different from the Godskin movement. Instead of leading a coup against a god, she has been tasked by that same god to bring an end to suffering, an end to stagnation. And so she does what she knows. She burns. She burns herself, and she burns the Erdtree, so that you may bring destined death back into the world. Yet Melina isn't a person of unbridled destruction, and her attitudes towards life, to me, serve as one final piece of evidence that she may have been the Gloam-Eyed Queen, a purveyor of death, not destruction, only bringing death in so that it may balance out of life. And so, should we choose a different path, the path of the frenzied flame, should Melina abandon us and not sacrifice herself in the flame of ruin, then perhaps the Gloam-Eyed Queen will once again be unlocked, alongside the rune of death that we free from Malekith's flesh. Melina's opposition to the Lord of Chaos shows the true nature, to me, of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. She is not a force of evil or destruction, rather she is the natural death that all systems need, a balancing force in a world that has fallen far out of sync. Yet a cog in the machine of order she remains, despite representing death. She does not wish for life to be universally extinguished, rather that the destined death of each individual is administered properly at the end of their life. Indeed, Melina begs the Tarnished to stay away from the path of chaos, from the path of true destruction.
However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that, is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
And should we choose such obliteration, such chaos, then perhaps it is the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the wielder of destined death, who will stand as life's final champion.
Lord of frenzied flame, I will seek you as far as you may travel, to deliver you what is yours. Destined death.
The demigods have been forsaken by the Greater Will, a result of the prolonged and bloody shattering war from which no lord would arise. Yet there is one Empyrean who themselves chose to forsake the Greater Will and took no part in the shattering war. Ranni was one of the few chosen by the Greater Will and the Two Fingers to be Empyrean, a potential successor to Queen Marika, marked for potential, the potential to become the new god that would usher in a new age. But Ranni would come to resent the fact that her self-determination had been robbed from her, repulsed by the idea of being a pawn of the Two Fingers. In time, Ranni would carve out a new identity as Ranni the Witch, adherent of the Dark Moon, master of occultism, guided by a mysterious crone. By the time that the Tarnished arrive in the lands between, most of the great deeds of the demigods are history, and yet Ranni's greatest achievements are yet to come. For as impressive as characters like Malenia and Radahn are, their feats pale when we consider Ranni's grand plans to upend the order of the world, ushering in an age of stars. To achieve this, Ranni travels down the dark path of the Empyrean, a path of bloodshed, murder and mysticism. Frankly, one of the greatest stories told in Elden Ring. So join me this week as we examine the story of Ranni, the Lunar Princess. At this stage, I would just like to acknowledge my thanks to Loki, author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout this video. There are as few in the lands between that have such an august heritage as Lunar Princess Rani. Firstly, Rani, Rykard and Radan are born of Carian royalty, the powerful royal house of Liurnia, that was able to stand toe-to-toe with the forces of Leyndell in 2 separate wars. They are the children of Renala, the great lunar champion of Rhea Lucaria, and their father is the legendary Erdtree champion Radagon. In time, these children would also become the stepchildren of Marika through Radagon's second marriage, making them both Carian royalty and Erdtree royalty. Like me, if you believe that Radagon and Marika have been sharing a body since Marika became a god, then in a way Marika is their parent as well, as she would have been Radagon's other half during his marriage to Renala. If that wasn't enough to establish Rani as having an esteemed heritage, Rani is one of the 3 existing Empyreans, alongside the twin prodigies Miquella and Melania. This is more impressive when you consider that Miquella and Melania appear to have been chosen due to their auspicious birth, being born by the single-bodied Marika-Radagon union. Rani shares no such special birth, and thus her selection as an Empyrean must be due to her potential or power. I would like to address a theory that has been held by many, that Rani couldn't be the biological child of Renala because Empyreans are only born from a single god, citing Melania's remembrance as a source. As a result, such theories believe that Renala was instead born from the rebirthing of the Amber Egg, thus born solely from Radagon's meddling. It could therefore be seen that the sweetings that surround Renala are defective versions of such a process. Now, I don't think this theory is necessarily impossible, rather I disagree with the logic that it is predicated upon, that Empyreans can only be born of a single god. In my mind, Empyreans are chosen, and it just so happens that Miquella and Melania were chosen because of their birth, rather than that being a necessary precursor. I think that the process of Empyreans being chosen is better reinforced by Loki's translation of Rani's dialogue, where she talks about when she became an Empyrean. And I quote that translation now. "I was once an Empyrean, for among the demigods only Melania, Miquella and I were discovered by our respective 2 fingers and became candidates for the next generation of god to succeed Queen Marika. It is up to you what you believe, but I will go with Occam's razor on this one, and I believe that Rani is another child of Renala and Radagon, and we know how children's names work in this world. They usually have the same first letter as their parents, like Godfrey's lineage being Godwin, Godric and Godefroy, and in this case all the children of Radagon and Renala have R's as their first letter. Ultimately, I'll leave it up to you to decide your truth, but the result is the same. Rani, no matter her birth, was raised as a Carian princess and was granted Empyrean status. We get scant details about Rani's early life, but we do get some thanks to EG, and some other lore items and environmental details. Much like her sibling Radan, it seems that in her original body, Rani shared the iconic red hair of her father, Radagon, as we do see hints of red hair on her original petrified body, found at the top of Liurnia Tower. It seems as though there was one benefit to her being an Empyrean in her youth, and that was the relationship she developed with her shadow-bound beast, Blythe. We know from Malekith's remembrance and the Raging Wolf armor that Empyreans are granted a shadow, and for Marika it was Malekith, and for Rani it is Blythe, and Rani does explicitly confirm that Blythe was tailor-made as a vassal for her by the 2 fingers as a result of her Empyrean status, as she says the following.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Miquella and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own 2 fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
I discussed the shadow-bound beasts and their nature in a separate lore video, and so if you're interested in learning more about that, then I will link it below. But while Blythe appears to be a tailor-made creation of the Two Fingers, and in a way a reminder of what Ranni would come to hate, it is clear that Blythe had his own mind. He made his own decisions regarding Ranni, and it is clear that the two developed a very special bond that went beyond Shadow and Empyrean, as E.G. gives us an insight into Ranni's childhood.
Blythe is Lady Ranni's stepbrother. Ranni's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well.
So it seems as though, despite Renala being associated with the moon, and Blythe being a product of the Two Fingers, she approved of him as a companion to Ranni, and it seemed as though they played together as many other children would, being almost brother and sister. This explains why she holds both E.G. and Blythe so dearly to her, and in a way, it is nice to imagine Ranni having a normal and innocent childhood, as stories like this are far and few between in the lands between. Yet Ranni, as mentioned, was also born to the Carian royal household, founded by Queen Renala, whose power was centered around the moon. We learn of the house's origins via Renala's remembrance, which reads, "In her youth, Renala was a prominent champion who charmed the academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty." So Renala is not only the last queen of Caria, as Ranni calls her during Renala's boss fight, but she is also the first, having been the one who established her household as a royal one. Renala appears to have been an attendant of Rhea Lucaria, but one who rose to extreme prominence due to her affiliation with lunar magic. Lunar magic seems to have been its own branch, and we can assume that it was special to those at the Academy because up until that point they mainly focused on glintstone sorceries. We can see there are certainly differences between the magic of the moon and magic of the stars, due to the fact a different shade of glintstone seems to align more closely to the moon, something we learn of via Renala's scepter, which reads, "Magic Scepter of Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. The glintstone is known as Carian Blue, enhancing full moon sorceries." The description of Carian retaliation also makes it clear that while Caria is associated with the moon, Rhea Lucaria is mainly infatuated with the stars, a clear delineation between two different schools of magic. We can even see the heterodox nature of this new school of magic via the Lazuli Conspectus crown, which reads, "Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study Carian sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars." It is clear that Renala was the founding figure of this school of thought, and her mastery over this novel form of magic is what catapulted her to champion status, and subsequently led her to form the Carian royal house and rulership over Rhea Lucaria, even being honoured in paintings throughout Rhea Lucaria alongside other notable sorcerers. Thus being raised in the Carian household, and by such a preeminent sorcerer such as Renala, it is no surprise that Ranni herself would become such a powerful being. After all, Ranni is powerful enough to bend a dragon, Ajula, to her will, who respected her so much that it took a knightly oath to serve her dark moon as well. The moon is of course the defining partner to both Ranni and Renala, and we learn that Renala met her moon as a young astrologer, via the Stargazer heirloom, which reads, "A talisman engraved with the legend of a queen. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time the astrologer became a queen." This is very interesting to me, as it seems to be very similar to Ranni's inauguration with her moon, which we learn of via Ranni's Dark Moon spell, which reads, "The moon was encountered by a young Ranni, led by the hand of her mother, Renala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. It's almost as if Renala takes Ranni on a journey so she can encounter her own moon, much as Renala did in her youth, a recreation of that first fateful meeting, if you will. This does of course make sense, given Caria's power is tied to the moon, and if Rani was to one day be queen, she too would need to rely on the power of the moon. I do want to briefly comment on the Carian lineage and some strangeness that I personally find with the way in which it is described. Firstly, I do find it a little odd that Rennala is referred to as both the founder of the Carian line, and yet is also referred to as the last of the Carian queens. This makes it seem like a new royal family and an old one at the same time, as if they are some ancient and august royal house, and yet they only have had one queen. The family also feels small to us, consisting only of Rennala and her 3 children, and yet we get plenty of evidence that talks about their traditions and lineage that make it seem that Rani is only the latest in a long line of princesses. Take the Carian filigreed crest, for example, which reads as follows: an honour said to have once been awarded to Carian knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there's only one princess, Rani, daughter of Rennala. Now there is only one princess. This leads us to conclude that there had been other princesses of Caria, and given Rennala is the one and only queen of the House of Caria, then this would mean Rennala must have had other daughters. In all honesty, I'm unsure what to make of this, and there's of course the possibility that Rennala was married prior to meeting Radagon, and had a number of other children with an other unnamed consort. What interests me though is how this lore interacts with the hill of the 3 sisters that exists behind Caria Manor. On this hill there are 3 towers: Rani's Rise, Seluvis's Rise, and Renna's Rise. My presumption is that Seluvis's Rise is an adopted name to reflect its new master, and this was once named after a sister. Could it be that Renna, Rani, and the unnamed sister were all daughters of Caria, and thus does the Carian filigreed crest refer to these sisters when it talks about princesses plural? Renna is a name that is essentially a derivation of Rennala, and given the way names work in Elden Ring, it would be logical to assume that Renna is the daughter, or was the daughter, of Rennala. Of course, a spanner is thrown into the works here when Rani first introduces herself as Renna, a false identity, to hide the fact that she is actually one of the most influential players in the lands between. However, to me, it doesn't really discount the idea that Renna was once a separate person, and Rani has just taken on her name to hide her true identity. The location of the 3 sisters, to me, heavily implies that there were at least 3 princesses of Caria. However, that is just my own speculation. There is of course the possibility that Renna is the name of the Snowy Crone, Rani's secret mentor, especially since one can find the snow set in Renna's Rise. This would also make sense of Rani's fake identity. She is literally pretending to be her mentor of old when she introduces herself as Renna the Witch. There is of course the possibility that this item description is poorly worded, but the impression we're supposed to get, I believe, is that the Carian royal house is an old one, with many traditions despite the fact that it has only had one queen. Thus, by the time Rani came around, the conventions and traditions of Carian royalty would have been established. And Rani had the benefit of growing up in the household of a powerful family, no doubt receiving a top-class education, and no doubt inheriting her mother's impressive sorceress powers. A very logical candidate for Empyrean status, if there ever was one. What is most unfortunate about Rani's story is we are missing so much from her early days, and her relationship with the Golden Order, what her opinions on being an Empyrean was, and whether she was happy to go along with it at any stage. The facts are this: Rani grew up in the Carian household. She was once more humanoid with red hair, who was granted Empyrean status early on in her life, growing up closely with Iji and Blythe, before being introduced to the Dark Moon by her mother. Now obviously this introduction to the Dark Moon is one of 3, in my opinion, pivotal moments that set Rani on her course to becoming who she is by the time we meet her. The other 2 being Radagon abandoning her mother, and her meeting of the Snowy Crone and her mentorship. So with that said, let us now discuss the nature of the Dark Moon, the occult, and her mysterious mentor, the Snowy Crone. One thing that I'm sure most are aware of at this stage is that Ranni's moon and Rennala's full moon are separate bodies, and in fact you can see them both at the same time at the top of Moonlight Altar. You of course can see the clear differences here in appearance. Ranni's moon, the dark moon, is a lot darker. Rennala's moon is the full moon, as we know via her epithet, and of course via her signature spell, Rennala's full moon. When you consider how impressive this magic is, and the fact it draws its power from a completely different source from that of glintstone sorcery, it is little wonder that Rhea Lucaria would have fallen under the sway of Rennala. And indeed, the description of the sorcery and its function is that it actually dispels other sorceries, suggesting that moon sorcery may well be superior or more powerful than regular sorceries. As a direct result from the prestige earned via her lunar sorcery, she would turn her family into a royal one. And as we have already discussed at length, Caria's power results from the moon, and thus it makes sense that Rennala would want to introduce her successor, Ranni, to her own moon. Another interesting aspect about this tradition is we need to consider the matriarchal nature of the Carian family, and their relationship to the moon, for it is Rennala who rules as queen, and it seems to be that Lunar Princess Ranni would be the next in line, as the filigreed crest gives more importance to princesses and their role within Carian society. We don't really hear much about the role of princes within the Carian royal family. In a prior video, I spoke on what I saw was another matriarchal society, the Nox Society. The reason that I see this society as matriarchal is due to the Night Maidens, a female-only class that appears to have been given special prominence in their society, to the point where they are appointed personal guards in the form of swordstresses. But why is this the case? Why do the Nox and the Carians both seem to be matriarchal? There are many crossovers between Noxian society and Caria, including literal pieces of archaeological evidence that show Noxian statues within Carian structures, like in the Church of Vows. However, the main connection is their association with the celestial, with the moon. Rennala and the Carians have the full moon, Ranni has the dark moon, and the Nox were once in contact with the black moon, as we learn of via the Moon of Nokstella talisman and the Memory Stone item descriptions. In symbology, there is a common interpretation that the moon is associated with the feminine, and the sun is associated with the masculine. For example, the philosophical concept of yin and yang reflects this very idea. Yin means moon or female, yang means sun or male. There's obviously far more to the philosophy than that, but ultimately it is a philosophy of balance, of opposing forces existing in a system of harmony. There is of course the fact that the menstrual cycle used to be associated with the lunar cycles in earlier cultures before science fully explained the process, and the idea that the moon is more associated with the feminine isn't a new idea in From Software games. We of course have Dark Sun Gwyndolin from Dark Souls 1. Gwyndolin was the child of the god Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, and by the time of Dark Souls 1, Gwyndolin is the last remaining deity in Anor Londo, City of the Gods. The description of his robes read as follows: the power of the moon was strong in Gwyndolin, and thus he was raised as a daughter. Then we of course have the School of Mensis in Bloodborne, a word associated with the menstrual cycle, which is especially relevant given the game's focus on childbirth and the moon. My point being is that when it comes to Dark Souls especially, we have a precedent set where the moon is connected to not only feminine energy, but magic. In Dark Souls 1, the moon is very firmly tied to Gwyndolin, Seath, and magic. This yin of intelligent-based sorceries is balanced by the yang of the sun and sunlight miracles and faith. So going into this game, I, along with other Souls veterans, can see similar tropes being used in Elden Ring. So perhaps the reason the Nox and the Carians are matriarchal is to do with the greater affinity that women have to the moon, that they are more in tune to its power. As such, Rennala led Ranni by the hand to meet a moon, not Rykord nor Radahn, because it was Ranni who was meant to carry on her mother's legacy, and evidently next in line for the Carian throne. This is why a particular mention is made of Carian princesses, not princes. Yet there is something different about Ranni's moon that separates it from her mother's. Each of the moons that we encounter in Elden Ring are specifically given a certain title, where Rennala is the full moon queen and her moon is the full moon, the bright white one that we see in the sky. Ranni's is specifically the dark moon. So let us read the second part of the item description for Ranni's dark moon incantation, which reads, "What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery." Cold, dark, and occult, all facets of its nature that appear to separate it from the full moon, and all three are aspects that Ranni, in time, appears to have embraced, and no doubt was a factor in the rather dark path that she takes. Of course, her mastery over the occult and cold would not have been possible if not for her mysterious mentor, who we know only as the Snowy Crone. But when would she have fallen under the influence of this crone? At what stage in her life? Well, to me it makes perfect sense that it would have happened at another pivotal moment in her life, the moment when Radagon abandoned her mother Rennala. Pastor Muriel speaks of this perplexing event, and he says the following.
However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
There came a moment when Godfrey and the Tarnished were driven from the lands between, and Radagon would abandon Rennala and marry his other half, Marika, in order to fill the vacant seat of Elden Lord. This then made Ranni, Rykard, and Radahn stepchildren of Marika, but it would also break Rennala. We learn of this via Rennala's set, which reads, "When Rennala, head of both the Academy of Realikaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realised that Rennala was no champion after all." Radagon's importance to Rennala can of course be seen by the fact that a statue of Radagon remains in the Grand Library of Realikaria, close to where she herself remains. Rennala does appear completely broken, in a dreamlike state, obsessing over the amber egg, rebirths, and her sweetings. This egg itself was given to her as a parting gift from Radagon, again explained to us by Muriel.
In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
Radagon leaving has some wide-reaching consequences for the Carian royal family. As we see in Rennala's set, Rennala's reaction to losing her husband is essentially seen as a sign of weakness by the Realikarians, a moment when they apparently saw that she was no champion at all, as if champions are only people who have no emotional reactions. The idea of a revolt by the Realikarians being triggered by Radagon abandoning Rennala is outright confirmed by Muriel, who says the following.
The great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her. And then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
So there is the trigger of the Realikarian rebellion, They saw Renala's grief over the loss of her husband as a moment of weakness and struck at the Carians, locking Renala in the Grand Library, where she remains to this day until we meet her. No doubt the Rhaelocarians may well have been planning this for a while. This was just the opportune moment, and we do learn that the Carians were preparing for the Academy's revolt via the Carian retaliation weapon art. So perhaps tensions had been boiling over for a while. Perhaps Rhaenala marrying someone of the Erdtree Order was seen as a gross betrayal of everything that Rhaelocaria and Liurnia stood for. We know then that following this revolt, the Rhaelocarian and Carians would do battle, culminating in the siege of Caria Manor, an event we learn of via the Sword Monument just outside the manor itself, which reads, "The resting place of the contemptible cuckoos, lost in the siege of Caria Manor." We do also get some more details from E.G. himself, a blacksmith to the Carians, who may well have witnessed these events himself.
When the Rhaelocari Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knights' onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day.
So we can only imagine how Rani, a princess of the Carians, would have viewed this chain of events. Not only did she effectively lose her mother to grief, and then imprisonment, but she watched her family lose prestige, control of the Academy, and ultimately come under attack from those once considered Carian vassals. I also have to remind you that the Cuckoo forces are renowned as ruthless and cruel, as we learn via the Rhaelocarian ashes, and no doubt they would have waged a brutal war against the Carians, before finally being driven to a stalemate outside the gates of Caria Manor. So all this, all the tragedy that Rani's family suffers in the wake of Radagon's departure, is because he essentially chooses loyalty to the Erdtree over his own family. To Rani and her family, it would look like he was just choosing the Elden Throne over their family bond, a choice that brought ruin to their house and grief to their mother. No wonder Rykard and Rani, 2 out of 3 of the children of this marriage, would become 2 of the most antagonistic figures to the Erdtree Order. So for me, this moment when Rani effectively loses her mother, this would be the ideal moment for her to meet a new mentor, the Snowy Crone. We learn of this character via the Snow Witch set, which reads as follows. Once warned by the Snowy Crone, who the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. She was a witch, and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Rani's soul was modelled after her. That old witch was Rani's secret mentor. I've always found the description of this crone truly fascinating, especially the term crone itself and her placement within the woods. Clearly the writers are playing up the classic witch of the woods trope, with the term crone conveying the image of an old gnarled witch. These are the classic tropes when one writes about the darker side of witchcraft and the occult, especially when we consider that the Snow Witch hat considers this type of magic as heretical. For me, this is where Rani learned the darker aspects of magic from, that she would later wield to devastating effect in the Night of the Black Knives. Clearly this Witch of the Woods was an adherent of the Dark Moon, and in my mind there is no doubt that she helped form Rani's worldview and inform her of the dark path that she would need to take to bring about the Age of Stars. In an immediate sense, the Snowy Crone clearly embodied the cold aspects of the Dark Moon, not only because of her name, but because of the frost incantations that she taught Rani, and we learn of this via spells like Glintstone Icecrag and Freezing Mist. What is clear is that the cold is intrinsic to the form of the Dark Moon, as it seems if Rani herself exudes some kind of cold. For when she inhabits the miniature doll, the item description for the doll reads off that it gives off a pleasant cool, and after she departs this vessel, the chillness is described as being gone. There's also the fact that Blythe appears to be affected by Rani's cold, as his armour set states, the pelt serves as a cape protecting from cold. Blythe was the blade of Rani, but the cold bothered him anyway. Again, to me suggesting that the reason Blythe is now cold is because Rani, now an adherent of the Dark Moon, exudes a type of cold. Rani also mentions the cold in the Age of Stars ending. She refers to the chill night. And to me, the cold and the chill of her Dark Moon is meant to represent the cold of the cosmos, of the abyss of space. However, what interests me more is the occult nature of the Dark Moon and what it means for Rani's stories. There are a few other mentions of occult in Elden Ring, and it is essentially a weapon affinity strongly associated with death and the manipulation of vital energies. For example, it is associated with the weapon art Lifesteal Fist, Spectral Lance, Assassin's Gambit, and of course the Black Whetblade, which applies the occult affinity to weapons. We can get an idea of what the occult is all about by reading the description of Lifesteal Fist, which states, "Skill that demonstrates mastery over the art of controlling vital energies." So this is a life manipulation focused practice, which I guess isn't a surprise for those who are familiar with the term cult or occult, witchcraft that is about life and death, quite often the trope being that you require a blood sacrifice or a death for those powers. We see this idea of a blood sacrifice in the weapon art Assassin's Gambit, which is an occult weapon art, where one is literally required to offer some of their blood through a self-inflicted wound to take advantage of this occult power. As I suggested in my Black Knives lore video, Rani speaks of how she used a fearsome rite to imbue the Black Knife Assassin blades with the power of the Rune of Death. I have no doubt in my mind that this is an occult practice, an occult rite, learned via the Snowy Crone, and an aspect of the Dark Moon's power. After all, the murder of Godwyn's soul and ridding herself of her Empyrean flesh very much is a manipulation of life and death, and to me it firmly earns the occult title. The heretical Snowy Crone playing up to the Wicked Witch of the Woods really does tie into the darker side of witchcraft and the occult, much like the 2015 film The Witch, which I highly recommend by the way if you like a slow burning horror. I therefore think that the occult aspect of the Dark Moon was the aspect that provided Rani the knowledge and rights necessary to manipulate the Rune of Death in the ways that she did. When it comes to the dark aspect of the moon, as mentioned by Rani and Iji when they talk of the dark path of the Empyrean that Rani is taking, I think it is a general representation of what Rani's moon represents. It represents the cold abyss of space. It represents the yin to the Erdtree's yang, the dark to its gold. It is not necessarily evil, but it is fundamentally opposed to the path laid out by the two fingers, and thus it is the dark path of the Empyrean. To make a long tangent short, I think Rani was first introduced to the moon by her mother, but it was the crone who taught her the deeper mysteries of the Dark Moon, of the cold, of the dark, and its occult aspects. The very fact that Rani makes her new body in the image of the Snowy Crone shows how much of an impact this character had on her. She was a mentor to Rani, meaning that everything that Rani is owes a lot to the teachings of the Snowy Crone. And ultimately, I believe it was the Snowy Crone who put her on her path that she is in game, and told her what she needed to do to bring about the Age of Stars. So with that said, let us talk about Rani's designs and the Night of the Black Knives itself. I'll obviously start this chapter by making it clear that I have already done an in-depth look at the Night of the Black Knives in its own video, so if you are interested in a comprehensive look on that subject, I will link it below. In this video, we will mainly be looking at the effects that this event had on Rani. Having grown a personal hatred for the Golden Order and resenting the Two Fingers for stifling her self-determination, Rani's mentor would have given her the teachings necessary to realise her true destiny as an instrument of the Dark Moon and bring about an Age of Stars. And as such, the conspiracy known as the Night of the Black Knives would have begun to be formulated. In my Night of the Black Knives video, I discussed that the Black Knife Assassins were women that were close to Marika in terms of blood, given that Rogier describes them as scions of the Eternal City, and that their armor set describes them as being close to Marika. And as Loki says in this tweet here, I've always believed that this means that these are women close to Marika in terms of society and terms of blood. However, Tarnished Archaeologist in one of their lore videos has a fascinating and more refined interpretation than mine, in a way that may explain why these women were close to Marika. In a series of videos, Tarnished Archaeologist lays out a theory that the Eternal Empire, those of the Eternal Cities, preceded Marika's civilization, and that it was from this Eternal Empire that Marika's Erdtree society evolved. Tarnished Archaeologist likens this to the evolution of the Roman Empire from a pagan empire to a Christian one, and in this case, it was the Eternal Empire evolving from a paganistic star-worshipping empire from which a monotheistic tree cult emerged, resulting in the dominant Erdtree religion that we see today, and that these three eternal cities that we find in-game actually once sat on the surface and dominated the lands between, connected by the highway that runs from Limgrave all the way to the Altus Plateau. And according to Tarnished Archaeologist's theory, the Black Knife Assassin Knight was the result of a counter-revolution of those who still believed in the old way of the Eternal Empire, and they revolted against the emergence of Marika's new monotheistic religion. That is the long and the short of it. Tarnished Archaeologist has an excellent series on this very subject, backed up by environmental details and in-game lore, and if you want to learn more about this theory, then I will link it below. And props to Tarnished Archaeologist for bringing out new ideas and theories this long after the game's launch. This would explain why the women of the Black Knife Assassins were close to Marika. They were the same people as her. Regardless, whatever you think about the origins of the Black Knife Assassins, it is clear that Ranni was able to find a group of co-conspirators who shared her animosity for the Erdtree Order. My impression and speculation is that both sides brought something to the table in this grand plot. Firstly, the Black Knife Assassins of course brought the martial skill and physical participants who were willing and able to actually do the killing. I also believe that it was the Night Sorceries of Celia, assassin-focused skills that included magics of obfuscation, that formed the building blocks for what would become the assassin's iconic cloaks that fooled the eye, invisibility cloaks if you will. However, I believe it was Ranni who brought her mastery of the occult to the conspiracy, and it was Ranni who is responsible for the Black Knives themselves, and for that I mean the actual weapons. As we have already discussed, Ranni was initiated in occult practices, and then she speaks of a fearsome rite in which she formed these knives.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
So clearly Ranni was able to bring her knowledge to bear to give the weapons needed to kill the gods. And of course, again, what's a well-known fact at this point in the game's history is that the ritual performed on Godwyn and Ranni simultaneously was specifically done in a way that would benefit Ranni, that would rid her of her Empyrean flesh, cheating the system, so to speak, by taking one half of death, the body death, without being obliterated entirely, having her soul killed alongside it. The curse mark of death reads the following: curse mark carved in to the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. Specifically, the Root of Death appears to have been carved at the same time into the flesh of Ranni and Godwyn both, so that the effects of the Rune of Death would split, killing Ranni's body only, and Godwyn was forced to bear the death of soul on her behalf. The clear and specific nature of this ritual shows that Ranni planned this night primarily to rid herself of her Empyrean flesh, an intent that is made clear by several of her dialogues.
I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away.
I believe this is Ranni's main aim in organising and masterminding the Night of the Black Knives, and that she essentially misled and betrayed the Black Knife assassins by obscuring the true purpose and leaving them out to dry following the night itself. This is why we find Alecto imprisoned by Ranni, and why the Black Knives appear to attack her vassals in retribution. But for more detail on why I believe this, I would again refer you to my Night of the Black Knives video. And in general, it seems like the Black Knife assassins take the full weight of the blame, as Ranni does not seem to be known as the true mastermind in the modern era. It takes Rogier some investigation to find out this is the case, and aside from that, she is never mentioned as the mastermind behind this plot. Yet while Ranni's objectives in organising the night are clear, there are other general political goals that night that were achieved. In my Black Knives video, I believe I did a good job in bringing some attention to an article from Bandai Namco that was published alongside the December 2021 story trailer. This article was essentially a flavour piece that introduced players to the world of Elden Ring and what they could expect from the story, complementing the story trailer that released at the same time. And it said the following on the Night of the Black Knives. One grim night, in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none were as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. The assassins' targets were multifold, and this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of Marika's kin. So while Ranni clearly had an ulterior motive in enacting this plan, it's clear the conspiracy also achieved other aims that resulted in a devastating blow for the royal family of the Erdtree Order. So in a way, Ranni kills two birds with one stone. She harnesses the frustrations of those who resent the Erdtree Order to create a counter-revolutionary strike, which not only achieves her primary goal of shedding her Empyrean skin, but it also destabilizes a rival branch of the royal family, and it strikes a blow that essentially the Golden Order never truly recovers from. Following this, Ranni clearly exists in some kind of spirit or soul form, before anchoring her spirit within a new doll body. Now, at this point I would like to take a moment to discuss Ranni's new form, and assess how we see her in game to see what bits of lore that we can mine from it. So firstly there's the blue spirit form of Ranni that sticks out the side of her doll body. And I've always presumed that this is the true Ranni, this spirit. This is her in soul form, and how she exists now that she has no flesh. Which of course makes sense when you consider that Ranni's mouths, her spirit form and her doll form, move at the same time, meaning this is just Ranni's spirit, it just kind of overlaps slightly with the doll that she now possesses. However, despite this, people have also often tried to tie Ranni and Melina together, and there are certainly legitimate reasons to do so. For example, when Ranni first gives you the spirit calling bell, she says she has been asked to do so by Torrent's former master, clearly Melina. Melina is clearly in spirit form much like Ranni, describing herself as burned and bodiless. As pointed out by Ziostorm in his recent video on Melina, which I will link below, all three of Melina, Ranni and Torrent fade away in a burst of blue particles. And given that Torrent is described in the spectral steed whistle as a spectre, it's fair to assume that all three are in some sort of spirit form. So for me, the first and most obvious connection between these two characters is that they both exist in spirit form. They don't have corporeal bodies. And we could go a little bit further down the rabbit hole if we consider that Melina could be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I am in the camp that believe that Melina's most likely identity is that of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who has now been rebirthed as Marika as an agent. Ranni was killed in body by the Rune of Death, and the Glomide Queen once wielded this power before being defeated by Malekith. Perhaps Melina, the Glomide Queen, being burned and bodiless, could be a hint at her ultimate fate at the hands of Malekith, who, now the wielder of Destined Death and the Rune of Death, burned her in the red-black flames. This is all wild speculation, of course, but in summary, I believe that if there is any connection between Ranni and Melina, it is because they are both spirits who have come to be due to similar circumstances. I don't believe that they are the same person, nor do I believe that they are sisters, and while there are similarities in the two, I believe they are two clearly distinct characters on their own journey. That being said, Melina is a video in of itself, and I will eventually explore the possibility that they are one and the same person in a separate video, so look out for that. But tangent aside, in short, I believe that Ranni's overlapping ghostly form is literally just that. It's Ranni's spirit. Now, when it comes to the form that Ranni has chosen, her puppet, as we have already mentioned, it is modelled after the most influential person in her life, the Snowy Crone. I believe that the crone more or less wore this type of outfit, and that's why her appearance in general is said to be modelled after the Snowy Crone. Yet I don't think this is a complete one-to-one recreation of what the Snowy Crone looked like. The fact the crone is referred to as such doesn't chime too well with the actual appearance, as the term crone literally means an old woman, yet Ranni's puppet is clearly far more youthful. Given that it looks very similar to Ranni's spirit form, my conclusion is that the youthful aspects of this appearance are based on Ranni herself, and that she has modified the Snowy Crone's appearance slightly to more reflect her own spirit. Yet the most fascinating aspect of her appearance, in my opinion, are her 4 arms, possibly one of the most iconic parts of her whole getup. Many will of course recognise the obvious connections that this has to Hinduism. Many Hindu deities like Brahma and Vishnu have more than 2 arms. But why? Well, firstly it helps illustrate that these beings, these gods, are not human, that by looking at an image you realise straight away this is a god. But to go a bit further, these are symbols of their divine power. My understanding is that multiple arms are used to show that these gods are able to perform multiple actions throughout the universe at the same time, by using all their different arms. A divine multitasker, if you will. The arms can also be used to illustrate the different items of significance relatable to that god. For example, take this image of Ganesha or Ganesh, who has 4 arms. His bottom right hand is positioned in a flat palm symbol for a blessing, representing Ganesha's blessings that he bestows upon people. In the top right hand, he holds an axe, meant to represent detachment or the severing of ties. You get the picture. So let's apply this logic to Ranni. In our first and last meetings with Ranni, her hands are in a normal relaxed position, and so there isn't much that we can mine from this. However, what interests me more is the positioning of her hands when we speak to her in Ranni's tower, and the iconic hand gesture she makes in the story trailer. I'm of course referring to the pose where one of the pair of hands is distinctly steepled, and we have to ask, what is this trying to convey? Well, usually this hand position is used to depict thinking, or planning, or scheming. Ranni is a schemer. The bringing of the Age of Stars ultimately is the culmination of centuries worth of planning.
There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme.
To me, her 2 sets of hands represent this. She is a multitasker, one who is capable of active immediate action, symbolised by her 3 set of hands, but one that is always planning ahead, looking to the future, no matter what's happening in the present, symbolised by her steepled hands. It symbolises Ranni as a master planner, and it makes me think of Mephala from the Elder Scrolls, who also is shown with multiple arms, and Mephala is a god of scheming and plans. That is of course my speculation, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments below, what you think Ranni's 4 arms are meant to represent. With that all said, we now know what happens after the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn becomes the Prince of Death and gives rise to those who live in death. Possibly the greatest instance of collateral damage in any Souls game. As I have said in multiple videos, I see the crime against Godwyn, his death of soul and the fate he is forced to suffer just so Ranni can achieve her aims, as a terrible crime, never mind the condemnation of other innocent people who are forced to live in death as a result of deathroot spreading from Godwyn, the source of this terrible crime. And so no matter what you think about Ranni's ending, I always bear that in mind, that the steps she has taken to get here are extremely ruthless. I am not saying that she is a bad guy, but in my eyes she is far from a hero. But what happens to Ranni after this? Firstly, we know that it is after Ranni has disposed of her flesh that she divulges her plans to Iji and Blythe, thanks to a dialogue from Iji.
When Lady Ranni renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals.
So this makes Iji and Blythe rather innocent of any involvement in the Night of the Black Knives, as it seems like they didn't know her plans until this moment. Yet Ranni and her vassals appear to have been in hiding for quite a while, as we do get a rather interesting piece of dialogue regarding Ranni's whereabouts from Rogier, who says the following.
I have some idea of Ranni's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. It is the familial home of the Carian royals from whom Ranni descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Ranni's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
The shattering came after the Night of the Black Knives. However, from Rogier's dialogue, it's clear that Ranni really hasn't been much of a player ever since the Night of the Black Knives and the Shattering War began. We of course learned via Gideon Ofnir that Ranni then set aside her Great Rune. And now this is interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, it means that she did claim a Great Rune at some point, as we know that this is an active action taken by the demigods from the introduction to Elden Ring.
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring.
My speculation is that she did initially claim a Great Rune for the reasons that everyone else did, power. Then, upon the outbreak of the war, she set hers aside and vanished, leaving her siblings to destroy one another, while she waited patiently to enact her plans, following the end of the war, at a time when many of her potential rivals would have been eliminated, and in general providing a more quiet landscape for her to enact her plans. The setting aside of her Great Rune is very symbolic to me. To me it really does represent that Ranni sees her path, the dark path of the Empyrean, as separate from that of the Elden Ring. While others may be hoping to claim the Elden Ring for their own and harness its power through the Great Rune that they hold, Ranni's path is detached entirely from the existing order of this world, and as such, Great Runes, remnants of an order that she seeks to supplant entirely, really is detached from her concerns. As such, her dark path of the Empyrean does not require a Great Rune, nor would it benefit from taking part in the Shattering. Returning to Rogier's dialogue, he also talks about Ranni's vassals gathering at Caria Manor. The implication being is that this is a recent activity after years of the manor being abandoned and Ranni being missing. The overall impression is that Ranni essentially skipped town while the Shattering War played out, and only recently following the end of the war has there been activity at Caria Manor. This brings us to the here and now and Ranni's next step in her plans, severing the bonds between her and the Fingers for good, and then finally, at the defeat of the Elden Beast, she'll be able to herald in the Age of Stars. Yet despite Ranni's return and the fairly exhausted state of all other demigods, her plans are locked in stasis thanks to the actions of her own brother, General Radahn. At this stage in the lore, we all know the story of Radahn, a great warrior who learned gravity magic so he could continue to ride his beleaguered horse. Yet he became so powerful in its usage that he imposed his will on the stars themselves during the Star Scourge conflict. According to a sword monument found in Caelid, this was to keep Celia safe from something, either from its fate or a direct threat from the stars. However, with the movement of the stars arrested, fate is tethered along with it, and as we learn from Selin and Iji, this means that Ranni's destiny is also held in stasis. Indeed, whether Radahn intentionally wanted to prevent Ranni's plan or not is not clear. However, it is clear that he is currently the greatest impediment to Ranni's plans. The Dark Moon itself appears in the skies over Caelid upon Radahn's defeat, as if it is an omen that Ranni's destiny can resume. This brings us back to a rather tricky subject, that of fate, a subject I have dealt with in some detail in my Primeval Current lore video, which I will link below. But let us start by understanding the fundamentals about fate before we apply it to Ranni's destiny. A good place to start is with the Celestial Dew item description, which reads as follows. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. Therefore, in the world of Elden Ring, fate is literally attached to the stars. Fate itself is defined by Oxford Languages in the following way. The development of events outside a person's control, regarded as predetermined by a supernatural power. In short, fate is the way a person's life unfolds, and that the events of their lives happen outside of their control, and is instead guided by an outside force. And in this case, that outside force is the stars. This is more simply put by the Amber Starlight Shard, which says that the stars command people's fate, and the Carians seem to have had a special relationship with fate. The Carians descend from astrologers, with Rennala herself being described as an astrologer in the Stargazer heirloom. The astrologer armor set tells us that astrologers are able to read fate in the stars. When Rennala established Carian royalty, it looked as though she preserved such practices via the preceptors, for the preceptor hood reads, large hat with the movement of stars drawn on the inside of the brim, worn by magic preceptors who served the Carian royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars. This heavily implies that the preceptors very much are stargazers, given their hats have the movements of the stars drawn on the inside, and given one of the only preceptors we meet in-game, Celivis, is obsessed with fate and manipulating it through his puppet drafts, I think it's a fair bet to say that these preceptors acted as personal fate readers for the Carian royal family, and continued to observe the practice of astrology that was linked to the reading of fate. So this in turn implies that some Carians were well aware of their fates, because they are able to read them in the stars. And it seems as though fate is fundamentally important to the Carians, as it seems to literally dictate their lives. And we learn of how much an influence fate has on the Carians via Selin, who says the following regarding fate.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Ranni's destiny.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory, arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Ranni's destiny. So Selin specifically states that Ranni's fate, her life, is unable to really move forward until the movement of the stars is resumed. It is hard for us to truly understand what is happening here, but here are the main takeaways. The Carians are able to read and therefore predict their fate and destiny in the stars. In a way, it is preordained to them. For example, Ranni seems to know exactly the way her fate will play out. Second, fate is tied to the movement of the stars, and if the stars do not move, then there is no fate. And the way in which fate plays out in the stars that has been read by the astrologers cannot come to pass until movement is resumed. This seems to be some sort of metaphysical power that we don't fully understand. When fate resumes, everything plays out as Ranni would like it to. With the moment that Radahn is dead, a meteorite hits the ground, opening up the way for Nokron. Now we could just say that Radahn was actually just holding back a shooting star that was going to hit here anyway, and there wasn't really any fate involved. However, there is more to this, as if we try to open the chest containing the Fingerslayer blade, but we are not serving Ranni, and we're not therefore retrieving it for her, then we get a message saying that we are not destined to open it, and we are unable to open it. Furthermore, the Fingerslayer blade item description itself states that it cannot be wielded by those without fate, and if fate is arrested, that means that Ranni wouldn't be able to wield this blade. So fate and destiny appears to be a power exerted by the stars onto the mortal plane, a power that is weaved into being through their movements. And ultimately I believe fate to be a tool of the stars. It ultimately seems like a way that they can guide their adherents. This is of course my speculation, as we know the power of fate can be used to control the actions of other people, as Seluvis uses the fate latent within the stars to create puppet drafts from starlight shards, meaning that fate is an actual power of some kind that can exert control over people. Yet things still happen while Radahn is frozen in the stars. For example, we are still able to ascend the Elden Throne without killing Radahn, and therefore without the stars resuming their movement. This is why I believe fate is less of a wide-reaching, nebulous concept that affects everyone, and rather it is a force of control, of guidance, that is from the stars themselves. Regardless, Ranni's plans are in essence frozen until we come along. Ranni is unable to wield the Fingerslayer blade to finally sever her connection, but when we resume her fate, her destiny, she is able to wield the blade. We destroy the baleful shadows for her, and she slaughters her own two fingers. She is completely cut off, detached from the influence of the two fingers and the greater will. She is able now to adhere herself to a new order, the Order of the Dark Moon. So all that remains for us to do at this stage is to defeat Radagon and the Elden Beast. So now let us talk about what actually happens with Ranni's ending, and what the Age of the Stars actually means. There has been a lot of debate about what the ending of Ranni's quest actually means. What happens when we choose the Age of Stars? And I think there's a lot of confusion that is very quickly cleared up when you speak to Ranni back at Ranni's Rise, when you've become her consort, but before you've triggered the end of the game. If you return to Ranni's Rise and you still have the miniature Ranni in your items, you can speak to her once more, at which stage she will explain more about what her new order will actually entail.
Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities, which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. Wouldst thou come to me even now, my one and only Lord?
So I think Ranni clears up a lot here. Ranni's new order will not be one that is situated on Earth. And what she means by this is that she herself and the controlling artifact of this new order, the Dark Moon, will not be on the Earth much as Marika and the Erdtree would be. Instead, Ranni would be at a far remove from the Earth in the cosmos. And as such, it wouldn't be subject to the same weaknesses and flaws that Marika's order would be, the same corruption that it opened itself up to. Zioswarm did a good video on this months back, clearing up this confusion and citing an article from Frontline JP, which I will link below alongside Zio's video. In this article, the author not only retranslated the ending of the game, but also the dialogue we just spoke of. And while I don't think this dialogue is nearly as cryptic as the ending, I do think the author's translations do make the point I'm making slightly more clear. For example, for the dialogue we have just discussed, in the line where Rani says, "As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together, but I would have them at a great remove," the author of the Frontline JP article offers a slightly clearer translation, which I will quote now. "Even if life and souls are one with the order, it, the order, could be kept far away." Rani would have order physically separated from the world that it governs, and have these certainties of sight, faith and touch all become impossibilities if she as a god, as the new order, is far removed from Earth. Then people wouldn't be able to worship her, wouldn't be able to interact with her, nor even see her. Order would just function, it would just govern the world without all the emotion, without all the faith, meaning that Rani is unlikely to be swayed by emotions of what she sees and feels around her. It would be an order of logic. To quote the author of said article, they say, "Rani believes that while the order may have to exist, as it is entwined with life and souls, it causes problems for the people. Her solution is thus to take it and leave, keeping it far away, where people cannot see, feel, touch, and believe in it, embarking on a journey into fear, doubt, solitude, and darkness to do so." In a way, this also lines up with the problems that Goldmask himself identifies with the Golden Order. If we look at the Mending Rune of Perfect Order, the culmination of Goldmask's work, he believed that it was the fickleness of the gods that caused the issues. And Rani would essentially eliminate that problem by removing herself from the Earth. She and the Order would exist far away from the Earth, meaning there would be no politics, no emotions, and no faith that would pollute the perfection of order. This implies an order of logic, a nuance that is easier to see with Loki's translation of Rani's final dialogue, which I quote now. "To all life and all souls, from here on is the era of the stars, the logic of the moon, a 1,000-year journey, a logical order of the moon." I do think this is a nuance that is really missed from the final dialogue of the Age of Stars ending, and admittedly the English is a little confusing. Many people thought that Rani was taking everyone with her on a voyage into the stars. However, with these translations, it is clear that Rani means that she, as the new order, will travel far away from the plane of existence that she herself governs. Now let's listen to that dialogue now.
"The battle is over, I see. I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars, a 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness. Well then, shall we? My fair consort eternal."
With this new understanding in place, we know what is really being said here despite the cryptic language. Rani is ushering in the Age of Stars that will be governed by her and her dark moon. Yet she will depart into the cosmos, no doubt to join her dark moon, beginning her journey into the chill night, a path of fear, doubt and loneliness for Rani. She will rule from afar, out of sight, and thus the problems of the prior order will fade. Again, I will quote the translation from the Frontline JP article, which makes this all more abundantly clear. "I shall swear to all lives and souls. From here on is the Age of Stars, the laws of the moon, a 1,000-year journey. To all you may think of the chill night as infinitely far away. And now let us go on our path of fear, doubt and loneliness into the darkness." So with that made abundantly clear, let us talk about the greater picture. What does this mean for the Greater Will and the Elden Ring? Firstly, I think it's clear that the Elden Ring is no more in this ending, symbolised by Ranni picking up the head of Marika, the vessel for the Elden Ring, who then fades away. In the various Elden Ring endings, we defeat the Elden Beast, but then we take the time to repair the Elden Ring inside of Marika, and implement a new order that is imposed through the power of the new Elden Ring and any modifications that we added to it. However, in Ranni's ending, Marika fades away and presumably the Elden Ring fades with it. I think the erasure of the Elden Ring is necessary. After all, Ranni doesn't implement her plan until after we have defeated Radagon and the Elden Beast. This to me implies that Ranni's order could not be implemented until the power of the Elden Ring was neutralized. Until then, the Elden Beast, a powerful vessel for the current order, had been in existence. Clearly its presence and the power of the Elden Ring kept the power of the Dark Moon at bay. But with the Elden Ring and Beast no more, the Dark Moon lays claim to the mortal plane. In the announcement trailer for Elden Ring, the narrator refers to the Elden Ring as that which commanded the stars. And so is it possible that the Elden Ring has been such a power that it bent even the stars to its will, that it is the preeminent force in the universe, and even the stars must obey its laws? I believe so, but I also believe that the moon and the stars have their own agenda. As we spoke of earlier, they are a yin to the Elden Ring's yang. They are opposite, and while the Elden Ring was present, it was ultimately the preeminent force in the universe that commanded the stars themselves. So through agents like Rennala, the Nox, and now Ranni, celestial bodies have tried to free themselves from such an order and impose their own. With the Elden Ring's defeat and Ranni freed from her two fingers, she is able to wipe away the last vestiges of the Elden Ring's power and beckon the moon, implementing an age of stars, free from the Elden Ring and free from the direct intervention of gods. And while I've always seen Ranni's act against Godwyn as a terrible crime, is this a case of the ends justifying the means, now that we have a god that will act like a god rather than a human warlord? For Ranni will have no family, have no castles, and be involved in no politics. Is this the right way for a new order to be implemented? I leave such judgments to yourself, my fellow Tarnished. Elden Ring has a few pivotal events in its story that punctuate its fascinating timeline. Key events that have all helped shape the world as it is now. The fracturing of the One Great, the War of the Giants, and the shattering of the Elden Ring, to name but a few. But arguably, no event casts as large a shadow as the infamous Night of the Black Knives. On a night of wintry fog, a group of conspirators stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith. With their knives imbued by its power, these assassins murdered the demigod Godwyn the Golden, and the rest is history. Yet despite these well-known facts, very little is known about the smaller details of this fateful night. When exactly did it happen? Did Ranni betray her co-conspirators? Was Marika actually involved? Were other demigods murdered on the same night? In this video, we are going to unpack this event, from the formation of the conspiracy itself to the fallout, and review some fascinating and largely forgotten material from Bandai Namco's website, in an attempt to have a deeper understanding of this monumental event in the lore, who was involved, and what the true outcome actually was. At this point, I would also like to offer my thanks to Mirko, translator for Sabaka no Meiko, and Loki, author of the Abyssal Archive, both translators who offered me a lot of help in understanding some of the finer points in this video. Before we talk about the event itself and the build-up of the conspiracy, we need to talk about where this event sits in the general Elden Ring timeline. This event, of course, must have taken place after the Godskin apostasy, because it is the aforementioned event that led to Malekith sealing Death's death within his Black Blade. And of course it is from Malekith that the conspirators of the Night of the Black Knives would steal the Rune of Death from. Thus the events of this night must come after the Godskin apostasy. We also have the story trailer in which Rani narrates the events that led up to the Shattering War, and I quote Rani's narration from that trailer now. "The Rune of Death was stolen, and the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden, Queen Marika was driven to the brink. The Shattering War ensued, a war that wrought only darkness." The way in which this is delivered seems to imply a direct chain of causality. The Night of the Black Knives happened, and as a result, it pushed Queen Marika to the brink, leading to the shattering of the Elden Ring. This is always the way I've interpreted this story trailer, and indeed, an article from Bandai Namco themselves, released alongside this story trailer to help explain what we're seeing in the story trailer in December of 21, also seems to imply a direct causal link. It is important when looking at outside sources, as is the case for the story trailer, and of course the Bandai Namco article, that we make it clear that these are not canonical sources, so you are free to disregard them as you so choose. So we do need to be careful when using these types of evidence. Firstly, thanks to the work of those like Sekiro Dube, Lance McDonald and Zuli the Witch, we know that a lot actually changed between December of 2021, which is when this article and story trailer came out, and the release in February of 2022. The story trailer isn't an in-game cinematic, and it is more like a thematic appetizer for fans a couple of months ahead of release. That being said, there is no evidence that the overarching lore surrounding the Night of the Black Knives has changed substantially with what we have in-game, and so I am more willing to lean into this idea that the intentions of the developer and publisher behind the story of the Night of the Black Knives is still relevant to what we are seeing in the game, that this was what they conceived of the story at least of December 2021, but it would be intellectually dishonest of me if I didn't make it clear that of course this article and the story trailer to a degree are non-canonical sources. And as you can see from the parts I'm showing on the screen, there are many interesting details included in this article, especially in regards to Marika, that we will return to later. But for now, let's just stick with the timeline aspect of it. The heavy emphasis in both the story trailer and the article on a causal link seems to suggest to me that this event took place closer to the end of Marika's reign, rather than closer to the earlier Crucible and Age of Plenty eras. There's of course another similar retelling of events by an in-game NPC that lines up pretty well with the story trailer. I am referring to Sorcerer Roger, who is someone who has dedicated his life to researching this event and its fallout. When describing the importance of this event and when it came to pass, he says the following.
"The misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering."
So again, Roger reiterates the fact that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, was specifically the catalyst that would lead to the Shattering. Again, a chain of causality between this event and the Shattering. This is a sentiment backed up by Loki, who believes that the kanji that was translated as catalyst could be more closely translated as trigger, and in short believes that linguistically, the language is trying to imply that the Night of the Black Knives is directly connected to the outcome of Marika shattering the Elden Ring. When talking about when this event took place, Roger specifically mentions a golden age as well, and again Loki was kind enough to offer their perspective as it is written in the original Japanese. Specifically, what their interpretation of what Rogier means when he says a golden age, and I quote Loki now. Prosperous age is its own term, and basically refers to what we would call a golden age. Rogier is talking about the period before things fell apart, so of course that would be deemed a prosperous era of peace. So in essence, Loki believes that Rogier is simply referring to a time in general when things were good, and before the peace was broken. And in general during Marika's reign, we do seem to have long periods of peace, from the Godskin apostasy really to the Night of the Black Knives when everything fell apart. And in general, if you want a greater view of the things that happened during Marika's reign, I would recommend my Elden Ring timeline video, which I will link below. There are also some other tangential pieces of evidence that may help to give us a general idea of when this took place. For example, we know that Godwyn took place in the War of the Ancient Dragons, and so again, the Night of the Black Knives has to have taken place after this event. But not only that, there is some evidence potentially that Godwyn met Miquella. For example, there is the Golden Epitaph sword, which reads the following: a sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die, infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. The sword is made to commemorate Godwyn's death, so after it, and is infused with the prayer of a young boy, who most likely must be Miquella, not only because of his youthful appearance, but because of Miquella's other potential associations with Godwyn, and trying to grant him a true death. If you're unsure what connection I'm referring to, I am talking about Castle Sol and the NPC that can be found at the top of its battlements after defeating Commander Nile. The dialogue of this ghost NPC suggests that the denizens of the castles were looking for ways to restore the soul of soulless demigods, and in particular, Miquella's comrade. But if you want a more in-depth look at this, then I would recommend my Miquella lore video, which I will link below. Now, these are of course important things to look at when talking about a timeline, because surely, if Miquella cares so deeply about his dear brother, about Godwyn's fate, then surely they must have had a relationship and known each other for such love to exist. And if we assume that to be a given, then surely the Night of the Black Knives has to have happened after Miquella was born, and thus later on into Marika's rule after she had married Radagon. So with all the context we've looked at and all the linguistic nuance, I do think it is most likely fair to say that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, comes later on in Marika's rule, the end of a long period of peace and prosperity. Mirko did offer a different perspective on the translation of Rogier's golden era, and I will quote Mirko on screen now, and essentially, Mirko suggests that linguistically, the Japanese could be translated to mean the age of prosperity, the age of plenty, therefore putting it closer to the beginning of Marika's reign, and earlier on in the timeline than many may assume. However, I do leave it for you to decide which fits more carefully with your understanding of the timeline. Regardless, all we can say definitively is that this attack must have occurred during a period of relative peace, growth and prosperity under Queen Marika's rule, between the Godskin Apostle Godhunt, but before the shattering of the Elden Ring. And with that said, let us go on to assess who actually took part in this conspiracy, who they are, and how they came to become known as the Black Knife Assassins. So now we have a general idea of when, we now need to talk about the conspirators and how this conspiracy was formed. The heavy hand and muscle of this operation were of course the Black Knife Assassins themselves. These nimble and deadly warriors are described to be scions of the Eternal City by Rogier, who says the following.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City. A group entirely of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the rune of death through sinister rite.
But are also simultaneously described as Numen by the Black Knives armor set, which reads, "The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen who had close ties with Marika herself." I think there's little value me in going over this in depth once again, but here are the main general ties to why the Nox are essentially an offshoot Numen tribe. And if you'd like to hear a more in-depth explanation of that, then I would recommend my video on the Eternal Cities, which I will link below. What is more interesting is that I believe we can specifically track the development of these assassins and how they tie into the Eternal Cities and the Numen themselves. The armor set describes the assassins as all women. They are also extremely nimble warriors, and fittingly, there is also an all-female nimble warrior class found within the Eternal City, the Swordstress. In prior videos I have suggested that maybe the Black Knife Assassins were Swordstresses themselves. I think there is more nuance to be had here as we will dig in deeper, and I have refined my own opinions on it as I've dug deeper into this very topic, but it is still fitting that culturally the Nox have a precedent for nimble female warriors. This is where I want to return to the term scions of the Eternal Cities, as mentioned by Rogier. Scion means a descendant, usually used in reference to a notable bloodline. Loki was able to provide further insight into who these women may be, and he translated Rogier's dialogue in the following manner. "I told you before about the Night of the Black Knives conspiracy. The perpetrators are said to be assassins who are descendants of the Eternal Capital." Then Loki would go on to tie this to a dialogue that we've looked at on the channel before, Gowry's one regarding Celia's ties to the Eternal Cities, and I again quote Loki now, which ties into this. "As promised, I shall teach you about the lost sorceries of Celia, descendant of the Eternal." And this is the same term for descendant used in both dialogues, and both in regards to descending from the Eternal Cities. This is also a subject we've talked about in my Eternal Cities lore video and others, that the Celians are indeed descendants of the Nox as well, and it's therefore fascinating to me that Loki has linguistically tied these two references of two different groups together, the Black Knife Assassins and the Celians referred to in the exact same manner. However, the potential link between Celia and the Assassins is also found within the lore. One of the other defining features of the Assassins themselves are of course their cloaks, that fool the eye, a fact that is reflected in gameplay by the Assassins who are essentially invisible to us, unless we are using the Sentry Torch, and even when we can see them, their cloaks seem to warp the light around them. So what is this technology or magic, and how are the Eternal Cities able to craft these extraordinary pieces of armor? Well, again, I think if we look at the culture and sorcery of Celia, we can get the answer. As we have already mentioned, Gowry directly ties Celia as an offshoot colony of Noxian descent, calling them descendants of the Eternal.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
But even without Gowry, the player would be able to tell these ties through visual and implicit storytelling. The most obvious, of course, is the crypt chair found in the rear of Celia, guarded by none other than a Noxian monk and Swordstress. Indeed, the Celian throne is integrated into the Celian coat of arms, and given how iconic the crypt chairs are to Noxian society, it really shows how important the ties to the Eternal Cities are to this small town. Now, the architecture of Celia itself is different from the architecture of the Eternal Cities, but they are close enough that you could imagine them being built by Noxian offshoot. Indeed, the architecture of the lower regions of Leyndell matches that of Celia and Ordina as well, and credit to Tarnished Archaeologist who makes this connection in his video on Leyndell. And given that Celia is connected to the Nox, and therefore the Numen, it's a logical conclusion that this lower Leyndell is also connected to the same tribe, Marika's tribe in Marika City. Tarnished Archaeologist also brings attention to the main gate of Leyndell, and how it essentially leads to nowhere, suggesting that it must have been built with this Numen settlement, Lower Leyndell, in mind. I leave it to Tarnished Archaeologist to explain the implication this has for the Eternal Cities underground, some directly below where this gap between the wall and the Lower Leyndell settlement is, as that is not the subject of this video. I'm just highlighting it because it shows the deep connections between the Numen and the Nox and their history with Marika and the lands between, that even in the heart of Leyndell we can see traces of the Nox's heritage and how important they are to Marika and the royal family. A fact that is even more stark when you consider that the signature floral patterns on the leaden windows of Celia are the same patterns on the very gates of Leyndell itself. Yet to be clear, the Celians are certainly descended from the Nox, as is said by Gowrie explicitly, and the fact they are called scions by Rogier, which again means descendants. And so while Lower Leyndell most likely precedes the Eternal Cities and shares an architectural style with Celia, Celia most clearly comes after the establishment of the Eternal Cities and the Nox. But the point in highlighting the connections of architecture between Celia and Lower Leyndell is not necessarily to put it in the same date as Lower Leyndell, but to highlight the connection and heritage that Celia and the Nox and the Numen share. In turn, this raises questions of town that also shares the same architectural design, but we will get there near the end of the video. Then of course there is the Celian spell, Night Maiden's Mist, one of the night sorceries of Celia, and the description of this spell reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. This is of course one of the greatest ties between the two. Firstly, it is a Celian night sorcery, and yet it originates from one of the Night Maidens of Nokron. Night Maidens of course being the highest ranking members in Noxian society that we are aware of. Indeed, when we fight Night Maidens in Nokron and Nokstella, they quite often use this technique and spell against us, again stressing the connection between Celia and its sorceries to the Nox. We can get a feel for what these night sorceries are all about and why they were developed by reading the description of Ambush Shard, which reads the following. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. So this is a school of sorcery dedicated to assassination. It is about obfuscation and killing, which is reflected in the fact that when you use these spells, they fool the eyes of opponents, who will not try to react or dodge, as they may well do for regular spells. However, what is more important to this current discussion when talking about the assassins of the Black Knives is the spell known as Unseen Form, which reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, makes the caster semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. The Celian assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work. So here we have specifically a sorcery that makes one invisible, developed by a town that specialises in assassination. The description of the Black Knife armour makes it clear that there is a power in the veils that fool the eye, and I think it is more than likely that these night sorceries will have been employed to empower these specialised veils so that they could fool the eye, much like the Unseen Form spell. I want to briefly speak on the design of the armour itself. According to the description of the Black Knife armour set, it was forged to make no sound. And again, we could attribute that to the night magic of the Salians, or perhaps the tight and sophisticated scale design. However, what I'm more interested in is the iconography. There seems to be a large focus on feathers, both on the lower part of the cuirass and the teal feathers found on the shoulder joints. When trying to explain this, fortunately for us, there is another group of assassins who employ similar iconography, the Ravenmount assassins. The armor set of these read as follows: a ritual implement for transforming into a deathbird, if only by imitation. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. As I discussed at length in my Deathbirds lore video, deathbirds in the lands between are literal symbols of death, much as crows or ravens are to us in the real world. The Ravenmount imitated the deathbirds to show that they are bringers of death. Given that the Black Knife assassins are also assassins, my presumption is that the design of this armor is meant to employ the same sort of symbolism. So I think it's clear that the work developed in Celia, both in regards to training assassins and in developing spells that help obscure the assassins from their targets, were used to help equip and train the assassins that would go on to be known as the Black Knife assassins, really cementing this Celian link. So with those deep connections to Celia in mind, let us once again return to specifically the women who would become the Black Knife assassins. Straight up, the most obvious answer to me, given all we've looked at, is that these assassins are from Celia themselves. They are assassins who were trained by the town and are from there. This would quite easily tick all the boxes we know about the assassins. They are related to the Numen. They are Celian trained in assassination. It's a town that developed invisibility sorcery, and it is a town of descendants of the Eternal City, much as the assassins themselves are described. I'd be certainly happy with this, and we can move on. However, we could potentially go deeper if we examine another signature element of the assassins, the Black Knife weapons themselves, because they have another tie in game. Ranni states that she forged the blade through fearsome rite.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
And shortly we will discuss where Ranni may have got this occult knowledge from. However, despite Ranni using the term forged, the actual description of the Black Knife reads slightly differently. It reads as follows: a ritual performed on the oddly misshapen blade imbued it with the power of the stolen Rune of Death. So the ritual was performed on the blade, meaning presumably this ritual was performed on a mundane knife that was forged the traditional way. And if we are looking at a base template for what type of knife may have been used in this ritual, we should look no further than the Blade of Calling. For those who don't know, the Blade of Calling is a very similar size and shape to the Black Knife one, except for the protruding aspects and it isn't black. But more importantly, the weapon art for the Blade of Calling, Blade of Gold, is basically a golden version of the Blade of Death weapon art that the Black Knife uses. This is also the Blade of Calling, wielded by Melina when we summon her for the Morgott fight, and she uses the exact same moveset as a Black Knife assassin. So this begs the question, who is Melina, and how can she inform us on who these assassins may be? So this is heavy speculation, but I want to try and tie together everything we know about Celia and Melina and her moveset and the Blade of Calling. It is heavily implied that Melina is a child of Marika, and yet she shares a combat style with these Numen kin, who have descended from the Noxian split of the Numen tribe. Taking Celia as an example, despite the place retaining heavy ties to the Nox, these are kind of hidden, such as the Noxian throne being hidden right at the back of Celia, and I'm sure many don't actually know in the world of Elden Ring that the Nox are related to the Celians. And in a lot of ways, the Celians have reintegrated with surface society. Lusat is a great example of this, a Celian native who was once Grand Master of Rhea Lucaria's Academy and founder of the Elevenus Conspectus. And thus, if Lusat is able to integrate into normal society despite being of Noxian descent, Is it possible that we can explain the closeness of the Black Knife Assassins in a similar manner? That these are Salian women who are reintegrated into Marika's court, bound through ties of kinship? I'm saying all this because of the implications of what is said in the Black Knife Assassin armor set in regards to closeness of these women to Marika, and in turn how that can help us explain the curious links between Melina and the Black Knife Assassins and the Blade of Calling with the Black Knife. And does this mean close in blood relation, or close as in familial or friendship? And for now I'm disregarding the idea that it means close that they were her co-conspirators, as I will deal with that later. But for now I wanted to get to the truth of what is being said here when it says close, and so once again I turn to Loki, who is able to provide this appraisal of the original Japanese, and I now quote his translation of the Black Knife armor set and appraisal. It is said that the assassins, who were the perpetrators of the night of the conspiracy, are all women, and according to one theory, were visitors close to Marika. Then Loki goes on to explain, close in the psychological sense, not in terms of dealings. So what Loki is trying to get across here is that the original Japanese, in his opinion, is only trying to convey that these women were close psychologically to Marika. Close in terms of psychology, so friendship, kinship, or companionship, and nothing else. And again, this all makes sense without going any deeper if you consider their blood ties, that they all come from the Numen tribe ultimately. So in general, if these Numen were close to Marika and close to the court, perhaps they would have been trained in the same manner as Melina, another woman of the court, and armed with the same blades. In European courts, royal women often surrounded themselves with noble women, who would serve as their advisors, confidants, and companions, known as ladies-in-waiting. And perhaps this explains their proximity to Melina, and why they would share a combat style and armament, that these Numen women, possibly from Celia, acted as women of the court, and will have interacted and been around at the same time as Melina. That is of course wild speculation, but it's something that could explain the proximity of Melina to these women, and why they share similar combat styles. And so my final word on my speculation on who the Black Knife Assassins were specifically is that they were probably Celians, and they were Numen that were probably known to Marika in some capacity, and that is all we are able to say with any certainty. And again, we will return to the idea that Marika was involved later, and why I do not believe that it is the case. When it comes to the assassins as characters and named people, we do have two named members of the leadership, Alecto and her daughter Tyche. Both have ancient Greek origins. Alecto meaning unceasing anger, who was one of the Furies in Greek mythology, which indeed feels fitting for an assassin who brings vengeance for her people, the Nox, against the gods. And we will talk more about the Nox's motivation in the next chapter. Tyche is a letter-swapped spelling of an ancient Greek word that represents the Greek deity of fortune, which is why I'm pronouncing it that way, by the way. And I find this somewhat ironic given her ultimate fate. However, when we look at the way Greeks viewed fortune, there is a little more here. Fortune could sometimes be seen as a force of uncaring reversals of fate and arbitrary violence, which is fitting given the fate of the Nox and Godwin himself. What is interesting is that the Bandai Namco site that I've cited frequently already names the Black Knife Assassins as a foul covenant, and given Rani's connection to the occult in the Dark Moon, perhaps Rani corrupted them with her beliefs, and thus they made a covenant between them. This of course brings us to the main conspirator, Rani herself. Whatever you think about the timeline we have discussed, it is an immutable fact that Rani was involved.
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch Rani. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani. One of the children born to King Consort Radagon and his first wife, Ronala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint.
These dialogues both suggest that Rani was not only a conspirator, but in fact the orchestrator of the entire conspiracy. And this certainly makes sense, given that Rani wanted something very specific out of this event, and we will look at that in the following chapters. At this stage, Rani would still have her original Empyrean body with red hair, as we can see from its remains. She would have been a princess with some privilege, and thus unsurprising she would have had the resources and influence to organise such an operation. It also seems that Rani's magic was necessary, as she claims it was she who imparted the power of death upon the knives through fearsome rite. This also seems backed up by the knife print that we give to Rogier, who can detect her hand in the ritual which imbued the knives with their power.
The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint.
The term used by Rani, fearsome rite, smacks of occultism, and it makes sense that Rani would have this type of knowledge due to her association with the Dark Moon. Rani's Dark Moon spell reads as follows. This moon was encountered by a young Rani, led by the hand of her mother Renala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. So Rani's Dark Moon, specifically, is tied to occult mystery, and it is no doubt via the Dark Moon that Rani will have learned or gained the skills necessary to imbue the Black Knives with death. But there is another player in the story of the Dark Moon, the Snowy Crone, Rani's secret mentor. We learn of the crone via certain spells, such as Freezing Mist, which reads as follows. The Snowy Crone taught the young Rani to fear the Dark Moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. And via the Snow Witch set, which reads, once warned by the Snowy Crone, who the young sorcery encountered deep in the woods, she was a witch and well versed in cold sorceries. The old witch was Rani's secret mentor. Witches, the term that is used to describe this woman here, are generally associated with dark, occult, or blood magic, and Rani in turn would become known as Rani the Witch. So while it is probable that a lot of Rani's powers are tied to the power of the Dark Moon, I believe that it was the crone, the Snow Witch, who told her how to wield them and taught her occult magic. As such, it is most likely from the crone that Rani learned of the fearsome rite that would allow her to forge the Black Knives. Rani's brother Rykard also seems to have been tangentially involved, as we learn via the Blasphemous Claw, which reads, on the night of the dire plot, Rani rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade. So the English here is a little confusing as to why Rani is actually giving these items to Rykard. So again, Loki has been kind enough to provide a clearer translation of what is being conveyed here. And I quote their translation of the Blasphemous Claw now. Rock fragment engraved with a scale of the Rune of Death can divert the power of the Black Sword. On the night of the conspiracy, Praetor Rykard received a scale as a reward from Rani, as the trump card to challenge Malekith the Black Sword, the Black Beast, who is destined death, when blasphemy someday comes. Now, blasphemy is a subject we talked about in great detail in my Rykard lore video. In essence, blasphemy means the turning against the Erd Tree, Rykard turning against his own kin, and to take their power for his own. So in essence, it is his rebellion. That is what the Day of Blasphemy is. So from Loki's translation, it seems as though Rani was giving Rykard this fragment so that he can challenge the gods in his time of blasphemy. He must have already shared his blasphemous ideals with his sister. That is why she trusts him enough to let him know about the conspiracy and her involvement in it by handing him these shards. And in essence, she's just causing more trouble for the Erdtree Order. She has just armed a future enemy of the Erdtree with a great weapon against their most powerful member. So in essence, Rykard is not really involved, rather he and his sister have both shared their ideals and they both share a hatred for the Erdtree and its order, and thus she's given a weapon to her brother just in the hopes that he can one day cause some trouble. But now that we've discussed Ranni's involvement, her involvement with making the blades, and organising the conspiracy in general, we now have to talk about the big elephant in the room, Marika, and why I believe she was not involved. So this brings us to the Marika question. Early on in the game's life cycle, many believed that Marika had a hand in the Night of the Black Knives, and many familiar with the channel, or people who follow me on Twitter, will know I'm very cynical of that theory as it has never felt right to me, and I have included it for completeness in certain videos, but it's never been the one that I've held to be the truth. However, again for completeness, let's just go over why this is such a popular theory. It is mainly anchored by one central item, the Black Knife armor set, which states that the assassins had close ties to Marika. People have taken this to mean that Marika was tied to the conspiracy, that she had close ties to them through the planning of this conspiracy, and they believe it is reinforced by her perceived callousness towards her children.
In Marika's own words, "Hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices."
If you'd want to see a video in more detail that discusses this theory, I'd recommend my good friend Ashen Hollow's lore video on this very subject. According to proponents of this theory, Marika's motivation for doing this, for killing her own son, is a way of rebelling against the greater will by killing her own child. Yeah, it's never really chimed true to me, and it just feels a little contrived, like they believe she's playing some kind of 4D chess. And really, the main person that gets something out of the Night of the Black Knives is Ranni, who specifically has it planned in a certain particular precise way for her benefit, as we will look at in the next chapter. So to jam Marika's ego and motives and 4D chess on top of Ranni's plans doesn't feel quite right. Emotionally, I also think a lot of people view Marika as some kind of Machiavellian schemer, and therefore readily accept this theory despite its flaws. Now at the beginning of this video I quoted an article from Bandai Namco themselves, an article from December which explains the intent of what is being conveyed to us in the story trailer that also was released in December. Of course, we do need to bear in mind that the article is pre-release, it's December of 21, and some details did change thanks to the work of Sekiro Dubey and Lance McDonald. But it is only 2 months, and I reckon the broad details of the story trailer are generally correct. So I will quote the relevant passage from the article now. "One grim night in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it." So Bandai painted a picture of a god who wanted to protect her children from this attack, not involved, and that Godwyn's death caused her a great deal of grief. So to those that believe that Marika did have a hand in the assassination, at the very least need to acknowledge this as a major flaw in their argument, a article from the publisher themselves that isn't in-game, so can't be subject to the usual unreliable narrator arguments that we can sometimes get when discussing the finer points of the lore. Bandai Namco will have no doubt consulted with From Software before releasing this article, and no doubt got the finer details of what is being conveyed here from Software. And I think it is fair to say that FromSoft will certainly have greenlit the article, especially given how much they care about their lore and worlds. The reality of the Black Knife Assassin armor description to me is just a case of slightly awkward English that can be read in different ways, because while many people have read it as definitive proof of Marika's involvement, I simply have never read it that way because of the language used. And indeed this also does seem to be the opinion of Loki, who tweeted the following in a Twitter debate regarding this exact subject. To clarify, Marika's close ties with the Assassins isn't in terms of dealings, but with familiarity/emotional affinity, kinship you could say, which makes sense given their blood ties. Whether that is alluding to more than just coming from the same tribe, no comment at this time. And that is exactly how I would read it. That there's a blood kinship tie, and in fact this makes the tragedy all the more, because Marika and her children are betrayed by those of their blood, those closest to them. So to me, and as directly stated by Bandai Namco, Marika is in fact a secondary victim of the event, someone who loses her son, rather than some Machiavellian mastermind who's playing 4D chess and kills her son in some bizarre convoluted plan to hit back at the Elden Ring, but then she shatters the Elden Ring anyway, rendering this scheme moot. For if Marika really was wanting to hit back against the Greater Will all this time in some clever plot, why not just shatter the Elden Ring straight away, as this is the real blow to the Greater Will's authority. The event is still important to Marika, even though she isn't involved. As the story trailer says, this event pushed Queen Marika to the brink, and as we have looked at in the previous chapters, in regards to the linguistics involved thanks to Loki, it is the trigger for the shattering of the Elden Ring, so it is still important. It's just that it causes someone who has lost her son to break the foundations of the world that she rules. So in summary, the causal link between the Night of the Black Knives and the shattering of the Elden Ring most makes sense if the tragedy of the Night of the Black Knives caused Marika in her grief to shatter the Elden Ring, combined with the linguistics shown by Loki and the Bandai Namco page that straight up exonerates her, I think we can safely put Marika's involvement to rest. With that being said, and the conspirators defined, it is time we discuss the motivations of those involved, and why they were motivated to take part in such a dangerous conspiracy. Let's look at the motivations of the Black Knife Assassins themselves, why they were part of this conspiracy, and what they expected to achieve from it. The first could be pretty simple, that they are simply Ranni's co-conspirators, and they believed initially in her mission to become the Lord of Night and bring about the Age of Stars. There's of course another more general explanation, is that they are kin to the Nox, and there's an underlying resentment for the Greater Will and its representatives held by Nox society. The armor sets of the Nox of course make it clear that the Nox are where they are, banished underground, because of past grudges against the Greater Will and its proponents, and we get evidence via the Finger Slayer blade that they have acted against the Greater Will before. So I think the motivation for this group could be fairly straightforward. Revenge. Revenge for their kin's banishment, and a chance to overthrow the gods, put them to the sword, and bring about either of those two fit. However, either way, I believe that Ranni later betrayed the Black Knife Assassins following the Night of the Black Knives, and there are two possible reasons for this as far as I see it. Explanation A is that Ranni deceived them as to the true purpose of the attack, and used them to achieve her real goal. While the assassins believed that this was a strike to bring down the gods, to kill them all, Ranni uses it as an opportunity to perform a ritual and free herself from her flesh, and she kept the truth of this purpose from the assassins, and used them as tools. Explanation B is that the assassins were fully aware and on board with the true purpose, but Ranni still turned on them following the attack, and imprisoned their leader to cover up her involvement, and left the rest of the assassins hung out to dry at the mercy of Leyndell, guards and forces. And so at this point I should probably explain why I think Ranni deceived and betrayed the Black Knife assassins. And mainly, I think my evidence comes from environmental storytelling. First of all, near the conclusion of Rani's quest, there seems to be a coordinated attack against her people. And while I once thought that Rani was still in control of the Black Knives and she ordered this attack to cover her tracks, I don't think this quite fits, given she does seem to show a lot of care for Iji and Blythe, even telling the player to tell Iji and Blythe that she loves them when she departs after we defeat the last baleful shadow. So no, even though she is ruthless, I don't think she had Blythe and Iji killed. So what happens here? Iji is killed, and surrounding him are the bodies of Black Knife assassins, and he is burning in the black flame of the Godskins. The potential connection between the Godskin apostles and the Black Knife assassins is something I've ruminated on before in my Eternal Cities lore video, so I shan't go over it again in huge detail. But regardless, the main takeaway here is that Black Knife assassins attacked Iji and killed him. Continuing with this Ludo narrative, when we free Blythe from the Everjail, he expresses fear for Rani's safety and races to be by her side. When we next see him, he is indeed where Rani should be, but he is in a bad way, maddened and surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife assassins. And to me it is implied that these assassins were here for Rani, given their location right outside her tower. Unfortunately for them, Rani has already departed through Rena's Rise, and they ended up meeting Blythe's blade instead. It shouldn't be too far of a stretch to believe that Rani may have people out for her blood, as we do have definitive confirmation that there has already been an attempt on her life. We learn of this via the Black Wolf mask, a mask that perfectly mimics Blythe's appearance, and its description reads as follows: relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Rani the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking. Now the implication here is that someone took on the guise of Blythe in order to get close to Rani and essentially kill her. In prior videos I have speculated they've been Darrowwill. This is of course the Bloodhound Knight that you can kill in the Everjail and Limgrave and Blythe is looking for. But ultimately whether or not it's Darrowwill is irrelevant, because either way it would certainly fit the narrative we are talking about of the Black Knife assassins attacking Rani. Perhaps this was the Black Knife's more subtle first attempt at seeking retribution, hiring an assassin or having one of their own to try and get close to Rani through subterfuge. But when it failed, they instead resorted to this strike team of Black Knives that Blythe ultimately kills. There's also the fact that Rani asks us to retrieve the Finger Slayer blade from Nokron, but the Nox clearly aren't willing to give her the knife, hence why we have to break into the city, kill the Nox that are there, and steal the treasure from them. If the two factions were allied, and both ultimately wanting to bring about an Age of Stars, why wouldn't the Nox readily give Rani the tool that she needs? And why are the Black Knife assassins, scions of the Nox themselves, and apparently Rani's allies, attacking Rani's people? Well again, I think all of these things can be explained if Rani had betrayed them, either by deceiving them to the true purpose of the mission and using them as disposable tools, or she betrayed them in the aftermath. Either way. We will talk about this more in the aftermath chapter, but consider why Alecto, ringleader of the Black Knives themselves, is imprisoned in an Everjail in Rani's territory, in Moonlight Altar itself. To me, the Ludo narrative is clear. The Black Knife assassins and Rani are no longer allies. The Black Knife assassins have a grudge against Rani, and Rani has imprisoned Alecto. But with that said, let us now go into Rani's motives a bit more, and what she wanted exactly to get out of the Night of the Black Knives, and why she wanted it. Rani's true end goal is more than simple assassination, as we can hear it from her directly.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I Mikola and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
Rani's death in body was not an unwanted consequence of the attack. Rather, it was the purpose of the attack in Rani's mind. She wanted rid of her Empyrean flesh. She resented being controlled and tied to the greater will through her own body, tied to a fate she did not choose, a disposable pawn for the greater will. These are very understandable motives on a personal level for Rani, but we also have to remember that Rani will have fallen under the influence of the Snowy Crone and the Dark Moon, and no doubt they would have been encouraging her to take steps towards an age of stars and ascend as the Lord of Night. But it would do her plan no good if she was destroyed totally, obliterated in both body and soul, just to sever her connection to the greater will. And so she needed a plan, to rid herself of her body but remain in spirit and soul. What she needed was a totem to take the soul death consequence of destined death, while she was freed from her flesh prison. We will look at the specifics as to how this ritual worked in the next chapter, but it is important to understand Rani's true reason for being involved in this conspiracy. Not to overthrow the gods, not yet at least, but specifically to begin to sever the bonds between herself, her two fingers, and the greater will. By being an Empyrean, she is tied by her body to the two fingers and the greater will, unable to make her own fate. And again, we will later see her complete this plan by killing the baleful shadows and then finally slaying her two fingers, finally severing that connection and confirming that this has been Rani's long-held intention to all of her schemes. So with the stage set, the motives of both main parties clear, let us talk about the specifics of the night itself. That night of wintry fog, the night of the Black Knives. As the story trailer tells us, it was on a night of wintry fog that the Rune of Death was stolen, and this was the first part of the scheme. And so the first question may be, how were they able to achieve this? How did they steal a fragment of the Rune of Death, given that Malekith is such a powerful being? Well, the truth is pretty simple. Malekith was far more careless in the past than he is now. When we meet Malekith in our story, he is very reticent to even reveal his real identity, pretending to be someone known as Garank. And he has the Black Blade, the sword that is imbued with destined death, hidden within his very flesh. However, this is a precaution that essentially came too late, as we learn the following from the Black Blade item description. After a fragment of death was stolen on that fateful night, Malekith bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might ever rob death again. Rob death again and after that fateful night, meaning that prior to this, Malekith did not hide his black blade within his flesh, and indeed there is evidence that he wielded it quite openly and publicly. For example, Malekith's armor set reads the following. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. Champions knew what was at stake. Indeed, that is what made them champions. The fact that Malekith is widely feared and everyone knew what was at stake if they stood against him suggests that Malekith was just openly wielding the Black Blade, imbued with death. He was Marika's Grim Reaper, a symbol of her power, and a subtle reminder that in a world where death is confined, Marika's Black Blade was the only one capable of slaying a demigod. Yet it was this arrogance that evidently gave the conspirators their opportunity, and Rani seems to claim that she specifically stole the Rune of Death personally. As she says in her speech,
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death. I did it all. Meaning she did all the parts she just confessed to, stole the rune, and forged the black slaying knives. In fairness, this does also make quite a bit of sense when you think about it. Rani would be in the best position to get close to Malekith and steal a fragment of the Rune of Death. She was royalty, and given the fact her involvement seems hidden for a long time, at this stage she would have just been part of the royal family beyond suspicion with a lot of access. Then, using the knowledge learned from the Snowy Crone, or the Dark Moon, Rani imparted the power of death through a fearsome occult rite. Now, we spoke earlier on the knives themselves, and how Rani no doubt used the Blade of Calling weapon as a template and imbued these blades with the power of death. And in essence, this is why the Black Knife acts as like a corrupted version of the Blade of Calling. And it brings us to an aspect of the blades we haven't yet mentioned, their unusual shape. In the description of the blade itself, it is described as oddly misshapen, and indeed, I believe it was the ritual itself that morphed the blade to take on this form, because despite it being misshapen, it is not random. All the blades are uniform, and I believe it is taking the form of either the Rune of Death itself, or the half-wound wheel of the centipede. You see, the actual form and shape of the Rune of Death appears to hold some power because of the shape itself, as we will see when we discuss how Rani and Godwyn had the runes literally carved into them. And I believe that the blades have been warped by the power of destined death to take on the form of the Rune of Death. Once the blades were forged, the assassins headed out to attack their victims, and thanks to their special garb that we've already discussed, they would have been able to reach their victims undetected and unseen. The Sentry's torch may shine a light, pun intended, on how effective this was and how defenceless the demigods were. It reads as follows: Torch given to protectors of the Erd Tree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils, furnished on behalf of the Erd Tree and the grace-given Lord, such that a Knight of the Black Knives will never come again. So this implies that on the actual Night of the Black Knives, the authorities and guards had no defence and no answer to these hidden veils. How could they if they'd never experienced them before? And they really had no idea of numerous assassins simply slipping past them and reaching their targets unaccosted. Now, at this juncture I want to return to the Bandai Namco article that describes the event, as it does give some details as to how the event might have played out. In-game, we are only directly referenced to one victim of the Knight of the Black Knives, and that is Godwyn, yet this article suggests that more than one was killed during this attack. And again, I will read the relevant passage. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous, too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. This of course ties up with the story trailer as you'd expect, given this article accompanied it. In the trailer, Rani narrates the events of the Night of the Black Knives, and again I will quote her narration now. And the demigods began to fall, starting with Godwyn the Golden. The fact she says starting with Godwyn the Golden suggests that many demigods were to die in this event, and that Godwyn was just the first. Now this does tie up with some interesting mentions in the game that could give the claim some validity. Firstly, in the intro to the game itself, it says something of a similar nature.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
The first to perish, again meaning that more than one demigod was killed in that night, and that Godwyn was just the first. So we can imagine all the assassins spreading out the lands between, as Bandai Namco describes it, a coetaneous attack, to strike at different targets simultaneously. This also supports the idea that the aim of the assassins could have been to generally strike against the gods, to cause as much damage to the regime as possible, and that Rani obscured the real truth of the operation to them. Now, how does this help explain the other soulless demigods that we find in the mausoleums throughout the lands between? I think it is meant to explain them, that these are the soulless demigods, that the other kin of Marika that died in this attack were the soulless demigods that we now see in the mausoleums. There are some difficulties when it comes to the specific of soullessness, but we will talk about that at the end of the chapter. But in general, let's just accept that more than one demigod was slain during the attack, and these may well be the demigods found in the wandering mausoleums. Let us talk about the killing of Godwyn now, as it is the pivotal moment of this whole event and whole subject. Firstly, when it comes to the location of where it took place, it almost certainly took place in Leyndell, given that Tyche's ashes describe a flight from the royal capital after she slew Godwyn the Golden, showing not only that Alecto and Tyche were directly involved in Godwyn's murder, but this murder took place in the royal capital of Leyndell. Given how this scene is almost tragedian in nature, it would make sense thematically if this happened at the heart of the Erdtree Empire, right in Leyndell, that the assassins slipped past the guard right into Godwyn's personal chambers in the heart of Leyndell. Given that we see Godwyn partially dressed in the intro slides and in the story trailer as he's being murdered, I imagine that they caught Godwyn unawares and unprepared, and given that he is mighty enough a god to have defeated Fortisax, this would certainly be the prudent way to kill him. Yet the assassins did not merely stab him to death. His death was far more ritualistic in nature, and we can already get hints of this in the opening cinematic. You can see he's being held in place by two assassins, while a third is carving a very specific shape into their back. We can learn more about this carving via the curse mark of death, an item pulled from Rani's original body which also has a carving in it. This item reads as follows: curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Rani the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. The curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So this gives us an insight into the specifics of Rani's plan, and how it worked, and what happened to Godwyn. Firstly, it does mention that the two curse marks, the one on Rani's back, which we can still physically see, and the one carved onto Godwyn, were physically carved. The carving of this mark upon flesh apparently gives power to the rune itself. This brings death to the bearer of the rune, the person whose flesh this is carved upon. In this case, however, Rani used this ritual for her own means, to split the effects of death, to only take half and put the other half on Godwyn. She used Godwyn as a totem to take the death of soul part, while she merely took the death of body part. And this is what is meant by the part that says, this curse mark was carved at the moment of the death of the first demigod and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. This suggests that at the exact moment Godwyn was having the half wound carved into his, Rani was also having the other half carved into her back. The effect of this was that it made a full wheel of death, splitting the effects between the two. This paints a pretty dramatic picture of Rani atop the Liurnian Tower that wintry night, having a half wound carved into her back, while Alecto and her cohorts did the same to Godwyn at the exact same moment in Leyndell. This was Rani's plan, the purpose for her involvement in the conspiracy. It freed her soul from her Empyrean flesh. The fact that the curse mark item description describes her flesh as discarded shows that this was a purposeful design. She wanted rid of this flesh. Yet the price was high, and even Rani probably didn't see the extent of the consequences of her actions. For not only did it condemn a being to a soulless living death, which must be a hellish state of existence, given what we see of Godwyn and his new body, but it also resulted in the spread of the death root and the rise of those who live in death, starting a brand new cycle of suffering all over again. Again, these are points I would like to remind people of when they see Rani as some kind of hero. She isn't a villain, but she ruthlessly condemns Godwyn for her own aims to an eternity of suffering, and her recklessness gives rise to the pitiful beings known as those who live in death, and through no fault of their own, these beings will just be hounded and hunted by those of the Golden Order. This also brings us back to the issue of the soulless demigods I mentioned earlier. Godwyn was the first to die, and he was killed in soul only to benefit Rani's plan. So why would these other demigods, if we're presuming the ones in the mausoleum were the ones killed in the Night of the Black Knives alongside Godwyn, be described as soulless if it was only Godwyn who was killed in this ritualistic manner? Well, there are a few ways to explain this. The first one is a bit of a case of Occam's razor, the simplest explanation being that the other soulless demigods are dead in soul but also in body. The curse mark of death says that the rune should have taken the form of a wheel, should have, meaning perhaps the other assassination attempts went ahead as normal and the whole rune of death was carved into the back of the targets, killing them both in body and in spirit rather than just soul. I think this does make sense. There is a distinction between being dead and being dead and soulless, and it would still give a reason that their fate would be mourned by the likes of those at Castle Sol. It is because they are without souls, unable to pass on properly, not that they are just dead. There are a few other alternative explanations for this, but I don't want to get into a rabbit hole about this, as this is probably a subject for another video. But I think it's fair to say that the soulless demigods found in the mausoleums are meant to represent, probably, the others that were killed that night. And now, with the devastating effects of the night itself discussed, let us move on to the aftermath of what happened following this event. In the immediate aftermath of Godwyn's death, we learn of the assassins fleeing from the scene of the crime, and we learn this via Taiki's ashes, which read as follows. Taiki was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her black blade with the rune of death and slew Godwyn the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader Alecto, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. So a flight from the capital suggests that despite slipping into the capital undetected, that their escape was far more eventful. Indeed, I get the general impression that Rani basically hung the assassins out to dry after the attack. We find them scattered throughout the lands between, hiding in caves, dungeons, and the capital itself, giving the impression of a panicked flight from Leyndell as they were hunted and killed by the authorities. Indeed, if one looks carefully at the assassin found in the death-touched catacombs, we can see that they are greatly wounded, armour rent and bloodied. Elsewhere the assassins are hiding, and their resting demeanour gives off the impression of a fugitive, exhausted and hounded to the fringes of the lands between, and no doubt many were hunted and killed in the hours, days and months following the assassination. Later on we learn via the Sentry Torch that the grace-given Lord, Morgott, would equip his forces with Sentry Torches, meaning that the Black Knife assassins would never have the power over the Leyndell capital that they once did, and perhaps these tools were even used by Leyndell forces to hunt down the remaining Black Knives in years to come. And while I have no doubt that the Leyndell forces fell upon the assassins, I suspect that Rani is responsible for Alecto and Taiki's final fate. Whether carrying forces killed Taiki and arrested Alecto, or whether Alecto fled to Rani with her daughter in her arms being killed by Leyndell forces, it is clear to me that either way, Rani imprisoned Alecto following the assassination, and conveniently, her involvement in the conspiracy would be hidden for years, until Rogier uncovered the truth finally. Rani was probably content to let people believe she too was a victim of the slaughter, and I would guess that she did not return in her new form until some time later, perhaps when she returned to claim a great rune after the shattering, but that's just speculation of course. Meanwhile, we learn that Godwyn was of course buried at the roots of the Great Tree, and from him would spread the death root throughout the lands between, bringing those who live in death. This event is something I look at in great detail in my Godwyn lore video, but in short, this is the biggest consequence of this fateful night. It exposed the flaws in the deathless Golden Order, and began a cycle of persecution that would lead to Goldmask examining the nature of the Golden Order and what went wrong here. The wrongness of this act, the slaughter of Ranni's own kin, and to deny him a true death, is reflected in the corruption of the world. Godwyn's growths and tendrils reach even to Farum Azula and the deepest caverns. It is a rot born of a terrible crime and the breaking of fate. It is Kigari. Then of course came the shattering of the Elden Ring, and the great suffering of the Shattering War that followed. I think we have shown fairly conclusive evidence that it was the trauma of this night and the loss of her child that drove Marika to shatter the Elden Ring, bereft and disenchanted with the Golden Order she once served, an order that couldn't even save her son from a horrific, endless fate, and so she brought a hammer down in a fateful blow that would change the world. As a sort of epilogue, there's something else I want to touch upon: Ordina Liturgical Town, and the Black Knife assassins found here. I feel it is no coincidence that Ordina has the exact same architecture as Celia, and we have strong evidence that the assassins themselves are Celian, and we here find in Ordina plenty of Black Knife assassins, one of the most concentrated locations for them in the entire game. To me, it is very possible that a group of assassins fled here and have built a new township, following the architecture of where they are probably from. Perhaps they built this under the aegis of a new, forgiving lord, one they still serve in their exile by protecting access to his lands for any who would want to access the Halig Tree.
The misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
The lands between have suffered in many ways. Most recently, the Shattering has upended the order of the world, plunging the world into utter chaos. Yet before that, a slower corruption was unleashed upon the world. On a dark night of treason, the demigod Godwyn the Golden was struck down in an event that would shake the foundations of the world. Not only was Godwyn the first of the demigods to die, but it also set into motion a series that would erode the very foundations of the Golden Order. For Godwyn did not die in the normative sense. Instead, it was his soul that was slain, and his body left to rot without it, and Godwyn's body would live on as the Prince of Death. From Godwyn's living corpse would spread the death root, and from its loins a whole host of life within death would spring. These beings exist outside the boundaries of the established Golden Order, the order of the world. They pollute and taint its truth, and the signs of this corruption can be seen everywhere, from Liurnia even to Farum Azula. The result is some of the most tragic stories in Elden Ring, of a prince and a people who through no fault of their own have been left to rot outside of the bounds of order. And yet conversely, we also get some of the greatest heroes arising from this tragedy, individuals ready to sacrifice everything to undo the wrongs that have been done. So join me this week as we assess the history and undeath of Godwyn, the Prince of Death. What we know of Godwyn the Golden before his murder is sparse, but we can build a somewhat semi-coherent impression of a fairly gallant and heroic figure. Of course, Godwyn is one of the most famous early members of the Golden lineage, the offspring of Marika and Godfrey. For example, the finger reader in the Deeproot Depths says the following of Godwyn.
A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be?
Of course, the term scion of the Golden Bough, meaning that he is a branch or offshoot of the Golden Bough, the Golden lineage. And while it's never directly mentioned that he is the son of Marika and Godfrey and he could just be an offshoot, it is implied that he is through the Golden Epitaph sword, in which we quite often associate the prayer from a young boy being of Mikola, and we will certainly go into that in more detail later in this video. But Mikola refers to Godwyn as brother, and of course being his brother would make sense if they are both the children of Marika. And given Godwyn is heavily involved in the early events of the Golden lineage's history, I think it is a fair assumption to make that he is Marika and Godfrey's son, rather than just a relative or offshoot a couple of generations removed from Godfrey and Marika. However, I do just bring this all up because it is worth remembering it isn't directly stated that Godwyn is Marika and Godfrey's son. However, his clear connection to the early Golden lineage means that he was one of the first demigods. For example, Godric's Great Rune reads the following. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden lineage. And while Godric specifically admires Godfrey, Godwyn in his early years is essentially everything that Godric wishes to be, powerful, respected, and a member of the Golden lineage who wears the title Golden with pride. We know that one of the greatest exploits attributed to Godwyn's life is his role in defeating the dragons who invaded Leyndell in the war against the dragons. We learn of this war via Gransax's bolt, which reads the following. A great ancient dragon, Gransax, once rained calamity upon the royal capital, the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls have fallen. This marked the dawn of the war against the ancient dragons. This mighty dragon, Gransax, is the gigantic corpse that we can still witness in Leyndell today, alongside his mighty bolt spear. This war appears to have been a massive challenge to the Erdtree forces, as it is noted that this was the only time that the Falls of Leyndell would fall. This is significant, for we know that even in the warring tribes of the demigods during the Shattering, that no one could pierce the mighty barriers, and we know of 2 instances specifically where the forces of Leyndell repelled all invading demigods, the first and second defences of Leyndell. This helps emphasise the power and brutality of this assault, for it even eclipses what the demigods would be able to muster. Another dragon that took part in this assault would be Fortisax, a dragon who is one of the mightiest amongst his brethren, and we learn of Fortisax's renown via Fortisax's lightning spear, which reads as follows. During the War of the Ancient Dragons, these twin red lightning stakes were the hallmark of one ancient dragon, who is called the mightiest Boulderstone. Fortisax was one of the most dangerous dragons in this conflict, and yet Godwyn the Golden would step up in this war and earn the respect of this adversary, something we learn via the relevant sword memorial, which reads as follows. The routing of the ancient dragons, Godwyn the Golden fought to the last, earning the friendship of dread Fortisax. So this sword memorial tells us quite a lot about Godwyn as a person and a warrior. He was clearly a great fighter and a courageous one at that. The term fought to the last suggests a real brutal conflict in which Godwyn was one of the last fighting, one of the last standing. And given Fortisax's reputation, it makes Godwyn's renown as a warrior even more when we learn that Godwyn was actually able to defeat the mighty Fortisax. And we learn this from the lightning spear incantation, which reads as follows. Long ago Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, and befriended his fallen foe, an event that would give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. So Godwyn is evidently a respected and powerful warrior, but is also magnanimous in victory. For not only does he spare the mighty Fortisax, a dangerous foe, but is so honourable that he befriends him, a loyalty that will be repaid in kind tenfold later down the line, as we will see later on in this video. So while we don't get many pieces of information about Godwyn in his early life, what we do learn about him is pretty interesting. He was evidently a powerful warrior, a powerful demigod, powerful enough to contend with the dragons, but he was also a man of mercy and foresight. His friendship with Fortisax inspires both sides of the conflict and turns a devastating war into an alliance between the capital and dragonkind. As the Lightning Spear states, this friendship would result in the rise of a dragon cult, and even Lansax, Fortisax's sister, would become the priestess to this cult, and we learn of this specifically from Lansax's glaive, which reads as follows. Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the dragon cult. Therefore, the worship of dragon and the incorporation of their powers would become highly popular among the Leyndell knights. We can even see them wielding these powers in the game. And, as is said by the Gravelstone seal, the worship of ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erd Tree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold. One of the most famous of these dragon cultists would be Dragon Knight Kristoff, who would be mighty enough to capture Godefroy, one of the golden lineage. Yet another famous adherent of this cult would be none other than Vike himself, who we learn from Vike's Dragonbolt was Lansax's favourite, and it is clear that before pursuing the Frenzied Flame, he was a distinguished Dragon Knight. All of this is a part of Godwyn's legacy, a tribute to his actions prior to his murder, and as I said at the beginning of the video, it paints a fairly positive picture of this fallen lord. Everything thus far attributed to him is positive, a powerful warrior, and yet a gracious one. And there's one other interaction that we can attribute to Godwyn, tentatively, and this is some sort of relationship developed with his half-brother Mikola, and he himself one of the greatest among their number. So to earn Mikola's respect is a good thing indeed. We get the evidence that Mikola appears to have developed a fondness for his half-brother from the golden epitaph sword that I mentioned earlier. That item reads as follows. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. Infused with a humble prayer of a young boy, O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. So the reason that we attribute this prayer to Mikola as the most likely candidate is because later we find another connection between Mikola and Godwyn at Castle Sol that implies Mikola's enduring empathy for Godwyn's position, but we will return to that in a later chapter. The point of highlighting this relationship is just to humanise Godwyn the Golden further, who wasn't always the lifeless Prince of Death. It shows that he was a figure of such stature and personality that he even gained the love and respect of Mikola, himself a beloved, wise and respected figure. In totality, this has always given me a very positive image and view of Godwyn, a pretty colossal figure in the early years of Erdtree royal family history, and a proud representative of the Golden Order. So with that being said, let us now turn to the Night of the Black Knives, the event that would transform Godwyn and the world forever. So I'm really interested to analyse this event from a Godwyn-centric perspective, so we can get into the real nitty-gritty of what actually happened, and try and understand the origins of Godwyn's current situation. So with that said, let us start off what we know from Roger's description of the event itself.
It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history.
So this happened during the height of the Erd Tree's rule. However, it obviously happened after the Rune of Death was confined and sealed by Malekith, following the Godskin apostasy, as the rune needed to be with Malekith for it to be stolen by the Knight of the Black Knives conspirators. Malekith's sealing of destined death following the Godskin apostasy is an event well evidenced by the Godskin Apostle Set, which reads the following. The Apostles, once said to serve destined death, are wielders of the God-slain Black Flame, but after their defeat by Malekith, the Black Blade, the source of their power was sealed away. The source of that power that Malekith would seal is of course the Rune of Death, or Destined Death, as we learn via Malekith's remembrance. We learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was only after the Night of the Black Knives, that fateful night, that he would seal the rune within his own flesh, and when we come for Destined Death, this is where it yet remains, as we see when he draws it out of himself in the second stage of his fight. Prior to this, however, he wielded it rather flamboyantly within his Black Blade, as we learn via the description of Malekith's armour, which reads as follows. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. And while it is not easy for us to seal destined death, in fact we need to kill the Black Blade himself, at this stage, if it is just within his sword, it would certainly set the stage for the ultimate heist.
On a night of wintry fog, the Rune of Death was stolen. And the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden. Queen Marika was driven to the brink.
From Malekith's blade, a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, and it would remain the greatest failure of Malekith, for which he would attempt to atone for the coming years, to little success. Before we go any further, we need to understand what the Rune of Death is, so that we can better understand what the assassins were trying to achieve in this attack.
The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Destined Death, also known as the Rune of Death, was confined upon the creation of the Golden Order, something we learn about via the mending rune of the Death Prince. So the Rune of Death was clearly a part of the greater Elden Ring prior to this confinement, given the term rune is used here, the same term used to describe these shattered fragments of the Elden Ring found throughout the world and in the possession of the demigods. Further cementing this idea, when we use a mending rune at the end of the game, we are incorporating a new rune into the Elden Ring, which is built up of different runes that govern the lands between. For that is what the Elden Ring is, a source of power that influences the world and governs its laws. The best illustration of how the Elden Ring and its incorporated runes work is the confinement of the Rune of Death itself, for when it is removed, we very much see the effect of death being removed from the laws of the land. The removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring has made the world a deathless hell, hence why everyone in the world is a pathetic dried out husk, a zombie, and this is best described by the aristocratic set worn by the wandering nobles, who are very zombie-like. And so it was literally the power of death, a Rune of Death that the assassins wished to imbue their weapons with, so that they may once again bring death to the gods, in a world absent death. These knives, their iconic knives that they forge, were made using the power of this stolen fragment of the Rune of Death, a process described by Ranni, one of the ringleaders of the event.
Indeed, I am the witch Ranni. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite.
So with a fragment, and only a fragment, bear in mind, Ranni and her co-conspirators forged these knives using the power of destined death, meaning each blade was literally forged from death itself. This is not the only time that a fearsome rite was used to forge a god-slaying blade, and it is one of those nice instances of coherent lore that establishes precedent. What I'm referring to, of course, is the Finger Slayer blade, forged by the Nox as well. The Nox, of course, being Ranni's allies in the Night of the Black Knives. And so therefore, for me at least, it makes it a lot more easy to understand where the ability to forge such dangerous blades had come from. In my opinion, it is the method of creation that also influenced the very shape of the blades, their spiky, iconic form not too dissimilar from the half-wheel of the centipede, the form of the Rune of Death. The result is obviously a blade drenched in the power of destined death, as is most easily seen when the assassins use the power of the red flame, much like Malekith can. In my Eternal Cities lore video, which I highly recommend watching for a more in-depth look at the Nox, I spoke on how the Nox were a community of Numen defined by their allegiance to the stars, and that they are evidently excellent. The result is obviously a blade drenched in the power of destined death, as is most easily seen when the assassins use the power of the red flame, much like Malekith can. In my Eternal Cities lore video, which I highly recommend watching for a more in-depth look at the Nox, I spoke on how the Nox were a community of Numen defined by their allegiance to the stars, and that they are evidently excellent craftsmen and alchemists. We can see their craft in the many creations attributed to them, like the Dragonkin, the Finger Slayer blade, puppetry, and now, tentatively, these black knives, which no doubt combined Nox knowledge with Ranni's power and sorcery. I mention this because I believe Noxian ingenuity is no doubt what provided the science or magic behind the iconic assassin cloak and armours, and we learn of the potency of these relics from Roger, who says the following.
You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women arrayed in armour of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
Indeed, when we meet some of the assassins ourselves, we know this to be true, given they can strike at us entirely unseen until it is too late. Again, this is a well-written bit of lore for me, because we actually have precedent of the Noxians having developed sorcery that revolves around fooling the eye. I of course refer to the sorceries developed in Celia, Town of Sorcery, a town descended from the Nox and the Eternal Cities.
I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
Aside from this statement from Gowry, we get other bits of proof tying the town to the Eternal Cities. Of course, most notably, the Crypt Chair, which is also incorporated into Celia's coat of arms, not to mention the presence of a Nox monk and swordstress guarding the chair. Finally, the Celian sorceries themselves are called night sorceries, tying it closely to the Nox, the Latin word for night. And if that still doesn't convince you for some reason, one of these Celian night sorceries, Night Maiden's Mist, taught by Gowry, is explicitly a Noxian practice. Not only is it a spell utilised by the Night Maidens of Nokron and named after them, but it also says the following. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. So now that we have firmly tied Celia and its night sorceries to the Eternal Cities, let us now consider the practices actually developed within this town. Well, having a look at it, we quickly come to realise that these sorceries are developed with the intent of aiding assassinations. For example, the Night Shard reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. And so we begin to get an idea of how the Black Knife Assassins could have been developed as a concept, especially when we look at the most pertinent sorcery, Unseen Form, which to me is no doubt linked to the assassin's hidden form. I think that this is again one of the most satisfying and well thought out pieces of lore in the entire game, because everything that makes up a Black Knife Assassin has a tie to existing background lore, and it is a holistic combination of Noxian scientific and magical developments. We have the Finger Slayer blade, which explains the Nox and Newman penchant for forging these weapons. We have the night sorceries of Celia that can help explain the development of invisibility. And finally, the Black Knife assassins themselves are all nimble female warriors, extremely reminiscent of the all-female bodyguards of the Night Maidens, the Swordstress. It all makes it feel real. The Black Knife assassins aren't just a plot point shoehorned in, they are a culmination of a culture's development and practices, and I really appreciate this detail. It's also a pretty cool thought that the Night of the Black Knives was partially gestated from the town of Sorcery, that seems pretty good at hiding its deeper secrets. Let us return to the assassination itself. The way in which these blades were brought to bear against Godwyn is unusual. The assassins did not merely stab Godwyn, but seem to have carved his flesh instead. Indeed, we see this taking place in the intro cinematic, where Godwyn is being restrained so that the rune of death can be carved into his flesh. This carving of the Hallowbrand is actually well described by Fia, who says the following.
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede.
So it seems for this fragment of the rune of death to actually work, the curse mark must be carved in full upon the intended victim, and this is further illustrated by the other victim of the Night of the Black Knives, Rani. She herself has another half of this Hallowbrand carved into her original flesh, found atop the tower in Liurnia. The curse mark pulled from her body gives us more details, as it reads the following. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Rani the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigod whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So we can physically see the curse mark wounded into Rani's flesh, again reinforcing the fact that not only are these blades imbued with death, but to take the intended effect, the curse mark of death needed to actually be carved onto the victim's flesh, as it is both carved onto Godwyn's flesh and Rani's. However, we learned some specifics to the outcome of the Night of the Black Knives. The wounds on both Godwyn's and Rani's bodies are halves of the one whole, that if put together would form the circular whole of a curse of death. Now, the fact that this item description says should have may lead one to believe that the intent behind the attack was to fully kill Godwyn with both half of the wheel, so he died in soul and in flesh. That it was an accident that led to Rani dying in body when the wheel fractured. Yet this doesn't appear to be the case, and it appears the breaking of the wheel was actually intended by Rani, as she says the following.
But I would not acquiesce to the 2 fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
So I'm quite sure this nuance is clear to most people at this point in the game's life cycle, but this dialogue heavily implies that Rani planned for the Night of the Black Knives to go the way it did. Her real objective was actually to slay her own Empyrean flesh. Her flesh is even described as discarded flesh in the curse mark item description, suggesting that she got rid of this flesh. How she actually achieved this result and broke the wheel is an interesting process to consider, as she too seems to have the half wound, the other half, carved into her back physically. It's hard to get your head around, but my belief is that while the assassins were carving the rune into Godwyn, Rani was committing a similar act upon herself, and the fact it happened at the same time broke the Hallowbrand between them, condemning Godwyn to shoulder the burden of the soul death half, while Rani benefited from the death in body. In the curse mark description, it describes the breaking of the wheel in the following way. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 wheels. The use of that word creates a chain of causality with what comes next in that sentence, i.e., it was because two demigods died simultaneously that the wheel was broken, splitting the totality of death into two halves, one dying of flesh and one dying in soul. Rani only wanted to have the effects of one side of the wheel, and so used Godwyn as a totem for the other half to achieve her aims. This does tie up with what we know of Rani, and we see in her actions. She is trying to sever all ties with the two fingers, as it appears that when she was chosen as Empyrean, she was in some metaphysical way bound to them, and unable to follow a path of her own choosing. But by doing this, by cruelly forcing Godwyn into her bid for freedom, she condemns a man to a horrific fate and would inadvertently cause the spread of the death root. However, it is the first step in her ultimate goal of severing her connection to her fingers, and we do see her carry on this path in her questline. She has first slayed her own flesh, she then kills the pursuing baleful shadows, and then finally slays her own two fingers, allowing her to pursue her own objectives and cast off her predetermined fate as an Empyrean for the greater will. If this is the case, then Godwyn's death is even more tragic, as it makes him seem as mere collateral damage to Rani's plans, and the fact she has essentially condemned a man to live forever in undeath as a soulless ghoul is something people should consider if they view Rani as a hero. And while I think this is true from Rani's perspective, as in this was the objective of the Knight of the Black Knives, I don't think it is as simple as this for the rest of the conspirators involved. I believe they had different ideas as to what would happen, so let's try and analyse the aftermath of the Knight of the Black Knives and what the other motivations may have been for the other conspirators, though I do want to make it clear what follows is my own speculation based on environmental storytelling and in-game lore. So the first co-conspirators are of course the Black Knife assassins themselves. Were they aware of Rani's full intentions? It would certainly make sense if they did, given both parties want to bring about an Age of Night, and yet despite this, I do believe there's evidence that the assassins and Rani are now at loggerheads. Firstly, Rani asks us to retrieve the Finger Slayer blade from the city of Nokron. Consider why we would actually need to do this if Rani was still allies with the Nox. Surely they would give her this tool that would help her achieve the Age of Night. Furthermore, Rani doesn't even know where the city of Nokron is. Again, a curious state of affairs for someone supposedly allied with the Nox. And then there of course is the bizarre series of events that involve Rani's counsellors and their attempted and actual deaths at the hand of the Black Knife assassins. As Blythe seems to be surrounded by Black Knife assassins as if they have tried to kill him, and Ichi's body is similarly surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife assassins. So I had once considered that this was Rani cleaning house, that she had commanded the assassins to take out Blythe and Ichi, and while I am more or less certain that she turned Celovus into a puppet as an ironic punishment for his plans for her, I don't think this makes sense that she would just kill the others, given she says this near the end of her quest.
Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Ichi I love them.
They are her childhood friends, and as ruthless as I see Rani to be, I very much she could bring herself to slaughter these two in cold blood, directly at least. Leaving them to their fates is another matter entirely, of course. So what do these attacks mean? Well, I speculate that Rani misled the Black Knife assassins, and these attack on Rani's people is an attempt at retribution. Remember the curse mark item description. It says, should have taken the form of a wheel, as if that was the intention behind those who were carving it. I believe that the Black Knife assassins believed they were truly planning to slay the gods, to overthrow the Erdtree Order, and to pick up where the Godskin apostasy and the Glomide Queen had failed. Godwyn, as a leading member of the royal family, would have been a juicy target for them in their plans to overthrow the Greater Will. A great act of revenge for their punishment at the hands of the Greater Will. In my Eternal City video, I spoke on the potential connections between the Eternal Cities and the Glomide Queen's apostles. And while e.g. burning in the Black God Slayer flame could be a mistake, I am of the belief that the Godskins were an Eternal City creation. I won't go into as much detail as I did on that video, and again, I recommend it, but essentially the fascination of the Nox with creating artificial life is very much a facet of their society. Most notably the Albinaurics, which we learn were a creation of the Eternal City from some cut Topps dialogue. Artificially created life ties in with the description of the Godskins found in the Swaddling Cloth, which to me implies accelerated growth and hand-rearing by the Glomide Queen herself, suggesting they aren't people that become Godskins, rather they are created. Then there's of course the implied connection between the Black Knife assassins and Godskins working together. This is at E.G.'s murder scene of course. Scattered around his body are the corpses of Black Knife assassins, who E.G. evidently killed defending himself. However, he is not burning in the red flame of destined death, the weapon used by the assassins. Rather, he is burning in the black flame of the Godskin apostles, suggesting it was one of their number who got the final blow on the troll. I think this suggested connection between the Godskin movement and the Black Knives lays bare their intentions, to bring about the deaths of the gods and overthrow them, not help Rani further her own agenda. And while the Nox armor set tell us that they too want to bring about the Age of Stars, I imagine they wouldn't take kindly by being used by another usurper wanting to take the throne for herself. Whatever the motivation or reason behind it, I think it is clear now that the Eternal Cities and Rani are at loggerheads, and it's further backed up by Electo, the leader of the Black Knife's assassins, being imprisoned in the Moonlight Altar, a Carrion Everjail. I speculate that post Night of the Black Knives, having used them to achieve her goal, Rani imprisoned Electo, and the assassins take the heat, which is why we see them scattered throughout the land, hiding in the fringes and deep places of the world. No wonder we need a star to break into Nokron. Quite a tangent. But now let us look at another co-conspirator and what they aim to get out of this. Praetor Rykard. We learn of Rykard's involvement via the Blasphemous Claw item description, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, Rani rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade, the Black Beast of destined death. So it looks like Rani brought Rykard into this plot, and given what we know about him in his later, more overtly blasphemous years, it is easy to see him as an obvious fit. Much like the Eternal City cohort, I believe that Rykard will have just wanted to strike against the gods and America. He doesn't have any connection or care for the Age of Stars. Rani's motive in bringing her brother in is pretty clear. He is just a last-minute defense against Malekith. And then of course we need to discuss the possible involvement of Queen Marika in the plot itself. Now I do discuss this possibility in my Marika lore video in far more depth, so please go and watch that if you are interested in a more detailed analysis. But in short, as I am sure most of you are aware, the main evidence for Marika being involved comes from the Black Knife Assassin armor set that describes the women as Newman closely associated with Marika, as well as certain dialogues that imply a sort of utilitarian view of her own children. As I said in my Marika video, I am not someone who personally believes this to be 100% true, yet I do also acknowledge the legitimacy of the theory, especially given the language used in the Black Knife Assassin armor set. And so with that said, if she was involved, what do I believe to be her motivations? Well, as said in my previous Marika video, a thoughtful Reddit post by the user Ha links the scrolls and tablets found in Marika's chambers to the declaration she makes regarding studying the depths of the Golden Order for an answer.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
In my mind, if we are to entertain the idea that Marika murdered her own son, I believe it is a reaction to her study and identification of the flaw in the Golden Order, and that it was a calculated move to expose this flaw that she had identified through her studies. This flaw, of course, was the absence of death, a glitch in the system that could not rectify itself when the Rune of Death was reintroduced through Godwyn's murder. And so with that said, let us actually examine the resulting effects of Godwyn's murder, the spread of the Death Root, and the rise of the Prince of Death. After his murder, the corpse of the fallen demigod was buried in the Deep-Root Depths, something we can pick up from the Prince of Death pustule. In your first playthrough, most likely the first sight you get of Godwyn is the intro cinematic that shows him being murdered by the Black Knife assassins. Yet despite this gruesome scene, we get the picture of a beautiful godlike figure, a muscular physique, and flowing golden locks. This is also in line with what we see in the story trailer, which again could have been many people's first sight of the Golden Prince. So this later becomes very unsettling when players get their first look at what we learn to be a visage of Godwyn, hidden at the bottom of Stormveil Castle. I genuinely find the look of this face subconsciously disturbing and repulsive. Something deep within me does not like this face. It feels wrong. And when we look at the thematics in a later part of this chapter, you will see this is exactly the intent. It reminds me of an oyster, with its multiple folds of skin, and it is distinctly unnatural and incredibly well done. And indeed the oyster does seem to be spot on, because we will see the full aquatic form of Godwyn later, as well as tying it in with the relevance of water to Godwyn and those who live in death. It is Rogier who later confirms that this haunting face is a relic of the Knight of the Black Knives, a visage of Godwyn. Indeed, Rogier warns us away from this face because it does indeed possess the Deathblight of Godwyn, the power of the Prince of Death, something Rogier himself has fallen afoul of, an event we can witness through his bloodstain. And now the Deathblight writhes through his body. He is saturated by the power of death. When we finally do find Godwyn, the true Godwyn, in the depths of the Lands Between, in the Deep-Root Depths, it is made all the clearer that the visage we see under Stormveil is a spot-on replica, more or less, of Godwyn's true face. And indeed, this visage is actually just one of many faces of Godwyn. These aren't just relics or bits of skin, these are considered to be true copies of Godwyn's face. For example, the face under Stormveil is actually referred to as a visage of the Prince of Death, something we can see from the Prince of Death's pustule that we pull from this very face. It reads as follows: a fetid pustule taken from facial flesh. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. So this is actual facial flesh. It's real, it's a real replica of Godwyn. It initially appears to be a confusing contradiction, given we find the true face later, but Godwyn's appearance is superbly analysed and explained in two videos from Zuli the Witch. They are Godwyn Prince of Death and the Terrible Truth About Godwyn videos. I also just want to let you know at this stage that Zuli's work will be heavily referenced in this section, as a lot of the details we learn of the Prince of Death's influence and matter comes from the environmental storytelling, and Zuli has by far been the most prolific in these subjects in regards to Godwyn. Let us first deal with the replica visage that we've just been discussing. In the video, The Terrible Truth About Godwyn, Zuli identifies that Godwyn's image is spreading throughout the Lands Between, as we can see from the deathly pale eye growths in areas where the Death Root has spread, even spreading as far as Fire Missoula, suggesting this isn't a growth in the normative sense. It is more like a curse, spreading in the Lands Between, but we'll discuss that thematic in a moment. These eyes are clearly reminiscent of the Prince of Death's true eyes, but we can also see these eyes on the growths surrounding him in the Deep-Root Depths, giving us the true nature of these strange eye growths found spreading with the Death Root. Zuli therefore suggests that the Godwyn visage in Stormveil could very well be a more advanced type of this growth that has grown from beyond just being eyes, but has become an almost full replica of the Death Prince. and I agree that this is the most satisfying explanation to me, as I had long considered this to be some kind of vestige of the true Godwyn, and given that this is actually made of facial flesh, it seems to be that these eye growths, or the growths spreading throughout the lands between, may well all turn into true copies of the Prince of Death. This does also seem to be backed up by the fact we see his visage duplicated elsewhere. Firstly, in the cysts and pustules, you can see the outlines of Godwyn's face. But of course, there's also the crabs that we find in Altus Plateau and Liurnia. And again, you will note that these are all waterlogged areas, and we will deal with that soon. These crabs straight up have the visage, face of Godwyn upon their backs, eyes included, again reinforcing the fact that Godwyn can literally spread his face, his body, far and wide through the death route and through the spreading blight of those who live in death. Does he see through all of these eyes? Does he feel all of these faces? The implications of this are pretty huge, and given enough time, could Godwyn seep through the entire world, turning it into Godwyn? It is definitely suggested that this is the case. It is an unending spread, and the spread of the death route has already transformed patches of the world. Before we go further, we do need to talk about Godwyn's appearance in general, given we are going to be talking about the thematic overlays in the next part of the chapter. In a very surface level analysis, we of course get the immediate allusions to the themes of water, both in the oyster-esque head and the fish-like tail that has replaced his legs. And just as a quick personal note, I absolutely love this design. Godwyn is one of the best designed parts of the entire game. I find it so abhorrent and so shocking compared to his original description in the introduction. It reminds me of the shock I felt when I first faced True King Allant in the original Demon Souls. The cherry on the top, of course, is the blonde hair, still present in this wretched form, a mockery of his original form, and a reminder that this was Godwyn the Golden. Yet there are deeper connections to Godwyn's appearance that we can mine, not just it being an aquatic theme. And again, Zuli has delivered on this front in their Godwyn Prince of Death video. In this video, Zuli makes a possible suggestion of Godwyn's appearance being linked to the Japanese myth of the Ningyo, and that it may be seen as a part of a recurring theme in FromSoft games, such as the Divine Dragon, which is referred to as a Ningyo in the game files, and of course Kos from Bloodborne, that share very similar facets to the Ningyo. The Ningyo are essentially mermaids whose flesh, if consumed, confers immortality, but catching one is meant to bring calamity, and this does tie in with the cursed immortality of those who live in death, and so this satisfies me on the aesthetic level. However, there is more thematically, and at this point I'm going to reference another content creator, Acer Aesthetics, and specifically I'm referencing their stellar video on the ideas of pollution and taboo found within Silent Hill, a video called The Horror Lost in Translation, a video that looks at the Eastern cultural influences found in Silent Hill that the Western audience may miss. And in general, Acer's channel is filled with these amazing video essays on some of your favourite games, so please go and check out their channel. The Silent Hill video is extremely useful to me, however, not only because Silent Hill is one of my favourite games of all time, but Acer analyses themes that are also very useful in analysing the themes tied to Godwyn. In this video, Acer uses a certain Japanese term to discuss defilement, pollution and taboos: kegare. Kegare is described by Wikipedia as a state of defilement caused by varying events, including contact with any form of death or corpse. But Acer goes further, describing kegare as the crossing of boundaries, the transitions between life and death, for example, and when these boundaries are crossed, you get impurity, you get kegare. In Silent Hill, the boundaries being crossed vary from game to game, but in each game kegare is represented by the horrible nightmares that each protagonist must face. In the first Silent Hill, for example, we witness the horrendous birth of the cult's god. Childbirth is the crossing of a boundary, and thus can fall under kegare. And in Silent Hill 1, some of the enemies we face are representative of that corruption caused by the kegare of the birth of a god, such as maggot, grub, and moth enemies. To me, this can be specifically applied to Godwyn's appearance and his corruption throughout the land. To straight up quote Acer when he is talking about a corpse relation to Kagari, he says, and I quote, "Kagari can also mean corruption and defilement. For example, the presence of a corpse corrupts the environment around it, because a corpse is a seedbed for maggots and other impurities, real and spiritual. If you touch it, you will also get Kagari, and you will spread it until you clean yourself." End quote. Does this sound familiar? The presence of a corpse causing corruption that spreads to others, who then spread it further? This is why Godwyn's appearance is so deeply corrupted. He is a living corpse who has been buried, and his corruption has spread. He has crossed the boundaries of natural life. The moment his soul was obliterated, and his corpse was left behind, he became a seedbed for the corruption that pollutes the lands between. Godwyn, through no fault of his own, has crossed these sacred bounds, not only between life and death, but outside the boundaries set by the Golden Order. And he will continue to be a source of impurity, a source of Kagari, until he is destroyed or is brought back within the bounds of what is accepted. And as Zuli points out, there aren't just those who live in death, but there appears to be new life forms that are created by contact with the Death Prince himself, spreading this corruption even further. The examples Zuli gives are of course the basilisks, that have clearly had their eyes modified from prior Souls games to be more in line with Godwyn's eyes in this game. In addition, their connection to Godwyn is made all the clearer by their location in areas connected to death, such as in the Deeproot Depths, the realm of the Prince of Death. They wield the Deathblight of the Death Prince, again spreading that corruption, and they also have amphibian features, tying them to the water themes, which we'll look at in the next chapter, and the Piscine features of Godwyn himself. You'll see his arms are very similar to the arms of these basilisks. They of course aren't the only life forms capable of inflicting Deathblight. There are of course the mysterious and confusing worm faces. These are the tree-looking humanoids, with worms burrowed into their faces. The connection to Godwyn is of course clear from their appearance. The maggots or mealworms in their face very heavily connected to death and decay. They also spread the Deathblight. In Zuli's video on them, she interestingly identifies the fact that the file name for these enemies in the game is Deracine, which is a French term referring to the uprooting of trees. Now this does line up nicely with the appearance of worm faces. The worms look like the roots of upturned trees. And I would suggest that their locations are also significant. The two main areas that we find them in are A, affected with Deathblight, and B, have trees. This is the location in Far Missoula and Altus Plateau respectively. So my most likely explanation for their appearance is that they are somehow connected to the areas that are affected with Deathblight that also have trees. Far Missoula does have the infection of Godwyn, so this area we find them in is also afflicted with the Deathblight. Is it possible they are actually trees that have been corrupted? They are very tree and wooden looking. Otherwise, of course, they could have just taken their appearance from their surrounding environments and are pure creatures of corruption. This is of course my speculation on Zuli's video and what we see of the environmental details, but it is one that satisfies my understanding of these beings to a degree. Now, while I'm sympathetic to Godwyn and his plight, this does all paint a terrifying picture about his reach and the transformative, corrupting nature of his power. So with that said, let us look at the spread of his corruption in more detail in the next chapter. The spread of the death root was facilitated by the manner in which his body was handled and buried. We know from the Prince of Death's pustule that he was buried at the roots of the great tree, as it reads as follows. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. As first of the demigods, it is said he is buried deep under the capital, at the Erd Tree's roots. Indeed, this obviously marries up with what we see in-game, Godwyn's corpse slumped against its very roots in the Deeproot Depths. While this may seem like a pretty silly idea in retrospect, it does make sense with the lore of the world, given we know from numerous sources that the Erd Tree burial was the idealized form of honouring the dead, where the dead were returned to the roots of the great tree. Yet it was this connection of his body against these roots that facilitated the spread, something that we have confirmed by the description of Deathroot itself, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of Deathroot. And as expected from Software's masterful environmental storytelling, this too is reflected by what we see in-game. At Godwyn's throne, we see the Deathblight spreading from his shattered form and infecting the roots of the great tree to spread throughout the world. And of course, it is important to comprehend what this Deathroot really is. The item description says it all. The Deathroot is the fragments of the Rune of Death that was stolen on that fateful night. These are the fragments of the fragment that was stolen from Malekith, and as such it explains his motivation in working with the hunters to retrieve this Deathroot. He is trying to undo his mistake, to restore the Rune of Death proper, and thus restore the Golden Order. Geraint actually hungers for the Rune of Death, for the Deathroot, because he feels the Rune of Death since it is bound within his own flesh, and we learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was actually bound within his flesh after the Night of the Black Knives. And as such, he hungers for it to be complete, because it is part of him as well. Tragically, for Malekith, some bells cannot be unrung, and while we return all of the Deathroot, Malekith realises that the affliction of the Wheel of the Centipede has spread too far and has seeped into the very soil of the lands between. The Rune of Death can no longer be restored.
It is all consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated.
So this is where we return to what happened to Godwyn on the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn only received half of the wound of the centipede, half of the Rune of Death. This half concerns the death of the soul only, and said Deathroot obviously contains the same half, hence why those afflicted by Deathroot are dead only in soul, but still exist in a corporeal sense. They literally live within death. The reference to this as the mark of the centipede is obviously quite fitting for a couple of reasons. Firstly, and most obviously, this half of the rune does indeed resemble a centipede, but the more relevant connotation and to why it's probably shaped like a centipede in the first place from a design perspective is to more do with the ideas of rot and stagnation, a cultural understanding from Japanese Shinto, where flowing water is seen as good, pure, and representative of life, where stagnation is seen as corruption, death, and decay. In short, the idea of purity and the ever-flowing cycle of life in Shinto is commonly represented by flowing water of that flowing circle of life. So conversely, stagnant water is used to represent the perversion or halting of said cycle. Pests and insects thrive in stagnant water, and thus they are often used to depict corruption and rot. And again, this is something prominently seen in the first Silent Hill, in the form of moths, cockroaches, and grubs. Again, as aptly described by Acer, stagnant water is another thematic indicator of Kigare. And to quote Acer directly once more, they say the following: "Flowing water is life, and so it is good. Conversely, still waters are death." Now, in Western culture, we are of course familiar with flies, insects, and maggots being a symbol of death and rot and decay, and indeed this is represented by the flies swarming around Godwyn's decaying corpse. However, it is important to remember that a Japanese team made this, and so it's great to understand the cultural context behind these thematic designs. And so, with the understanding that flies, insects, and other types of pests are representative of Kigare and stagnant waters, we again move to the centipedes. Centipedes fall within this category as a life form that thrives in decay and stagnant waters, and thus, in Japanese culture, centipedes are often used to symbolically represent stagnation or rot or pollution. Of course, the best representation of this is in From Software's media in Sekiro, where the presence of centipede parasites are meant to denote the stagnation and pollution of the divine waters, best illustrated by the monks of Senpo Temple, who are literally overtaken by parasitic centipedes. The association with centipedes is made even more interesting then when we consider the golden centipede, which reads as follows. The golden desiccated remains of a centipede, material used for crafting items, kept as a fetish by the Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death. As such, they're found near churches or similar. Now, a fetish is usually a talisman or some other object used for spiritual protection, and given it is a golden centipede, the mark of those who live in death, it makes sense that the Golden Order fundamentalists would use this when hunting those who live in death, given it's a golden inversion of their enemy's symbol. This is why the half wound of the centipede is representative of those who live in death, because they are literally stagnant forms of life. They are stuck living in death, stuck at one part of the cycle of life. They are existing outside the boundaries of the established laws. They are an extension of the pollution spilling from Godwin's corpse. They are Kegari, and so the associated imagery of centipedes and insects make sense. The idea of Kegari and crossing sacred bounds is why so often those who live in death are described to be out with the Golden Order, such as in the description of the holy water pots, which reads as follows. Highly effective against those who live in death, even preventing them from rising again. The Golden Order has no mercy for those who trespass beyond life's bounds. It's again the idea of trespassing beyond the boundaries, leading to pollution and stagnation, and the idea of their existence outside the bounds of order leading to a pollution of the order is reflected in the language of the hunters such as D, who states the following.
Following only the guidance of the Great Elden Ring, those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
And the ideas of stagnation make sense why the areas we find those who live in death are in stagnant waters. And it also maybe helps explains the aquatic tibia marinas, who seem to be an infection vector for the death root. It is just another thematic manifestation of the themes of stagnation and Kegari. Now, while the half wound of the centipede, being death only in soul, helps explain the undeath of those who live in death, I feel it is only part of the equation when it comes to explaining their existence. As we have just discussed, those who live in death are essentially a glitch in the system, and for this to occur, for a glitch to occur, there has to be a fault in the Golden Order.
You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order.
Like Rogier, I actually have a lot of sympathy for those who live in death, and the Dustborn ending was the first one I chose, despite also having Rani's ending ready to go. Rogier correctly states that those who live in death have happened upon a flaw within the Golden Order. It is not perfect, as the fundamentalists would have you believe. And this flaw will be one that those familiar with my channel will of course heard me mention many times, as in my Gold Mask and Marika videos. That flaw being the removal of death and confinement of it. And this is fittingly described by the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows. Formed of the two Halobrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. So the very foundations of the Golden Order are built upon an order absent death, and we see this effect on the denizens of the world, a world where nobody dies. It really is a pitiful state of affairs. Unending life sounds great in theory, but in usual FromSoft fashion, we are quickly disabused of that notion, and when you peel away the surface layer and grandeur of the Golden Order, you can see it is fundamentally broken. For while it is true that those who live in death are stagnant, So are those within the Order. No one ever dies within the Order. How is that any less stagnant than those who live in death? The removal of death and then the murder of Godwyn are the two main events that broke the world, as much as the shattering of the Elden Ring did. And indeed, Rogier seems to agree with that statement, that these were the pivotal events that led to the world becoming crooked.
I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
And yet there are those looking for a workaround, a way to undo and reverse the corruption, rather than simply purging those who are afflicted. And so it's time to look at those who would undo the corruption and restore Godwyn to his former glory. We have already covered the fact that Fortisax and Godwyn developed a close bond due to their mutual respect in the War of the Dragons, and Godwyn's sparing of the former's life. But the depths of this bond isn't really illustrated until we get to the latter parts of the game and we find Fortisax for ourselves, who to me is one of the most heroic characters in the entire story. Fortisax's remembrance reads as follows. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. And this is indeed how we find Fortisax, renamed the Lich Dragon, due to the fact the ancient dragon himself has been suffused with death. Even the ancient dragons are not free from its pollution. This is apparent from his appearance. All other ancient dragons have a sort of golden beige hue to them, including his own sister. However, Fortisax is now stained with black, and you can see how well the design team have done here. He isn't just a black dragon, he still actually has his gold scales underneath if you look carefully, but it is more like he is stained with a black suit over the top, the mark of death. Much like when Rogier becomes suffused with death, Fortisax also seems to be sprouting the blight even bursting from his eye socket and through his skin. And it is no wonder Fortisax is now called the Lich Dragon. He is a dragon living within death. What is interesting is that it again shows the real corrupting power of the death, this pollution caused by the crossing of boundaries. The extent to which Fortisax is afflicted is pretty eye-opening, and it is elaborated on by the Death Lightning incantation, which reads as follows. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortisax, now corrupted by death. It is said that this golden lightning was wielded by Godwyn, and so this lightning was actually once Godwyn's power that Fortisax now channels, and the corruption of death is so powerful that even this lightning is afflicted by it, showing it is a true metaphysical curse. And this is all well and good, but when you fight Fortisax you may have some burning questions. Why is he so corrupted, and where the hell do we fight him? Well, Fortisax's remembrance implies that Fortisax is within Godwyn's mind, within his soul, battling within the death in his old companion's body. Now this is a confusing concept to wrap your head around, but it does appear to be that there is a realm within Godwyn that represents being within his corrupted body. We can enter this realm ourselves at the end of Fia's quest, when we are invited to enter the deathbed dream. Now given Fia is a deathbed companion, this must be Fia's dream bridging her mind to Godwyn's, and so we use her as a medium to connect with Godwyn's mind, and that is how we end up fighting Fortisax, or something along those lines. We'll discuss it more in the later chapters regarding Fia, where I will also talk about why we have to fight Fortisax. If this does represent a realm or pocket dimension within Godwyn, it does let us know the true extent of death's saturation. The sky itself seems to be covered in a death blight. And it is in here, in this hellish realm of death, that Fortisax has spent a long time fighting against the death, trying to push it back, trying to cleanse his good friend from the inside out. Yet, as should be obvious from the spread of death in the world at large, and the suffused nature of Godwyn's mind represented by the skybox, this was a doomed endeavour, and Fortisax has paid the price for his bravery. Yet it is one of the most heartwarming stories in the game, and I see Fortisax as a true hero. It wasn't just Fortisax who felt great sorrow at Godwyn's fate. We of course now return to the golden epitaph as promised at the beginning of this video, which is most likely tied to Miquella. More specifically, we can make this tie-in via the specific ghost dialogue from Castle Sol. So that does bring us to the location of this ghost, Castle Sol, a bastion that appears to hold a cult dedicated to the resurrection of the soulless. So let's discuss this. Castle Sol, as seen by its banners, is a castle containing a group that seem to venerate the Eclipse in some capacity, and this is further supported by the great treasure of this castle, the Eclipse Shotel. The Eclipse is of course used elsewhere in Elden Ring, and is closely associated with the mausoleums and their knights, and the soulless demigods housed within. The Eclipse crest great shield, wielded by the mausoleum knights, reads the following: "The Eclipse sun, drained of colour, is the protective star of the soulless demigods. It aids the mausoleum knights by keeping death and death at bay." So the Eclipse is obviously a symbol associated with the soulless, and it is seen as a ward that will keep death and death at bay. Obviously something to avoid for these soulless demigods so they don't die permanently before they are restored. A really great video on the subject of the Eclipse is one by vLimit, and I highly recommend you check that out, and I will link below. The protective nature of the Eclipse as a type of ward therefore explains why it appears on the shields of the defenders of these soulless demigods. The Eclipse also thematically neatly fits in. Not only is the Eclipse extremely similar to the two sides of the Hallowbrand, but again there are some cultural connotations to the Eclipse which are relevant to death, and we will shortly deal with those. But I want to first ask, what is the point of Castle Sol? What are they actually trying to achieve here? Well, let us try and uncover the purpose behind these people, the people who existed in Castle Sol, those who seem to venerate the Eclipse. We have already looked at one ghost dialogue, which implies the Eclipse could restore the soulless demigods, and so now let us turn to the other ghost dialogue found within the castle, one in the main chapel, who echoes the veneration of the Eclipse. "O great sun, frigid son of Sol, surrender yourself to the Eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones." So the connecting factor here seems to be the belief that the Eclipse, swallowing the sun, can restore the soulless demigods to full life. Yet what is the basis for this theory? Fortunately for me, I am friends with a curator far more familiar with Japanese cultural implications, as well as the language itself. Of course, people familiar with the channel will know I'm referring to Last Protagonist, who has once again provided some excellent information in regards to the Eclipse. In a comment on vLimit's video regarding the Eclipse, Last Protagonist said the following, and he's given me permission to share this comment: "The term for eclipse comes from shoku, which is the same kanji for mashibamu, which means worm-eaten, corroded, deteriorated, etc. This comes up a lot in Dark Souls to describe the way curses and the dark eat away through things, like in Gnaw, Dark Fog, Wolnir's Holy Sword, etc. In Elden Ring, the term also comes up in items associated with Godwyn, the Weathered Dagger, the corruption of Fortisax, etc. This all ties into the Eclipse Shotel, which is described as a sun being drained of colour. It might imply that there is or was a connection between the sun and the Grace of Gold, and might coincide with the Sun Realm Shield, or how Warming Stones say the Erd Tree was as warm and gentle as the sun." End quote. So again, brilliant insight from Last Protagonist, and if you're new to the channel, please check out their channel as they often help me out with Japanese translations and cultural connotations. And again, thanks to Last Protagonist. Now the part I want to focus in on is how Last Protagonist says this worm-eaten description ties into the Eclipse Shotel, which is described as a sun being drained of colour, being worm-eaten of colour perhaps. I find this interesting because it's in line with the idea of the sun being eaten, like the ghost at Castle Sol mentions the eclipse swallowing the sun. Is it then possible that the cultists of Sol are beckoning for the eclipse to swallow the sun, to steal its vitality, to restore the soulless demigod? I do believe that this is their belief, that they wish the eclipse to eat the vitality of the sun and take this vitality to restore the demigod. At least that's their belief, even if there isn't any weight to it. Specifically, it appears that the Castle Sol is a joint venture between the group at Sol and Miquella, given the ghost dialogue that we reviewed at the beginning of this chapter. And this is unsurprising given Miquella's great empathy for the outcast and forgotten, as well as his implied sympathy for his half-brother, as suggested by the Golden Epitaph. And I now want to make an editorial note here. I had far more planned in this chapter, for the soulless demigods, for necromancy, but as with my last video, the video's already becoming far too long, so I have decided to cut certain elements from the story. However, don't worry, I am already planning the next video that will pick up these pieces, and I'm going to do a combined video on death, including the Deathbirds, necromancy, the soulless demigods, and perhaps Rosas. So, something to look forward to, more time talking about death. Woohoo! With that said, I want to turn to an important figure who champions Godwyn's cause, in an attempt to stand up for those without a voice. I am of course referring to Fia, and the conclusion of Godwyn's story. Fia is a fascinating character, whose story is presented to us right at the beginning of the game, during the introductory cinematic, where we quickly learn that Fia is a deathbed companion and also a tarnished. When trying to understand what a deathbed companion is, a good place to start is probably from Fia herself, who says the following.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble, to grant him another chance at life.
So Fia pretty much gives us the bare bones of what her position entails. They absorb the vitality of champions they embrace, such as us, and they use that stored vigour to breathe new life into those who have already passed. In this dialogue, Fia also seems to describe exactly what is depicted on her introductory slide art. She was lying with a noble to bear him into new life. I find the term bear him into new life interesting. It has connotations of childbirth, and as you'll see later in this video and in her quest, she does seem to birth new life from the absorbed vitality of other champions. It isn't just a transference of energy, it is almost a recycling or reincarnation of the original vitality taken from the embraced champion. There is actually a lot of surrounding lore that can help explain the deathbed companions. For example, we get an allegorical description of their origins as a profession via the perfumer Tricia Ashes, which read the following. Tricia was once known as a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was a companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass on peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the origins of the deathbed companions. So by using Tricia's story as a comparison, the description seems to suggest that the deathbed companions were once that, an order of people who would be deathbed companions, companions to people on their deathbeds, to watch over and help them pass peacefully. However, in time it clearly evolved to where it was more about restoring people from their deathbeds. And I do find it interesting to consider the origins of the deathbed companions, mainly because the only one we meet is out of their context. But we can glean a little of that context. Firstly, let us look at the Baldachin Blessing. It seems to show a temple covered in curtains or canopy-like fixtures, and the description of this item described these as being temples in the guise of a bedchamber, and obviously with beds, deathbeds, being an important part of this order, this makes sense. This also matches up with the term baldachin, for a baldachin, according to Merriam-Webster, is a cloth-covered canopy fixed or carried over an important person or sacred object. so this matches the canopies we see on the temple shown in the baldachin blessing, and the very cloak that Fia wears over her deathbed dress for travelling. These black robes look very much like curtains or canopies. Most likely then, the term baldachin blessing most likely means a blessing from these baldachin covered temples. I could be wrong, and baldachin could be the name from where Fia is from, or the name of a god associated with these temples. But either way, it does tie in to what we see as the kind of aesthetic overlay of this culture. However, the darkest part of this role is the fact that deathbed companions never choose who they lie with. This is directly told to us by Fia herself, who says the following when she chooses to lie with Godwyn.
This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me.
Therefore, Fia and her kind are directed to lie with the remains chosen for them, and given Fia tells us that it was a noble she was last told to lie with, I would assume the implication is that the upper classes benefit from this particular brand of resurrection. And the radiant baldachin blessing also suggests that the deathbed companions don't even get to choose who they embrace to get the vigour to resurrect the nobles, as it reads as follows. It is said a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life, the sole blessing which she imbues of her own volition, meaning that any other baldachin blessing that is bestowed by a deathbed companion is not of their own volition, it is just a part of their duty. This lack of choice is quite key in Fia's motivations. So when Fia becomes tarnished and is exiled from this land that she hails, she chooses a new path, and chooses to use her skills and powers for another purpose, her own purpose. She says the following.
I see. Then you must kill me, for I am the companion of Godwyn, Prince of Death. I wish to be a mother to those who live in death. So it is that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them, I must bear, as a matter of duty, with my own flesh.
Fia chooses to defend those who, through no fault of their own, are hunted, persecuted, and have no voice, have no choice. Given Fia's life of being told what to do as a deathbed companion, and being chased from her homeland, and now being bound by grace through no choice of her own, we can easily see why she would have great sympathy and empathy for these people. I feel her ideals must be similar to her allies, Rogier's, who quite rightly states that their existence, those who live in death, is no fault of their own. Sophia takes it upon herself to try and right this wrong, and finally make some choices for herself. And the first way she does this is via her embraces. Not only is she using this energy in a build-up for gestating her new child, but she also uses it in a more creative, defensive way. Fia appears to take a portion of the vitality of champions that she embraces, and can summon them as champions to defend the Prince of Death, akin to the practice of carrion puppetry. This makes sense since we do see Rogier and Lionel in the fight against Fia's champions. Both tarnished, we know she has embraced, as she mentions Rogier in that context, and we later find her belonging alongside Lionel's in a bed in Lane Dell. To be clear, these are akin to puppets. These blue manifestations are the same colour as the carrion puppets. They are not the actual champion themselves being summoned like a blue phantom, rather an imprint of them, especially since Rogier will be dead by this stage that we face him as a Fia champion. This is actually a rather impressive feat, and it really emphasises how much power Fia gains from absorbing the power of champions, and it will play a key role in her gestation of the Mending Rune. And yet, to make this Mending Rune, she needed the two sides of what brought the curse of unlife to the lands between, the two sides of the Hallowbrand. And so she sets ourselves and Rogier in motion to retrieve it, though she makes great efforts to hide her true motivations and interests, only portraying herself as someone who is interested in helping Rogier, a friend. while mysteriously handing us a pivotal map that she got from a friend of a friend of a friend. Meanwhile, Rogier also seems to let a secret slip to her. Fia has already mentioned how Rogier says things while abed, and he appears to hold another secret that would be of much interest to Fia. It is the same secret he divulges to us in the form of a note after his death. Written in a trembling hand, it says the following: "I forgot to tell you, but it seems Dee has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct besides the eternal city of Nokron, and it is said he stood before the Prince of Death not far beyond that spot." Now with this note, everything that transpires between Fia and Dee makes complete sense. Fia knew that Dee's brother had stood before the Prince of Death, and this no doubt explains why we find the twin huddled and broken, not far from where Godwyn lies. And now, with that in mind, let us look at the weathered dagger that Fia asks us to return to Dee. It reads as follows: "Dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver entwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash." A knife, marred by a black gash and worn down. Evidently a weapon of Dee or his brother. And surely given those two bits of lore, we can assume that this blade was turned against Godwyn given the black gash on the blade. But to what end? Well, the answer, I believe, comes from Fia herself when we reach her in the deep root depths. She says the following:
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it.
Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at Round Table Hold, meaning it wasn't on Godwyn's person, meaning someone had it at Round Table Hold, and thus, to me anyway, it is explained why Fia actually kills Dee. It isn't because he is a Golden Order hunter. No, he has Godwyn's Hallowbrand, and she takes it from his cold, dead hands. This is my speculation again, but what I see to be the chain of events given the lore we've examined just now. Dee's brother stood before Godwyn and carved out his Hallowbrand from Godwyn's very flesh, the act that mars his blade and drives him to slumber. And given his state, the brand will come to be possessed by Dee, his twin brother, for safekeeping. Fia learns of this via Rogier, the secret he will tell to us later, and knowing she will come into conflict with a Tarnished, she develops Fia's Mist, an incantation only effective against the undying Tarnished. For all his martial strength, Dee is no match for the Deathblight, and Fia lures him into a trap by passing the knife to Dee that all but says "I know," and revealing her true loyalties. Fia then kills him with the Deathblight, reclaims the Hallowbrand, and disappears into the night, to be by Godwyn's side. It is actually a brilliant bit of storytelling, a master plan that happens in front of our very eyes, but is so subtle, because neither Fia nor Dee show their hands to us, and every half of the Hallowbrand to Fia, which of course was the intended result of stoking Rogier's interest in finding the other half of the Hallowbrand, then the endgame of her plan can come into effect. She can bind these two together through a gestation ritual. She says the following of this:
I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death.
And so it seems as though Fia's position as a deathbed companion is absolutely key in the formation of this rune. Long as she channeled the power of Champion's vitality to resurrect the dead, as I noted earlier, this process through semantics is indicated to be akin to childbirth. And now again, she refers to this as her child, this rune, not a child in the traditional sense, but a recycling of life that is akin to the unnatural process of giving birth in the real world. And not only is this a child of Godwyn and Fia, but Fia also implies that it's partially our child, for she is using the warmth of our vigour from our last embrace to breathe life to gestate this new child. Of course, unfortunately, this is where we must face and kill one of the truest heroes of Elden Ring, Fortisax. Fortisax has spent unknowable years within Godwyn's mind, fighting and resisting the death within his friend, and yet that now means he is an obstacle to the birth of the Mending Rune. This Mending Rune is death, and Fortisax's influence in pushing back death will no doubt mean he is halting the birth of the Death Rune. And so it is with great sorrow that we must put the blighted beast down, so Godwyn and Fia's child may come forth. So what does this Mending Rune represent for the future for those who live in death, and for the world at large? Well, let us first of all read the description of the rune itself and try to understand. It reads the following: formed of the two Halobrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining death in death. Thus this new order will be one of death restored. So first of all, it makes it clear that it is both sides of the Halobrands. This is not the original Rune of Death, and given it's both sides of the Halobrand, you may assume that it restores original death and death and makes death normal again, given that both halves represent the two sides of death. However, I think it's clear this isn't the case, as the rune specifically mentions that life within death, those who live in death, are brought into the order. It will not be removed or reversed or made full death. They are being brought in to the order. This is also backed up by the fact that Fia states,
With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead and claim a second, illustrious life.
This implies that Godwyn will continue to be the source of those who live in death, but will take a new kind of position of power within the new order, as first of the dead. This literally seems to just be bringing everything that's outside the order in regards to those who live in death, including Godwyn, into it without actually changing them, in my opinion. Now, the Mending Rune does suggest that death will be restored, maybe implying that normal death will be restored. But bear in mind, this isn't the original Rune of Death, and so if we consider the science, if you want to call it, of runes, this isn't the Rune of Death. This is the rune of the Death Prince, meaning that the Prince of Death, as he is still going to exist in this order. It is his order that is being incorporated into the Golden Order. This is the age of the Duskborn, and given Dusk's inherent connection to death, we could literally translate this to the age of the Deathborn. And while this sounds utterly repellent, consider this might just be the right thing to do. Those who live in death did not choose to be what they are, and it was the current order that led to them existing at all through their poor choices. Perhaps a new era of life within death, death overseen by Godwyn, will have a new, just era of life. Omen is defined by Oxford Languages as an event that is seen as a portent of good or evil, and in the lands between, it is not hard to see that the birth of an omen is seen as an ill one. Translator Loki states that the kanji used for omen could be translated as abhorred or taboo. To those of the Golden Order, they are a stain on the world of grace. They are cursed blood, polluting the Erdtree's purity. Part of the reason they are so hated in the modern Erdtree era is born of the fact that they are relics of an earlier era, an uncomfortable and inconvenient reminder of a more primitive period of worship. With their gnarled horns, brutish forms, and accursed blood, it may be easy to see why such beings are treated with such disdain on a surface level. Yet the truth is far more complex than that, as the Omen are not simply brutish monsters needing to be culled. There is a complexity to their condition. There is a humanity to them. Indeed, one of the most intelligent and arguably admirable characters we meet in-game is an Omen, Morgott, who's not allowed the curse to define or control him. Conversely, there are those who wallow in the darker aspects of the Omen curse. Moog, Lord of Blood, who delights in his corruption. These two twins perfectly encapsulate the duality of the Omen condition. Then there's of course the Dung Eater, who despite not being Omen himself, delights in the Omen curse, curses the Golden Order, and wishes to spread this blessing throughout the lands between. The Omen subject is a challenging one to dissect, because the truth of their blood and their curse is warped by prejudice and eroded by time. So in this lore video we will examine the Omen, the Crucible they owe their heritage to, and the Dung Eater, and finally whether there is some reality to fear the Omen and their condition. As I quite often do, I would like to acknowledge some creators whose ideas have been highly influential on my own. This time it is Hawkshaw and Quailag, both of whose work has been fundamental in fine-tuning and informing my own opinions. Finally, I would also like to thank Loki, translator and author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations throughout. The very fact that the Omen are called the Omen is in a way a distraction, when we are trying to discern the history and truth behind these beings. What I mean is that the title Omen is mainly a derogatory term that reflects their reviled position in the current age of the Golden Order and the Erd Tree. But the origin of the Omen does not lie within this era, and instead they are tied more closely to the Crucible. We learn this of course from the Knot Talisman, the item description of course tying these vestigial growths to the Crucible, as well as the fact this is dropped by an Omen killer, as well as Perfumer Tricia, which bungs in Omen, all beings seen as impure, all beings tied to the Crucible. So with that said, let us unpack the age of the Crucible, as it is crucial in understanding the origins of these beings. The Crucible is both a state, a precursor of the Erd Tree, as well as an age in of itself. There are some stark differences and ideals that permeate both of these eras, despite the ties between the Crucible and the Erd Tree. Obviously it is a well-known fact at this stage that the Crucible, the form of the Crucible itself, was the primordial form of what would become known as the Erd Tree. And we learn this from various sources, but one of the best is the Godskin Noble set, which reads as follows. Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree in its primordial form. And of course there are the aspects of Crucible incantations, which read as follows. This is a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible, where all life was once blended together. The fact that the Crucible is closely associated with Godfrey's Crucible Knights, a man who would go on to become the first Elden Lord in the early age of the Erd Tree, of course implies that the era immediately preceding the age of the Erd Tree was the age of the Crucible, a time when Hoaralou and his knights would have made a name for themselves in this more primal and wild era. As for the form of the Crucible itself, it is often portrayed as a sort of collection of wild branches or roots, as we see from Siluria's helm and Siluria's spear that is said to take the form of the Crucible. The most satisfying explanation of this form, to me, is the one offered by Tarnished Archaeologist, a fellow Elden Ring lore creator, and this explanation is also the one that informed our discussion of the Crucible in our Timeline lore video. In their Godfrey lore series, the Tarnished Archaeologist's theory starts by looking at what they term as the Gardener statues. These are the statues found within Round Table Hold, Stormvale Castle, and other areas found throughout the game. There are two variations of this statue, one of a character holding a single branch or sprout, and the other version is surrounded by many, the latter of which is very reminiscent of Siluria's helmet. Tarnished Archaeologist believes that the process being illustrated here between the two statues is known as root sprouting, a process which is when a tree is damaged or cut, and then multiple competing sprouts begin to grow from the stump in order to regenerate the tree. It then follows that the other version of this statue, The one with the singular sprout in its hands represents the successful sprout that would in time grow into the Erd tree, and at the time of competing sprouts was the time of the Crucible. And if you'd like to hear more about that theory in depth, I'd recommend Tarnished Archaeologists' videos, which I will link below. The idea that the age of the Crucible was a period of competition between varying sprouts fits very well for me. Firstly, because it thematically fits with an area of chaotic, uncontrollable life, and in addition, it also works with the word crucible itself, which can mean a trial through which something new is forged. In this case, the trial or competition between the sprouts, resulting in the emergence of a strong, new singular tree, the Erd tree. Regardless of whether you agree with the interpretation of the form of the crucible or not, what is clear is that this was an age of primeval, unrestrained, and violent life. And that becomes more apparent when we look at the specific life forms that are associated with this era. Firstly, there are what is referred to as the Lion Guardians, wild ferocious animals that really define the term beast and bestial life form. We know these creatures are associated with the Crucible, firstly due to their visual design, as they share some of the same blackened skin as the Omen, as well as the signature Omen horns. Secondly, we also see they are tied to the Crucible via an item they drop, the Old Fang, which reads as follows. These multiple overlapping fangs grow from a single root. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial Crucible. I think this item is a really important one, not only because it ties these creatures directly to the Crucible, but it also gets to the core of what I see the Crucible to be. To me, it is a time of unrestrained, chaotic, and primeval life, represented by too much growth, exaggerated life form, and vestigial limbs. This Old Fang item talks about multiple overlapping fangs. There are too many fangs here, overlapping and growing over each other, beyond purpose or reason. Life for the sake of life, and growth for the sake of growth. Whereas a refined form of life would have an ordered row of teeth, evolved specifically for what is needed for its diet, these chaotic, primeval beings have growths and appendages that are a result of the Crucible's overflowing life energies, where life is expressed in an extreme form, where it is all blended together, and unnecessary growths happen. This idea of vestigial limbs and vestigial growths is also represented by the budding horn item description, a very similar item to the Old Fang, and its description reads as follows. This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it is a vestige of primordial Crucible. This is a horn that grows on a life form that doesn't usually grow it. It is an unnecessary growth, an expression of the Crucible's chaotic life energies. And it is these types of vestigial growths that we might call the aspects of the Crucible, as represented by the Crucible incantations of the same name. Of course, a great example of these vestigial growths is the misbegotten themselves, chimeric beings that have malformed small wings, incomplete scale hides, and tails, none of which have grown through evolution and set to perform a set purpose, but rather have sprouted from their forms in an almost cancerous manner, due to their relation of the Crucible, again an expression of its chaotic overflowing vital energies. Interestingly, Mohg and Morgott themselves also possess similar vestigial growths. Morgott of course has his massive club tail, a mass of flesh and horns, that obviously serves no real purpose. Tails are usually for balance, and in this case Morgott merely uses it like a club. Mohg even has these small and unusable wings that some of the misbegotten have, as you can see it on his model before he is empowered, and they grow to a size that is actually usable. This is why I relate the Omen, the misbegotten, and this type of chaotic life to the idea of chaos and demons that is explored in Dark Souls 1. For those unaware, demons in Dark Souls are not the traditional demonic beings of hell that you may see in Abrahamic mythology. Instead, they are products of uncontrollable life, born from the bed of chaos, literally a bed or source of chaotic life, a concept well illustrated by the uneven and wild growth of the bed itself, an image that is indeed very reminiscent of the depictions of the Crucible. The Lord Soul we get from the bed of chaos describes it as a bed of life, and likewise, the Crucible is a bed of primeval life, and is repeatedly associated with the terms primeval, primordial, and life. The point of comparing the Crucible to the bed of chaos is not to say they are one for one, as that certainly is not true. Rather, I am trying to highlight that the type of life that is associated with the Crucible, and that the similarities in appearance between the bed of chaos and the Crucible to me is no coincidence. They are both representing understrained and uncontrollable vital energies. This type of life and idea differs so wildly from the ideas of regression and refinement found in the age of the Golden Order, a sophisticated era of refined principles in stark contrast to this earlier era of crude, chaotic, and primitive life. This is a distinction illustrated by the evolution in the symbolism of the ruling religion. If one compares the wild designs of the Crucible era and early Erdtree period, symbolically branching out like a wild tree, against the more subtle Celtic knot of the Golden Era, a far more tidy and refined symbol. This is a point well made by Quelaag in their Elden Ring Keeps Me Up at Night lore video, and if you'd like a deeper explanation of these symbols and what they could mean, please check out Quelaag's video, which I will link below. But yes, I do see the emblems themselves of each era as a way of illustrating the distinction between the Golden Order and the Crucible era that came before, and why the Golden Order sees themselves as a more sophisticated era. The fundamental concept of regression towards the mean, one of the Golden Order fundamentals, is that life should be pulling towards the mean, becoming more normalized, tidier, and less diverse. This of course clashes wildly with the early era of the Crucible, in which life was unrefined, distinct from one another, and blended together. However, at the time of the Crucible, these expressions of life, these malformations, were not seen as cancerous growths or evidence of a primeval time. Rather, it was seen as divine. And of course we learn this via the Crucible growth talismans, Knot, Scale, and Feather. Each of them read, "A vestige of the Crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced." It of course makes sense that anything touched by the Crucible in this time would be considered divine. There was no Erdtree, there was only the Crucible. The Crucible was the expression of divinity, and so anything touched by these aspects of the Crucible would have been seen as special, much as later being touched by grace is seen as divine in the current era. This also makes sense when we consider that the Crucible itself was representative of chaotic blended life, and as such, wild appendages would beautifully mirror the rampant growth of the Crucible itself, which at this time was the idealized form of life. Of course, one of the other defining factors of the Crucible era is aggression, warfare, and martial prowess, best encapsulated by Hoarah, his arenas, his Round Table warrior culture, and his Crucible knights. If you'd like a keen insight into the warrior culture of Godfrey and his Round Table warriors, I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the subject, which I will link below. Strength, aggression, violence, competition, and bestial vitality, these are the pillars that define the Crucible era, and it is to this era, to these pillars, that the Omen owe their heritage. I think it is safe to say that having fully contextualized the Crucible era, that it is far more understandable that these brutish creatures would have been accepted within the era they owe their heritage to. They would not have been the way they are now, reviled and confined and hunted. So with that said, let us move on to an analysis of the Omen themselves, who they are, what they are, and where they come from. The first thing to note is that, I'm sure most people are aware of this, is that the Omen aren't their own species. Rather, they do seem to be regular humans who have been afflicted by this Omen condition. We get hints of this firstly via the scale, feather and knot talismans, and given the features of each, we can almost certainly assign the knot talisman to the Omen, especially given it is dropped by an Omen killer, and the fact that these knots look like the base of cut horns. Now again, let us read the item description of the knot talisman, which reads as follows. A talisman fashioned from a bony knot that embodies aspects of various creatures said to have grown on the human body long ago. Grown on the human body long ago. And indeed, we get further proof that the Omen are born through normal reproduction, like regular humans, from the Omen Bairn items. Firstly, the regular Omen Bairn reads as follows. Doll of a curse-born bairn. Uses FB to unleash wraiths that chase down foes. Omen babies have their horns excised, causing most to perish. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. Please don't hate me or curse me, please. So first thing to note about these items themselves, these fetishes that are carved to memorialize these children who are cursed. This was pointed out to me by Loki, who identified the fact that this is akin to the process of Mizuko Kuyo, a water child memorial service, which is a Japanese Buddhist ceremony for children who have died through the birthing process in various means. And in this process, a little fetish is carved of the deceased child. And the reason for these rites is to firstly assuage the guilt of the parents, but also to comfort the soul of the past child. Now, this is interesting given that most Omen children will die when they have their horns excised, but also the fact that they are cursed, so perhaps when an Omen child is born, they are considered dead or miscarried anyway, and thus these fetishes are carved to memorialize them and comfort their spirits and their parents. And it really is a stark reminder of how bad it is to be born with this Omen curse in the time of the Erd Tree, as you are already considered dead even when born, as we will see in the examples of the Regal Omen Bairn, which is still carved despite the fact they will not undergo the operation, and thus must be considered dead despite actually being alive. And so again, props to Loki for pointing out that cultural connection for me. And as we noted at the beginning of this video with Loki's translation, these are Omen children, people that are discarded or taboo, reinforcing the fact that these are humans who are afflicted and then discarded. So these are children born, cursed as any other regular human or demigod in some cases, not something that is a distinct species in of itself. This is of course reflected in the two most famous Omen in the mythos, Mohg, Lord of Blood, and the grace-given Lord Morgott. This shows that Mohg and Morgott were born of the golden lineage, both demigods, and were still able to be born afflicted with this condition. While it is not stated directly, I do believe that these two are born directly from Godfrey and Marika, because of the way in which Godfrey interacts with Morgott in an almost gentle-like manner, and as someone who is clearly familiar with Morgott.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
And of course we do know that Morgott is at least descended from Godfrey, if not directly, as he is part of the golden lineage as stated by his rune. But Mohg and Morgott are not the only examples of royalty who are afflicted with the Omen curse, only that they are the most significant, for we learn that there are plenty of other royal Omen, via the Regal Omen Bairn, and its item description reads as follows. Doll of a curse-born bairn from the Erdtree's royal line. Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are kept underground unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. These memorial fetishes are fashioned in secret. We will return to the social ramifications that are highlighted in this when we later view the persecution faced by the Omen. But returning to the Omen condition itself, it is clear that Omen can come about by any birth, whether they be demigods of Marika's bloodline or a more normal bloodline, and the Not Talisman implies that this condition is the result of the Crucible or a connection to it. This curse or affliction is something that can affect any humanoid, and I will get to the specifics of what I believe the curse actually is momentarily. But when it comes to the physical form that the Omen take after they are afflicted, I believe the answer is fairly straightforward. As we know from various sources, mainly the incantations of the aspects of the Crucible, that the Crucible was a cauldron of life, where life was blended together, the elements of different animals all coming together as one. Additionally, we have already linked the Knot Talisman to the features found upon the Omen, to their knotted horns. And the talisman itself describes these features as bones that are embodiments of various species. So in essence, I see the Omen as the Crucible themselves, humans that have taken on the elements of various other species in a way that makes them look inelegant and chaotic when compared to regular humans, and that their distinct features, the blackened skin and the horns, are taking elements from many different lifeforms blended together. One of the many interesting points that Hawkshaw makes in their Colours lore video is the relevance of an item description found in version 1.0 of the game, the turtle neck meat. In the current version of the game, it has a very uninteresting description. However, in version 1, it read the following. Turtle meat is said to boost virality, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In the lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. So this is of course referring to reproduction and the appetite for it. And my surface level takeaway from this is that it may be a combination of the Golden Order's views on refinement, seeing traditional mating is a more bestial activity. In regards to aesthetics, the Golden Order clearly takes after the medieval era Catholic Church, and this is also in the way that they view the more pagan, tree-worshipping era of the Crucible. And this waning interest in traditional mating could also be seen as a mirror on the medieval era's church views on sex and conservatism, a view shared by fellow content creator Crunchy in a Twitter thread on this very subject. However, what if it was in part also a practical solution to the Omen problem, not just a view of conservatism? For if the Omen can only come about by natural births, then cutting out that process, traditional reproduction, could easily solve that issue. Indeed, the births of the Omen could have served to reinforce the conservative ideas on reproduction that the Golden Order has, the Omen standing as proof that reproduction is a backwards practice. It isn't hard to see that a recycling of life through Erdtree and Erdtree burial may feel more pure for those of the Golden Order, as this would not only connect all life through the Erdtree, where the dead are buried, and recycled as new life through the Erdtree, all life being controlled and connected to its grace. We have discussed this on the channel before, but in Tarnished Archaeologist's Life series, they discuss the possibility that people are born from the Erdtree as a result of this recycling process. We know that Erdtree burial does take place. It is mentioned several times, and in the catacombs we see bodies being absorbed by these roots. And in these very catacombs, there are doors. On these doors are depictions of Erdtree burial, and at the top of these same depictions, in the branches of the Erdtree, there seems to be pods, or people, being born from its branches. And if you want a more in-depth look at that life cycle, I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's look at life cycles in the land between. The puritanical view that life should be connected through the Erdtree and touched by it is of course something we see in the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinoric blood clot, which reads, Albinorics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Now of course Albinorics are very different from the Omen. No one is claiming that the Omen are artificial life forms. Far from it, as we've already seen. However, what this does highlight is a particular type of hatred, a racial prejudice, if you will, for beings untouched by the Erdtree's grace, disconnected from its systems that we've just discussed. I believe that this is at the core of what causes a hatred for the Omen. Yes, they are hated for other reasons, for their bestial nature and their connections to an earlier, more primitive era. But what makes them Omen? Why are they so feared? Well, I do think this is connected to the idea of not being touched by the Erdtree's grace, and in fact, being very much disconnected from it. There is something darker to the Omen that we get glimpses of through small pieces of lore that explore the ideas of soul and a lack thereof. The Misbegotten and Crucible Knights also receive less than stellar treatment in the current era. The Crucible Knights, once the foremost champions of the ruling order, are forgotten and reviled, found at the fringes, even alongside Misbegotten in some cases. The Misbegotten are also treated like dirt, a slave class, to the point where Edgar, Castellan of Castle Morn, cannot even fathom why his abused slaves would want to rebel against him. Yet, despite these bad treatments of those who are connected to the Crucible, there is a special fear reserved for the Omen, as is suggested by their very name. It is sinister and ominous, compared to the title of Misbegotten, which is less about fear and more about othering what the conventional society would see as an odd, chaotic, and unreformed form of life that is lesser. And so I think Hawkshaw put this across very aptly in their video on the Perfumers. While we may focus on the brutal and unjust way in which the Omen are treated, which is no doubt horrific, we still need to stop and pause to ask a simple question. Is there something dangerous about the Omen? And is there some validity to the fear surrounding them that goes beyond this racial prejudice? And I think the answer is yes. And it is best explored through a certain despicable character. So let us now explore the Dung Eater and the nature of the Omen curse. The Dung Eater is a curious fella, so let us break him down because I do believe he is the best vessel through which we can understand the Omen condition and the nature of their curse. Firstly, he is one of the Tarnished, like us, and he is listed in the roster of heroes alongside Fia, Gideon Ofnir, and Horalu. And like the others, he is granted grace, as we do see an aspect of grace, the little golden light, next to each of these champions. Most of them have been killed, and seem to be resurrected when grace is granted to them. And the fact he is granted grace is an important point that we will get back to shortly. Now, what is apparent from his introductory slide is that he is not a very well liked individual, since he is introduced as the loathsome Dung Eater, and in his image, he is hanging from his neck, being killed by society for some crime. And via information that we get from Bogart, he seems to have been locked up in a jail at some point. And just a side note, I believe that he himself has locked himself in his current jail, and this is not the one that Bogart is referring to, but we will get back to that shortly. And the more we learn about this individual, it becomes clear why he would be imprisoned and why he would be hanged by a society. Bogart, a criminal himself, is absolutely terrified of this man.
Does all sort of to the corpses to keep 'em cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't ever been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that to my friend.
So what does he do to people? Why is he called the Dung Eater? What are his aims? And why is he so feared? Well, the first question, why does he do this to people? We can get an understanding of some kind of motive from his distinctive armor set, which happens to be one of my favourite in any Souls game. It is fittingly named the Omen set, and has two key bits of lore, one from the unique chest piece, and one from the rest. So first of all, let us look at the description of the helmet, which reads, malformed helm resembling an omen with its horns cut off, worn by the Dung Eater. Its form is a vision of the landscape of his mind, and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen, without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then, if the curse claims all? And now let us read the chest piece item description, so we can unpack all this lore together. Worn by the Dung Eater, the heavy, sun-shaped medallion represents both the guidance he once saw and the ring to which it will one day lead. So in very basic terms, it seems as though the Dung Eater is someone who sees himself as an omen, the heart of an omen, and that the armour represents his appearance as he wished to see it, that he wants to have the appearance of an omen. However, he is not actually an omen, and thus he has fashioned this armour to mimic their form, an omen with its horns trimmed to be precise. The final sentence of the regular armour item description, what does it matter then if the curse claims all, seems to be his motivation. He is driven mad by the fact that he himself is not an omen, despite the fact he feels he is. And thus, as if to compensate for the fact he is not himself cursed, he wishes to spread the curse to all. Indeed, he even curses the Golden Order, the order responsible for the punishment, the hunting and imprisonment of Omen, his people.
Curse you, Golden Order. One day, you'll get what's coming.
To him, the Omen curse in the Omen form is a blessing, and passing it to everyone in the world seems to be a singular purpose for the Dung Eater. For when his corporeal form is locked in his jail, it is so frustrated that it can't get out and curse people that he repeatedly headbutts the wall, letting it know in his desires to carry on killing and cursing.
Must eat more. Defile more. Everything that matters to you for generations to come. I am the Dung Eater, a scourge upon the living.
The desire to curse is so much part of his being that it will headbutt the wall to relieve the frustration of not being able to do it. What is interesting is there does seem to be some degree of separation between Dung Eater's corporeal form and his phantom form, the latter of which being the main way we communicate with the Dung Eater. For one, the phantom form seems more in control and at peace, able to sit quietly in round table hold and reflect on his plans. Secondly, his corporeal form doesn't even recognize you when you release him, despite the fact you have already met his phantom. If I was to speculate on the specifics of what is happening here, I would suggest that he can separate himself into a red phantom, and in this form he is far more collected and clear of mind than his more singular-minded counterpart, and when there is the need for a moment of peace, for time to think on his plans, then he locks away his corporeal form while he becomes his phantom form. For it is the phantom form of the Dung Eater that gives us his own key. Dung Eater hates the living and loves the Omen curse. The helmet is said to reflect the vision of the landscape of his mind, and this marries well with the lore found in the chest piece. As we have already read, the sun-shaped medallion is supposed to represent both guidance that he has received and the ring to which it will one day lead, his ultimate goal. Now firstly, Souls fans will recognise that this sun medallion is evidently a homage to Dark Souls 1 and Solaire of Astora, where the exact same sun symbol was used to represent Solaire's search for his very own sun. In a way, the sun symbol on Dung Eater's armour represents the same, his quest, except his sun that he will find is actually a mending rune, which will curse Order itself. Specifically, the sun is said to represent the ring he saw in some vision or guidance. And funnily enough, this isn't the only time this sort of a vision is expressed by a sun-like image. Indeed, someone who has very different aims altogether from Dung Eater experiences a similar vision that will also lead to a mending rune. Goldmask, the enigmatic scholar who is seeking to perfect the Golden Order, experienced a similar vision, as Goldmask's mask reads the following: a mask designed to resemble a blazing golden halo. Its striking design represents both the brilliant inspiration that once shone upon him and the vision of a ring that he will surely find at the end of his pursuit. These are both individuals that, despite being very different in character and aims, walk a very similar path. Both receive a vision of a ring from an outside source. Both use a sun to represent both that vision and their ultimate aim, a mending rune. This of course does lead us to the question, why? Why do both of these visions receive a vision of a mending rune? Where does it come from, and what connects these two characters? So understanding that the sun is meant to represent the rune, the mending rune that they both find, is fairly easy to understand. They are circular and do sort of look like a sun. But it's also meant to represent the source of this inspiration, the guidance that shone on them. This must be from an outside source, something that connected to both these characters to help guide them to their final goals. And the only outside source to me that fits the bill is the Greater Will. It is clear that the Greater Will does not care which form Order takes, only that the Elden Ring is repaired. And again, I would recommend Radataskor's video on the concept that the Greater Will doesn't care about what form Order takes. The Greater Will has many irons in the fire to repair the world. First, it put its faith in the demigods, and now that they have failed, it puts its faith in the Tarnished of all stripes, granting them grace, including Dung Eater. As we mentioned before, Dung Eater appears to have been given grace in the opening cinematics. This means that the Two Fingers and the Greater Will have chosen Dung Eater for a purpose. Perhaps in both Dung Eater and Goldmask, the Greater Will saw an opportunity for the Elden Ring to be repaired and a new order to take hold through the mending runes that they would create. And no matter what we feel about the crimes that the Dung Eater commits, it doesn't really matter to the Greater Will. At the end of the day, the Dung Eater is another tool who will provide a rune that could be used to repair the Elden Ring and bring about a new order, an order of despair. And while that may seem bad to us, at the end of the day the Elden Ring is repaired and the Greater Will's authority is reintroduced. And thus, I think the Greater Will chose both Goldmask and Dung Eater in the same way, as potential tools to repair the Elden Ring, just in their own individual ways. Much like Goldmask, Dung Eater is personally invested in bringing about the future he glimpses in his vision that the Greater Will gives him. A world where the curse is spread everywhere, everyone's children, and their children's children. The Order itself is cursed. And the fact that this vision is granted to him means that the Greater Will considers this as a viable possibility for the future. And so there is more to the Dung Eater than meets the eye. He is actually a specialist, much like Goldmask, an expert in his area. And this of course brings us back to his methodology, and why he is so loathed, and why he is called the Dung Eater. When we find the corpses of those defiled by the Dung Eater, we can already tell that this is a fairly gruesome crime. They are usually tied to a chair, with blood over their lower half of the body, suggesting a sort of torturous process. This process is repeatedly referred to as defilement by the Dung Eater himself.
I can kill you and defile your corpse, then the pox will truly be your own.
And the term defile is also present in the item description of the Seedbed Curse. Defile is one of those really powerful words that is excellent in conveying something truly wrong, truly perverse. In regards to a body, which is in this case, it is often used in cases of particularly heinous crimes, where a body is mutilated after the person's death, but the method is so vile and graphic that details are replaced with that singular word that is so effective in conveying a gruesome fate, defiled. So we get the impression that what Dung Eater does to the body is so vile, so gruesome, that the game simply refuses to give us any specific details. The horror in Bogart's testimony that we listened to previously really does a fantastic job at hammering home the trauma he is by even witnessing the Dung Eater in action. But it is important to remember that Dung Eater gives us the order of how he does things. He kills you first, and then defiles you, so you will be reborn cursed. So you die, you're murdered, your body is defiled, and then you are reborn cursed. And this is unfortunately the fate of poor Bogart himself.
I will kill again, and defile each corpse with care, just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed.
But the details of the defilement is something that we are missing, and we can get some information on it by looking at the seedbed curse, the description of which reads as follows. Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater, a tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them cursed forever, one of the most loathsome things found in the lands between. So again, this has to be one of the most lore significant items in the game. There's just so much here. Firstly, it links the condition of defilement to the omen curse, due to the omen horns that sprout from the seedbed, and we will return to this later. But aside from that, it tells us something else dramatic. The process by which the Dung Eater achieves these growths to cultivate these seedbeds is by preventing souls from returning to the Erd Tree. Again, relating back to that disconnect between the omen and the Erd Tree, that they are untouched by the Erd Tree's grace that I alluded to in the earlier chapter. The taking of a victim's soul, combined with his name Dung Eater, has led to some in the community coming up with a fairly satisfying answer as to exactly what his process is, what this defilement is. The source for my information on the subject comes from Reddit, and unfortunately the original Reddit user has deleted their account, so I can't credit them. But in an excellent post, they tie the Dung Eater's name and process to Japanese folklore. They explain that in some Japanese folklore, there is a concept known as the Shirko Dama. This is a hard ball found within the backside that contains one's soul. In this same folklore, there are the Kappa, a mythical goblin creature that seek to steal this ball and devour it, and so essentially steal the soul, this hard ball, from the victim's rear end. And I don't want to explain it in any more graphic terms in case I get demonetized. But to me this is the most satisfying tie-in to what we know about the Dung Eater. He takes the soul via the rear end and then devours them, hence the Dung Eater, the Soul Eater. It would explain his unfortunate title. If he is devouring, eating this soul from the victim's rear end, it would be dung eating. And it would explain the word defilement and the sheer horror expressed by Bogart. This is a pretty horrific sounding process, and no wonder it would lead to a society hanging a madman who was stealing people's souls in this way. Indeed, this would also explain why the blood of the victims that have the seedbed curses on them seem to have their wounds on the lower half of the body. To those skeptical about this connection, I would also point out that this is not the first time that From Software has alluded to this concept, and in fact it's actually been done more directly in Sekiro. In Sekiro there are certain type of spirit enemies known as the Headless, and one of their grab attacks involves extracting a hardened stone from Sekiro's rear. And there can be no doubt that this is a soul-eating grab attack where the soul is found and pulled from Sekiro's behind. So it's as if Dung Eater is stealing people's souls after they are dead and consuming them, denying a connection to the Erd Tree. Indeed, Roderica seems to imply that these souls, the souls that he has devoured, are still connected to the Dung Eater, tortured spirits that are denied rest, that follow Dung Eater around in a maelstrom.
The howling and wailing of spirits in fear of the curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself.
Now, all of this is interesting, especially the mention of souls in the Seedbed Curse item description, because the concept of a soul isn't mentioned much at all in Elden Ring, compared to Dark Souls or Demon Souls, and yet it is used repeatedly in the story of the Dung Eater. The resulting removal of a soul from a human in this manner results in these seedbeds that have omen horns growing from it. A seedbed literally means a bed from which things grow or germinate. So from a soulless corpse, the Dung Eater literally cultivates a little bit of the omen curse, directly tying the omen condition to the idea of soullessness, and this process done by the Dung Eater. Yet this is a drop in the ocean ultimately. Dung Eater is one man, and his labour would take generations if he was to spread it manually to everyone in the world. Upon his defeat at our hands, he eventually realises that the guidance he received is the ultimate answer to his quest, and that he is not just to do the dung eating anymore, but in fact his flesh is to become the vessel for these seedbed curses that will eventually germinate something that will curse Order itself.
There you are. You warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing. Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, again and again, until it is done, until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile Order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled, and soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed, and they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me, and they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all.
He will no longer be an instrument of defilement, rather the vessel for it. His body is now to be defiled, and the result will be a more cosmic and wide-reaching curse that will be gestated within him, that will spread his curse throughout all of Order. However, we will return to the Dung Eater and his mending rune at the conclusion of this video, but for now I want to return to the Omen and the matter of their soul, or a lack of it. Now, we spoke about the Omen and their physical form before, but we didn't speak about their power. For there is a power to the Omen, and their confinement isn't just one of prejudice, though that certainly does play a part, as we have already discussed. Both Morgott and Mohg have power within their blood. Mohg's power seems to have been intensified by his contact with the Formless Mother, and his blood being ignited, and the power of Morgott's cursed blood is unleashed when we push him to the brink, during the battle for the Elden Throne. In Hawkshaw's Perfumer lore video, they make the great point that there seems to be a relation between the Omen horns and the power of the Omen. Specifically, Omen horns grow in the Seedbed Curse, implying that these horns are directly tied to the curse itself. And, more importantly, it is only horned Omens that can utilise their more advanced powers. Those with trimmed horns are reliant on their brute force only. When I talk about powers, I'm referring to the regal Omens, the horned Omens, ability to breathe, curse fire, release their curse in a bombardment, and wreathe their swords in this brown-black omen flame. This is an ability not used by the trimmed omen, suggesting the power of the curse itself is connected to the omen horns, that they are a manifestation and a nexus of this curse and its power, hence the presence of these horns on the seedbed curses. Now, the colour of these powers is fairly unique,